Hello everyone, Nikhil this side from Indian Coders. So first of all, let me start with an apology because the things are a little bit slow here during this time. But now I'm back on the track. So I'm back with another video on the MERN stack, which is a Travel Diaries application in which you will be able to create the Travel Diaries post for your recent travels. So now let's start this application. So now I will show you the demo of this application right away. So here we have the demo of this application. So first we have the navigation bar, which is built with the Material UI once again, and there we have the travel keywords, and here we are just creating a home page of the travel application, and then we have the options of share your story, and then we have the Travel Diaries option here, and then we can see once we will click on the diaries page, we will see all other users diaries page, and this is a multi-users application in which any user can log in and sign up and post their travel diaries, and then we can have multiple users post here inside this, and then we have the option of add the travel diary as well. So we can add the travel diary, and then you can see now we have the beautiful add page of the travel diary. We have the title, description, the URLs of the image, the location, and then we have the date, and then once we will post, the travel diaries will be then added to here. So these are the functionalities of the application, and then we have the profile page as well, we have the add page as well, we have the delete page as well, and then we have the edit page as well. So there are so many things within this application. And then after that we have the authentication screen as well inside this application. So we can just click on the auth. So here we can see now we have the sign up screen, we have the login screen inside the same components. So there are so many functionalities in this application. So now let's start building this application. So before that, now I want to introduce you some things about this application. So now let's start with the introduction. So with the introduction, so what is the MERN stack? So it's a combination of the MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and the Node.js. So the MongoDB handles the database operations, the Express and the Node handles the backend operations, and the React visualizes everything which is available on the backend. So that's the combination of the MERN stack. And then what is the MongoDB again? So it's a type of NoSQL database which stores documents in the form of collections instead of the records and tables as per in the SQL database. So it's a NoSQL database which works on the JSON objects, and then we can see what is the Node.js. So about the Node.js, so Node.js was a JavaScript engine which was originally built for the browser, but now it can work without the browser as well and having some extra APIs. So it was taken out from the Chrome engine, and now it allows us to run the JavaScript anywhere outside of the browser. So in the simple words, it is just an open source server-side runtime environment which is built on the Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, and it provides an event-driven and the non-blocking, which is an asynchronous task, and with the input-output operations from the asynchronous task, and the cross-platform runtime environment for building the highly and scalable JavaScript applications. So these are the applications of the Node.js. And now we can see that what is the Express.js. So Express.js is just a framework for the Node.js which helps to ease the process while building the backend. Express.js is a web application framework for the Node.js only, and it just provides some various features that makes the web application development fast and easy and scalable. And otherwise, if we just build the backend with the Node.js, then it would take a lot of time for us. And now let's see that what is the React.js. So we all know that the React.js is just a JavaScript library to build the fast and scalable user interfaces, and it's a view part in the MERN stack, and the models and the controllers are in the backend part. So we have the MVC approach inside this application. And now let's see parts of this application. So first we have the backend, then we have the front end. So the backend and the front end are connected with the APIs. So backend contains an API, and from the front end we call that API, and then we can see the API calls as well from the front end to backend. And then with the backend, we have built the backend with the Node.js, with the MongoDB, the Express.js, with the bcrypt.js for the password encryption, and then the .env, which is used to store the environment variables inside the Node.js. And then we have the ES6 approach this time with the Node.js. And then we can see the front end part as well. So with the front end, we have the React.js, we have the Redux, we have the React Router, we have the Axios, we have the Material UI, we have the icons, and then we have the responsive design. So everything is responsive through the front end. So these are the application parts. So now without wasting more time, so let's start building this application. So before building that, I want to show you the workflow of the backend. So we'll start with the backend. So now let's see the workflow of how we are going to create the backend. Now let's see the workflow of this application. So first there will be the user, and the user will be able to log in and the sign up. So first the user needs to log in and the sign up to use this application, and then the user will be able to create the post of their travel diaries. So then only the user will be able to create the posts. So that is the application workflow, and this is very simple workflow because we want to make it very clear and simple. And now let's see inside the backend that how many collections do we need of the MongoDB. So first there will be the collection of the user, which will contain the fields like the name of the user, the email, the password, and the post array. we need the post array as well, but I will now tell you later that why do we need it. And then we will have the collection of the post. So now we have two collections inside that, and in the post we need the fields like the title of the post, and then we can have the description or the caption of the post, and then we need the images array as well, because we need multiple images, because user will be able to add multiple images inside that. And then we will add the date as well of posting that post, and then we need to add the user as well. So now in both the collections we have the post and the user. So in the user we have the array of the posts, and for the post we have the field of the user. But why do we add it there? Because now the post and the user will be interconnected. So the user collection and the post connection will be related to each other. User will be able to add the post, and we will store the IDs of the post inside the posts array. And with the post we need to add the user as well. So each user can have multiple posts, but one post can have only one user inside that. So that will be the main workflow of this application. So now we need to build this application with keeping things in mind, that a user will be able to create multiple posts, and the post and each post will have only one user inside that. So now that is the workflow of this MongoDB as well. So that is the workflow of the backend as well. So now let's start building this application of the backend. So now let's start building these applications. So now we will start with the backend first. So for building the backend, I have initialized a starting app for this project. So you can find the link attached to this video. So there will be the link of the GitHub repository, and the repository name is MERN Travel Diaries, and this is by me. And then you will find a branch of the backend, and then you need to download the code of the backend. So either you can just clone this code and then you can work on the starting app as well. But what you need to do, so you can just download as well. So you can just download this as a zip, and then you can just open this zip, and then you can just open and extract this zip. And then what you can do is now you can just change the name of the starting app to the Travel Diaries, and then you can just open this project inside the VS Code. So these are the steps that you need to follow. So now I'm into the VS Code, and I'm already into that project directory inside the Travel Diaries. So now we need to build this application. So first, after adding the project inside the VS Code, what you need to do is you need to run the command of the npm install. So you can just run the npm install to install all of the dependencies inside our application. And now after the npm install, what you need to do, so now you can see now we have the node modules as well. So the npm install is completed. So after the npm install, what you need to do, so you can just run this application. So for running this application, you need to run the command of the npm. It should be the npm run dev. So with this command, you will be able to run this application inside the development mode. So if you will hit enter, then you will see a console message here. So then you will see a console message. So you can see a console message as the welcome to Indian Coders MERN Stack Travel Diaries application. So now if you have seen this message, then you are complete with the installation and the starting setup of this application. So now we can just move on to the app.js, and then we can just remove this console.log as well. So now with this application, now we have already installed the express.js inside this application as well. So here you can see inside the dependencies array, we have the mongoose as well to connect with the MongoDB, and then we have the express.js as well. So first thing is, now what we need to do is now we need to import the express. So we can import the express from the express, and now the express is now imported. And now what we need to do is now we need to just define a variable as the app, which will hold the reference of this express inside our application, because this is a express.js application. So we can have the const app equals to the express, and now the express.js will give the functionality to the app variable, and this app variable will hold all of the functionalities of this application. So now we have the functionality of this application. So after the express is imported, now we can just start a local development server as well. So how can we do that? So we can have a app.listen, and inside this listen, now we can just define the port number as well. So we can give the port number of the 5000, and after that in the second parameter we can give the callback as well. So we can have the callback variable, and inside that what we need to do is now we can just console.log that listening to localhost the port of the 5000. So we can have the console message. So if we now save, if we now just restart the application, so now you can see now we have the message of the listening to localhost port of the 5000. So now our server is running, and now we can also create here the basic API with the express as well. So how can we do that? So we can create a middleware for the APIs, because the express.js runs with the middleware's approach. So we can create the first middleware with the app.use. So with the app.use we create the middleware. So with that, so now inside the first parameter we need to provide here the route inside that. So there will be the default route. After 5000 there will be nothing. And then in the second parameter, now we need to add here the request, response, and the next objects. So what are they? So they are the objects which we need to add inside the callback parameter. So the first, there will be the request, which the front end will request to this API, and then second, which is the response variable, and the response is which we need to send to the front end. So front end will request something to this API route, and then we will just respond back to the front end with the response variable. And then we have the next as well, which is a function which will help us to move on to the next available middleware. So that's what this function is doing. So we have three callback variables. So we have the request, response, and the next. The request, which the front end will request something from this API. The response is we need to provide some response to the front end as well. And then we have the next to move on to the next available middleware. And then if we want to just send back some response to the front end, we can use the response.send. So we can have the response.send, and with the response.send, we can send any HTML data as well. But I will just send here the hi. So if we now just save, and then we need to just return this data as well. So we need to return the response as well. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again. So I will now move on to the localhost port of the 5000 to see if we get the response or not. So now you will see now we got the hi as well inside that. So now this is how we can create the APIs with the Express.js and the Node. So now we have just created the very simple API. And now we need to move on to the main project, which is the Travel Diaries application. So now let's start building that project. So for that project, now we don't need this app.use middleware. So we don't need that. And we don't even need the app.listen, but we will need it later. So first thing is now what we need to do. So we can just define some spacing. Like first, there will be the middlewares. And then we need to add the connections to the MongoDB. So there are the spaces. So first we need to add the middlewares of this application, and then there will be the connections. So first, before any middleware, now we need some connection to the MongoDB as well. Because if the MongoDB will not be connected to the application, then we don't need any middleware and we don't need any application server to be open. For now, what we need to do, so we can use the Mongos. So we have the package of the Mongos, which is already installed with the npm install, and the Mongos is a package which is used for the object modeling approach with the MongoDB. So we can create the models, views, and the controllers with the Mongos. So, and this is the official driver of the MongoDB to communicate with the MongoDB and their collections. So now first thing is, now what we need to do is now we need to just connect to the MongoDB first. So we can call it the mongoose.connect function. So with the connect function, we can connect to the MongoDB. But in the connect function, we need the URI as well. So if you have just downloaded the MongoDB, then you can just open that server and you can just paste that server URL here. But if you have not downloaded the API, and if you want to follow my approach, because I will use the MongoDB cloud operation, so follow my approach. And now we need to just move on to the Chrome, and then we need to move on to the MongoDB. So here we have the MongoDB. And first we need to set up the MongoDB for connecting inside our applications. So now this will be the home screen of the MongoDB, and then we need to sign in for using the MongoDB. And with the sign in, there will be two options of the sign in. There will be the Google and the GitHub. So if you want to prefer with the Google, so you can choose the Google as well. So now we are logged in with the Google, and now what we need to do is now we need to just click on this drop down, and then we can just click on the new project. So now we can click on the new project from there, and then there will be the screen in which we can create the brand new MongoDB project. So for that, we can just define the name of the project as well. So we can have the Travel Diaries, and then we can just hit next. And then the MongoDB project will be created within very few moments, and then we can just click on the create project. So now the MongoDB project will be then created within very few moments. And now you can see now the MongoDB project has been created, and now we need to build a database for our application. So we can just click on the build a database button to build a brand new database for our application. So we can just click on that button, and then you will see there will be three options. If you want to move ahead with the serverless approach, and this is the advanced approach and the latest approach, so you can just use the serverless approach. And if you want a dedicated server for your application, so you can just select the dedicated as well. But these two versions are paid. But if you want just a free cluster, which is a shared cluster, and if you want to just learn the MongoDB and learn about the principles and how can we communicate with the MongoDB, so you can just select with the shared version, and it is also free. So we can just select the create button, and then you will see there will be a storage of around 512 MB of this cluster. So then you will see there are some default settings. We are hosted on the AWS, and then we have the server of the Mumbai, and then we have the shared RAM, and then we have the 512 MB of storage. So we can just create our data within 512 MB, and then we can just click on the create cluster button. So now you don't need any modifications here as well. So you can just click on the create cluster button to keep the default settings. And then you will see now it will ask you for users as well. Now you need to add the user for your application as well. So now the MongoDB works on the users as well. So you need to provide the user to work with this application. So now as a developer, we are the admin. So we can give the user as the admin because we will operate this database, and then we can just add any password. So we can just click on the auto generate secure password as well, and then we can just copy that password as well. And after that we can just click on the create user button. So it will just create a brand new user for our application. And after that what we need to do is now we can just move on to the network access. And inside the network access, now what we need to do is now we want to allow an IP address in which we can access our database and our cluster. So for that we need to click on the add IP address. So with that button the pop-up will appear, and you can add your current IP address as well, and you can add another option which is allow access from anywhere. I will add allow access from anywhere because I need my cluster to be allowed from anywhere, so I can just click on the confirm. But if you are building a production ready application, then you can just select from the current IP address only. So now I will select this, and I will now click on the confirm. So now our cluster will be accessible from any IP address. And now what we need to do is now we need to just move on to the database. So here we have the database option, and now there will be a connection string. So there will be the option of the connect. So here you can see now we have the connect. So if you will just click on the connect, now there will be 3 options. You can connect with the MongoDB shell. You can just connect using directly the VS Code as well, but with the MongoDB host. You can just connect from the Compass as well. But here we have the option of the connector application which using the MongoDB drivers. So we have installed the driver of the Mongo. So we can just connect with the MongoDB drivers. So we can just click on the connector application, and then you will see now we have the driver of the Node.js. So we can use the Node.js as well because we are building the application with the MERN stack with the Node.js. And then you will see this is the connection string which we need to do. So first what you need to do is now you need to just store your password somewhere. So I have already copied the password of the MongoDB. So then you can just copy this connection string, and then inside the mongoose.connect function you need to add this string. So here we have the connection string inside that, and we have the MongoDB connection, and this is just a connection string. And then you will see there's a note that we need to replace the password with the actual password of the user. So we have the user of the admin, so we can just connect with the admin password. So for that we can just connect with the admin password. So what I will do, so we cannot store the password directly inside the backend application. So what we need to do, so we can install a package which is the .env. So we can just install a package which is a .env. So we need to install that package from the npm install as a .env, and with the .env we can add some variables inside the process, so that variables will not be accessible outside of that application. So we need that security inside our application as well. So we need to install the .env. And now what we need to do, so after installing the .env, now we need to import the .env as well. So we can just have the import .env from the .env. So we have the .env with that, and now after importing that, now after we have defined the app, then we can just call the .env.config. So we need to call this config method with that, and with defining the config, now our application will be compatible of using the process environment variables, which are very accessible. So that is the secure place to store any credentials. So we can just store that credentials from here. So we can just click on the Travel Diaries, and then we can just create a new file which is the .env only. So that will be only .env, and here we can just store the environment variables. So we can just store the MongoDB password, and it will be equals to the actual password that we need to define. So we have the password equals to this password. So we have this password inside the MongoDB. So we can just copy, and then we can just paste this password here. And now what we need to do is now again we can just move on to the app.js, and here instead of this string we can use here the backticks. We can use the template return strings. And then after that, inside the password, now we can just remove this password as well. And now instead of this, now we can use the expressions, and with the expressions we will use the process dot environment variable dot the MongoDB password. So we have the MongoDB password with that. So now we have the MongoDB password inside the environment variable, and now this function will now be able to connect with the MongoDB database which we have created here. And now after that, the connect returns a promise. So we need to just handle the promises as well. So we can use the then statements, and with the then what we will do, so after we have connected to the database, then we can just run this code as well. So then we can just run this code as the app.listen. So we can have this code inside that. And after that, what we need to do, so after that, then we are now opening a server as well on the port of the 5000, and then we can use the catch as well because it's a database operation and it can fail as well. So we will get the callback parameter as the error, and then we will just log that error. So we will just return the console.log as the error as of now. So that will be the approach of connecting to the MongoDB. So if we now just save all of the things, if we now just remove that as well, now we need to remove this statement as well. And now after that, if we now just save, if we now just restart the application, so we can just restart the application from the npm run dev. So now you will see, now we'll be able to connect with the MongoDB database. So now we will see that listening to localhost port of the 5000. And now you will see, now we got a message of the listening to localhost port of the 5000. So now you can see the connection is successful to the MongoDB. So we can just add a connection successful as well. So we have the connection successful and listening to localhost port of the 5000. So that will be a console message after the connection is successful to the MongoDB. So now our application is being run on the port of the 5000 inside a browser. So now what we need to do is, now we need to build the functionality of the user. So for building the functionality of the user, so we will follow the MVC approach, which is the models, views, and the controllers of the user. And the model will contain the schema and all of the fields which a user have. And then we will get the controller functions, which will be able to control the routing operations of the user. So once we will reach any route, so that route will be then controlled with a controller function. So we need to follow this approach. So now what we need to do, so now inside this Travel Diaries, now we need to create a folder. It can be a model. And now we will add the models of the user and the post inside the models directory. And then after that, now we can just create another folder. It can be the controllers. And there will be the controller functions which will control the routing operations as well. And after that, we need to add another folder of the routing. So now we have 3 folders of the routing, models, and the controllers. So now what you need to do first, so now we have just defined the folder structure of this application. So now we can just move on to the models, and then we can just create here a new model of the user. So we can have the user.js and make sure the U is capital and make sure the first letter is capital because that's a user component. And now we need to just hit enter. And now what we need to do is, now we need to build the schema of that user inside that. So the model will contain the schema, as we have discussed inside the PPT, that the user will contain the fields like name, the email, the password, and for the post. So now we can just start building this functionality. So for building the schema, so we have a class inside the Mongoose. So we can use the class schema from the Mongoose. So we can build the schema of the const. It can be the user schema will be equals to, so we can have the new schema. So we need to import the Mongoose. So we can import the schema from the Mongoose. So we can have the schema. So now we need to build the new schema, and inside that schema, now we need to build the objects. So here, and now inside the schema, now we need to build the fields. So first field will be the name of that user. So we add the name. And then for the name, we need to add the type of that name as well. So we can have the name type will be equals to the string. So we need to store the name inside the string format, and the name will be the required field as well. So we need to add the required property as well. So with the required, if you don't provide the name inside the schema, so this will give you an error that the name is a required field. So for the required, we need to give it the value as the true. And after that, the second field will be the email. So we can just define the email field as well. So the email will also contain the type will be equals to the string. And then we need to add the required field again to true. So the email will also be the required. And it will be equals to the true. And after that, what we need to do, so that should be the required. And after that, what we need to do, so the email will have one more property, which is a unique. So we need to add the unique property. So in the Mongoose, we have a property name as the unique, which will just allow to add the unique email for every user. So now the email would be unique. So if we add a duplicate email for any of the user, then it will throw an error. So we can give the unique property as the true. And after that, again, we can give the password as well as the new field. So the password again will be of the type will be equals to the string. So we can give the type equals to the string. And after that, what we need to do is, now we need to add another property, which is the required. So the password will also be the required. So we can give the true. And then the password will have one more property, which will be the minimum length. So we need to define the minimum length. So we can just define with the min length. So the minimum length is just the minimum length of the password which the user can contain. So we can give the minimum length as the number, which will be equals to the 8, or we can give the number as the 6. So now we have these 3 fields, the name, email, and the password. And now we can just add another field as well, which is the post. So we can have the posts. And with the post, what we need to do, so that will be an array. So now the posts will be the array. So we can provide the array, but in the array, there will be the objects as well. So we can give here the object of the type would be equals to the string. So we can get the type equals to the string for the post. So that is the user schema. So we have the name, which is equals to required, and type equals to the string. So the email have the type equals to the string and is required. We have the password, which is a type equals to the string, and that is a required. And then we have the posts as well, which is the type equals to the string. So now we have just defined the user schema, and now we need to just export the schema as well. So we can have the export default. So now we need to just export the schema as the model of the Mongoose. So we need to just export as a model. So we can have the Mongoose. So we can have the model from the Mongoose. So we can directly import the model. So we are exporting this as a model, and then we can use this model from any of the file. So we can have export default model, and then we need to just provide the name of that model as well. So we can just define the name as a user. So now we have the model of the user, and now we can just provide the second parameter as the schema of the user. So we can provide the user schema inside that. So now we are exporting the model of the user as a default export inside that. So now after we will use this, there will be the collection inside the MongoDB, which will be the users, because now the MongoDB stores the same name of the model name as the user, and it will store inside the plural format with the users, and all letters will be the lowercase letters. So the MongoDB will store a collection as the users inside that. So this will create a brand new collection of the users inside a database. And now what we need to do is now we need to just create a route as well for working with the user as well. And then we can just define another file. It can be the user routes. So we can have the user routes.js. So now we need to just define the routes of that user in which the API will work. So for defining the REST API, now we can just define the methods and the routes for the user. So for defining the routes, so we have the functionality of the routes inside the express. So we can use the express router. So what we need to do, so we can just define here the router. We can define the const user router will be equals to, so we can have here the express router. So we can just directly import the router from that express. So we have the router from that express. So now the user router has all of the functionality of this router. So it has the reference of this router as well. And now we can just call any function from the user router as well from the express router. So we can have the get function, we can have the post function, we can have here the delete function, we can have the put, we can have the patch, or any of the HTTP method which we want to use. So first we will start with the get. Now with the get, the path will be the same, so we don't need to add anything after the path. And now inside the second parameter, now we need to add the controller function. So we can just directly add the controller function here as well. But if we add the controllers directly inside the routes file, then the file will get bigger and bigger, and we will not be able to find if there is any bug or not. So that's why we have created the folder as the controller. So we will create all of the controller functions which will control this route operations inside that application. So we can just move on to the controllers, and then we can just define the new file as the user controllers.js. So now we have this file. And now inside this file, now what we need to do, now we need to just define the function which will work inside here. So now inside this file, what we need to do is now we need to just define the functions which will work inside this routing operations. So first there will be the function of the get all users. So we can have the export const, it can be the get all users. So now we have this function, and it will be an async function as well because it's a database operation. So it's a async, and now we have defined this function. And now what this function will do, so it will just directly communicate with the MongoDB model. So we have the model of the user, so it will just communicate directly with the user collection, and it will find all of the records of that collection. So how can we do that? So we can just define the variable as let users, and by default it will be a undefined value. And after that we can just communicate with the MongoDB. So for communicating with the MongoDB, so we can use the try catch block as well. So we can try catch, and with the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error as well. So we will just console.log the error with that. So now we have the try catch, and now inside the try catch, now we want to communicate with the MongoDB. So for that we can have the users will be equals to, we can have the await because we need to wait for this task as well. And now we need to just refer to the MongoDB model. So we can refer to the user model. So with that we can import the user model from the model/user, and now with this model, now we have a function of the find. So we have the function of the find which is attached to the model, and the find, it will find all of the record from the MongoDB on a given query. So it works on the query. So we need to specify here the query. Now you can see we have the query, and then it returns an array of all of the objects which matches the query. And if we don't provide any query inside that, then it will find all of the records from the MongoDB. So that's what we need. So we need all of the records from the MongoDB. So then we don't need to provide any query, and it will fetch all of the records from the MongoDB. And now after the try catch block, now the users have the value of that array. And now we can just check a validation as well, like if the user is a falsy value, like if the user is a falsy value, or we get any null or any other value. So if the user is a falsy value, then we can just send the response to the user. We need to accept the parameters of the events. So that would be the request and the response, and that contain the next as well, but we don't need here the next. So we can get the request and the response. And now for sending the response to the user, we can just send return. We can send the response, we can send the status of the response of the 500, which is the internal server error. Then we can send a JSON message as well attached to it. So we can send a JSON, we can send a message as well, and then we can send the message as the unexpected error occurred. So we can send this message to the user if the user is a falsy value. And then if a user is a truthy value, then we can just directly send a new response. So we can send a response dot status, and the status would be equal to 200, which is okay. Then we can send again a JSON message. So with the JSON, it will contain only the users. So here we will only send the users inside that. So now what are we doing here is now we are just defining the function of the get all users, which will work on this route of getting all of the users. Then what we need to do is now we are just fetching all of the users from the database from the collection.find. It will find all of the records with a gain query if we provide any query, but here we don't have any queries, so we are getting all of the results. And then if we are getting an error, we are just logging that error. So here we need to just return as well. So we need to return the console.log error, and then we are just checking if we don't have the users, then we are just returning the response.status of the 500 with the JSON message of the unexpected error occurred. And then if everything works fine, then we are sending a response dot status is the 200, which is okay. Then we are sending the JSON message of the users. So now that will be the function for this route. So now we can just move on to the user routes, and then we can just directly point to this function of the get all users. So with this route, with this slash route, it will work for the get all users. So now we can just make sure of that. So now we need to export this router as the module as well. So we need to export this router as the default export. So now we have the user router with that. And now what we need to do is now we need to move on to the app.js, and here we need to define the middleware. So for defining the middleware, as we have defined the middleware earlier, so we can use the app.use. So we have the use function, and then we can just work on the slash user. So now these routes will work only after the slash user. So once we need to add the slash user, and then only these routes will be then followed. So we can add the slash user, and then with that now we need to add the router as well. So now as we have just get the user router, so now we need to add the router as well for the middleware. So now for the slash user, then all of the routes will be then handled with the user router, and the user router will then handle all of the routes with any of the path after that slash user. So we have the slash, and then we are getting this get all users. So that will be the approach. So now that's it for this thing. So now what we need to do is now we need to just test this API. So now for testing that API, we can just directly move on to the browser, and then we can just move on to the localhost port of the 5000 slash users. So if we now just move on to that browser, so now you can see now we got the users object, and everything is successful because now we are getting the value of that users inside that object. But here we cannot test with the post request, with the put request, with the delete request. So what we can do is now we can just install a tool which is called Postman. So we can install the Postman with that, which is the API platform which is used to test the REST APIs. So we can just install this Postman application. So you can just download according to your OS. If you're on the Windows, you can select with the Windows. If you're on the Apple, you can select Apple. And if you're on the Linux, you can select with the Linux. So I'm on the Windows, and I've already installed it, and the steps are very simple for the installation. So you can just download, and then you can just open the Postman. So now after that, you can just open the Postman as well. So you can just search for the Postman, and here you will see this is the default screen of the Postman as well. So this is the home screen of the Postman, and now what we need to do, it works same like the Chrome. So we can just add a new tab from there, and now we can just add the URL as well. So it should be the HTTP, it should be /localhost, the port of the 5000, and then /user, and then we can add the slash route because we didn't add anything after that. And now this is a get request as well. So if we now just click on the send, and now we will see the message as well. So now we got the status of the 200, which is okay, and then we got the message as well as the users as well. So now we don't have any user inside this database, so that's why we are getting the empty array, but the status is 200, and this means that our code is being followed till this line. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed first operation of the user of getting all of the users inside our project. And now we need to create another HTTP request in which we can add the user to the database, and that will be a sign up request where user can sign up. So now we need to create a sign up request. So how can we do that? So we need to create another HTTP request, and the method will be post. So we enter the user routes, and now we need to subscribe another request. So that would be user router dot post, and the URL would be same. So we need the same URL of the /URL, and after that we can define another controller function to define that request. So now we need to create another HTTP request, that would be the post. So we can add a new function, can be export const, it can be the sign up, because this will be a sign up request, and then this will also be a async request as well, and this will contain the request, response, and the next as the parameters as well. And now what we need to do again, And now what we need to do again, and now we need to get the data from the front end as well. So the front end will request with some data. So in this request, the front end was not requesting with some data, but in this request, in the sign up request, the front end will give you some data as well. Like it will give you the name, it will give you the email, it will give you the password as well. So what do we need to do? So we need to extract the data from the front end. So the data will be attached to the body and then the JSON format of the body. So now what we need to do? So now we will get the data from the request.body. So we will get the data from the request.body, and then we will get the data inside the objects as well, because we will get the objects inside the body. We will get the name object, we will get the email object, and then we will get the password object as well. So now we need to destructure all of these fields from the request.body. So we can destructure from the request.body, and then the fields which we need to destructure will be the name, will be the email, and then will be the password as well. So now we need these three things from the request.body. And now what we need to do is now we need to check the validations as well, like if the name is an empty string or if the email is an empty string, and same for the password. So we can add a if check with the validation, like if we don't have the name and if the name dot trim. So if we remove the white spaces from the name and if it is an empty string, then it may be an empty. And then the same for the email, like if we don't have the email and if the email dot trim is an empty string. And then we need to do same for the password. So if we don't have the password and the password dot trim is equals to an empty string, and for the password what we can check is we can just check password dot length is less than 6. So we can check if the length is less than 6, then what we need to do. So if we have failed this validation check, then we need to send a different response message. So we can just send a return response.status. Then we don't need to move ahead, then we will just send a new response to the front end, and that will be 422. And the 422 response is the response in which that response is known as the unprocessable entity, means unprocessable data. So the data cannot be processed further. So we can send same request to the front end, and then we can add the JSON as well. And in the JSON we will send the message to the front end again, and it can be invalid data. So it can be the invalid data. And after that what we need to do, so after the data is okay, after we pass this validation check, then we can just create a new instance of the user as well. So we have the user model, and now we need to create the new instance or a new document of this user. So how can we do that? So we need to move on to the users controller again, and then we can just define a new user, like it can be let user. And after that we need to create the instances and all of the database operations inside the try catch. So we can enter the try catch block inside that, and inside the try what we need to do, so we need to create the new instance. So it can be the user will be equals to a new user document. So we are referring to the user document now. So we have this user document inside that, and then we need to add the new instance of this, and then we need to add all of the fields as well. So we need to create the new document from that model of the user, and now we need to provide all of the fields. Like here we need to provide the email. The email will be same as we got from the front end. So we can also provide the email email as well, but in the ES6 we don't need to provide that if we have the same key and the value identifiers. And then we need to provide the name as well. We need to provide the password as well. So now we need to provide these three things as of now, and for the post we will do that later. And after that this will help you to create a new instance of that user object. And now what you need to do is now you need to save this user as well to the database. So now to save a user document, so in the Mongoose it is very simple. So you just need to call the save function from the model. So now the user is also a model document. Then what you can do is now you can just call the user dot save. So you can just call the save function from the model. And after that this will be a database operation, and the save is a promise task as well. So we need to await for this as well because it's a database operation, and then only we need to move ahead. And then if we catch an error, then we will just return an error. Then we will just return console.log the error. So now that will be a request. So what we are doing here is now we are just getting the data from the request.body. If we don't have the name, and if we don't pass this validation check, then we will just return the response.status as the 422 as the unprocessable entity. And then we send a JSON message as well with the invalid data message. And then we will create a brand new user object as well. And the user will be equals to a new user. And then we are creating a new instance of the user object with all of these fields, the email, name, and the password. And then we are saving the user to the database. And after that what we can do, we can just check another validation here, like if the user is a false value, like if the user didn't save, then we can again send a different response message. So that will be return response.status. It would be the 500 as the internal server error. Then we can also send a JSON as well, like we can send a message like the unexpected error occurred. So that will be a new response message for that if the user is a falsy value. And if we passed all of these validation checks, then that would be okay. Then we will just return the response dot status would be the 201. So now the status will be 201, which is created. So if something is created with a request, then we send a status of the 201, and then we can send a JSON as well. And now inside the JSON, now we will send here directly the user which is just created. So in the JSON, we will just send here the user which is just created now. So that would be the user. So if we now just save, and now we need to just call this, and now we need to just point this function inside the user router post method. So I think we can just add here the sign up as well, because that's a sign up request. So we can just add here the slash sign up, and then we can add this request as well, like this sign up. So now it is already added and it is already subscribed into the app.js inside the middleware. And now we can just test this as well. So now what you need to do, you need to create another request. So you can use same as well, but I will create another tab for the request, and then the URL would be almost same. So we can just copy that URL till there, and then we will add the sign up as well. And now the request will be the post. And now if there is a post request, then we need to add some body as well inside the JSON. So we need to click on the body. So it will just set the request.body to this request, and then we need to select the raw, because now we need to send raw data. And then instead of the text, you need to select the text drop down, and then you need to select the JSON instead of the text. And now we need to send the JSON data. So with the JSON, we can provide the name. So we can give the name, and now I can give my name as well, like Nikhil. And then we need to provide the email as well. So email would be nikhil@test.com. And then we need to provide the password as well. So we can get password would be equals to, we can provide 1 2 3 4 5 6. So now the password is 6 characters wrong, so we will not get any error. So if we now just click on the send, so now you will see now we got an error. But what is that error? I think we have, and this is the error of the URL is not registered. I think we need to move on to the user routes, and here you can see the sign up spelling is wrong. So we need to add the sign up. We can add the sign up. So if we now just click on the save, if we now just click on the send, so now we should see a new request. But now you can see we are sending a request, and now you can see the request is still there. Maybe there is an error again. So now what we can see inside the console, now there is an error. So with the catch, we will get the error as well. So we are getting the error. So in the error, what we can see that unhandled promise rejection warning cannot destructure the property name of the request.body. So we have provided the properties like the name, the email, and the password, but this backend cannot accept that. So here with this error, the backend doesn't know that which type of data will it get. So that's why it is sending a message that cannot destructure the property of the name of undefined, because it is getting everything undefined. So to solve this error, we need to tell that backend that this application will only get the JSON data inside the request. So how can we tell that to the backend? So in the middleware, we need to register a middleware for that, and that would be very easy middleware. So we need to convert this backend operations into the JSON. So for that, we can just create another middleware with the app.use, and then we need to call here the express.json. So that would be express.json. So with the express.json, what we will do, so if you will just hover over the function, you can see returns the middleware that only passes the JSON. So now we are telling this application that we will send only the JSON passable data inside this application, where the content type header will match the type option. And before the express.json, we used here the body parser, but now the body parser it depreciated, and now we are using the express.json. So it will tell the application that it will just return the JSON data inside that. So if we now just cancel the request, if we now just send a new request again, so if you will send, so now you can see now we got a new user. So here everything was successful, and the status was 201, which is created, and then we got a new user from the database as well. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to create a new user to the backend as well. So if you are not sure that if the data is being stored inside the database, so you can just move on to the get request, and then you can just get all of these users from there. So you can just click on the send, and then you will see you will get a user as well. So here you can see you got a user which have the name equals to the Nikhil, the email is same, the password is same. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create a new HTTP request as well, which is a post request. So after the sign up, there is one thing which we need to do again. So here we are storing the passwords as the same string as we are getting from the user. So that's not a good approach, because if we store the same string as the password, so if we have a company, if we have millions of employees, so employees can see the credentials of their customers and their clients as well. So we need to protect their credentials from the employees as well. So what can we do is, now we can just store a hashed password inside the database. So before sending the data to the database, we can just hash the password of the user, and then while logging in for the user, we can just decrypt that password, and then we can just verify. So what I'm telling here is, now we need to encrypt the password, and then we need to save it to the database, and then at the time of the login, then we will just decrypt the password, and then we will verify that password. So how to encrypt that password? So I have already added a package inside that. So you will see a package of the bcrypt.js. So the bcrypt.js is a package which is used to encode and decode the passwords. So for that, what can we do is, now we can just move on to the user's controllers. Once we have passed all of the validation checks, then we can just store a hashed password. Then we can just create a hashed password. So we can have the const. So we need to import something from the bcrypt.js as well. So first we can just define the passwords. So we can have a const hashed password. Now we need to import something from the bcrypt.js, and that would be a hash string. So we need to import the hash string from the bcrypt.js. So that would be imported from the bcrypt.js. Here you can see, and then we need to hash the string. And now in the first parameter, you can see, now we need to provide the string. So we can provide the same string of the password that we will receive from the front end. So we have this password, and now what we need to do is, now we need to just move on. And once we are storing the password, so we don't need to store the password as the same key. Now we need to store the password as the hashed password. So now the password would be the hashed password. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, if we now just create another user, so we can just move on to the Nikhil. It can be the James, and it can be a james@test.com, and the password is same 123456. If we now just click on the send, so now you can see, now we got the hashed password. So now you can see the password is encrypted, and it will not be visible to any employee which is working inside the backend. So now we have secured the passwords of the user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the user sign up request, and now the next thing is what we can do is, now we can just create a login request as well. So we can subscribe another route, which will be a user router.post, and that would be a login. So now we need to create the login request, and for that we need to again move on to the controllers file. And then what we need to do is, now we need to define another controller function for the logins. So we can have the export const, we can have the login. So it will be again equals to the async function. It will contain the request, response, and the next as the parameters as well. Request, response, and the next. And then what we need to do is, now we need to just log in with the user. And for the login, again we need to get the data from the user like this. So we can just get the same data as we did inside the sign up. So we can just copy all of these request.body and the validations, and then we can just move on inside the login, and then we can just paste this. So we have the request.body object with that. And after that, what we need to do is, now first, so now we need to just declare a variable as the existing user. So we will declare a variable as the existing user, and then we will just find that user from that collection. So how can we do that? So first we can just define the let. It can be existing user, and it will be undefined as of now. And then we will again use the try catch block, because again it's a database operation and it can fail as well. So if we get an error, we will just return the console.log the error. So we will just return that error. And now inside the try, what we need to do is, now we will just assign a value to the existing user, will be equals to, so now we need to refer to the user collection again. So we have the collection of the user, and then we need to run here the query of the find. So we can just run a function which is the find one, which will find one record from the database, from the collection, and then it runs on a query basis. So now we need to add a filter query as well inside the object. So now if you will just add your object, it will work for all of the database fields like name, email, and the password. And here you can just find here the email of that user. So you can just pass here the email, and the email would be equals to the email that you will get from the user. So you are getting the email as well. So you can just get the email from that user. So it will just find one record from the collection with the given email. It will run a query, and if it finds an email, then it will give you that one record from that collection. And this is also a database operation, and we need to add the await as well. And I think here we don't need the name, because here we only need the email and the password for the login. So here we can remove the name as well from there. And now what we need to do is, once we will get the find one record from the user, which will be a existing user, then what we can do is, now we can just run a validation once again. So we can just check if we don't have the user. like if we don't have the existing user, then what we need to do is now we can just return the response dot status. So we can return the response dot status of the 404 that the no user found from the given ID, and then we can send a JSON again, which can be a message of the no user found. And then if we have the existing user, then we need to again add a validation check for the password. So now we need to verify the password. So how can we verify the password from the bcrypt.js? So again, we have a compare sync function inside the bcrypt.js to verify and to decrypt and to verify that password. So for that, what we need to do, so you can just define a variable as the is password correct, and it will be equals to the compare sync. So we have a compare sync function from the bcrypt.js. So you can just call this function and it gives you the boolean value. So it compares the string with the hash string. So for that, what you need to do, so with the compare string, the first parameter is the string that we need to pass. So we need to pass here the string. So the string is directly the password which we got from the user, and then we need to pass the hash string as well. So for the hash string, that how can we pass the hash string here? So we can just get the hash string from the existing user. So we can just directly move on to the existing user dot password. So we can just call the password from the existing user. So then what will it do? So it will just compare the current string of the password with the existing user dot password. Like if the decryption will be successful, so if the password would be same, then the compare sync will return a true, and if the password will not be same, the compare sync will return a false. Then we can just check this validation once again. Like if we don't have the is password correct, then again we can just return the response dot status, and then the status will be 4000, which will be unauthorized, and then we can send a JSON as well with that, and it will contain a message. It can be the incorrect password. So then we will have the incorrect password with that, and if everything works fine, if everything is same, if the password is same, if we have the user and everything is fine, then we can just return response dot status. We can give the 200, which is okay. Then we can also send the JSON message, and in the JSON what we will do is now we will send the user ID as well. So we will just directly send the ID of that user with the existing user dot ID, because we will need that inside the front end. And then we will also send a message as well, which will be equals to the login successful. So now if everything works fine, then we are sending a response dot status of the 200, which is okay. Then we are sending a JSON as well with the existing user dot ID, and then we are sending a message as well, which is the login successful. So now we need to just call this function, and now we need to point this function inside the user routes as well. So we need to point the login function with that. So that would be the login. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now we have the post request once again. So now here we have the name equals to the James, and then we can remove the name as well from there. So we have the email of the james@test.com. We have the same password. So if we now just create the login request, we can just change the route. That would be a login. If we now just click on the send, so now you can see now we got the message as the login successful, and we got the ID of the user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the user as well, which is currently logged in. And if we provide the different password, like if the password will be 12345 again, if we now just click on the send, so then you will see now we will get a message as the incorrect password. So it means that our backend is working perfectly fine, and it is getting all of that errors and all of the validation fails as well. And it means that the backend is responding with the validation fails as well. So if the password is correct, so our backend is also giving the message that the incorrect password has been entered. So everything is working perfectly fine. And then I think that we only need the sign up and the login request from the user. So the user operations are almost completed. And if we needed the user operation inside the front end, like for the deleting the user or for updating the user, then we will just create that on time. So now the user operations are completed. So now we can just move on with the post operations. So now we can just create the models, their controllers, and the routes of the post as well. So now let's start working on the post collections. So now the user operations are completed, and now we need to build a functionality in which we should be able to create the post for the application. So for that, now we need to build the functionality of the post. So for the post, first we need to build the model and the schema of the post. Then we need to build the routing of the post. Then the controller functions to control the routing operation inside the post. So for that, now we need to click start, and now we can just create a new file inside the models. It can be a post.js. So the collection name will be posts. So it can be post.js. And now we need to create the schema of the post as well. So we can just create const. It can be a post schema, will be equals to, we can create a new mongoose.schema. It can be new mongoose.schema. So we can import the mongoose and then we create the schema from that mongoose. And now we need to build the fields. So first field of the post will be the title of the post, and the title, we can define the type of that title can be equals to the string. And then we need to provide the required as well, because every post will have a title. So we need to build the required equals to the true. And now we need to move ahead. We need to add for the description as well. So that should be the description. And for the description as well, the type would be equals to, we need to define the type of the string. And then we need to add the required as well, which should be equals to the true once again. So we need the title and the description as the required fields. And now we need to add the images as well. We need the image URL as well. So we can have the image directly. And then the image also will have the type of the string. So we'll add the URLs of the image. And then we will add the required as well. So the required will be equals to the true for the images as well. And then we need to add the location of that travel. So we can have a location, and the location again will have the type equals to the string. We need the type as the string inside the location as well. And then that should also be the required for every post. So that should be the true. And now we need to add the date as well. So that should be the date, and the date will also be the type. So we need to add the type as the date for the dates. And then we need to add the required as well, will be equals to the true. So that should be the true. And after that, the last field will be the user. So now we need to relate to the user as well. But as of now, we will just define the type as the static string. And after building the functionality of the post, then we will relate the user to the post. So now the type will be the hard-coded string. And then it should be the required as well. So that should be the required would be equals to again the true. So in this case, all of the fields are required. So we have the title, we have the description, we have the images, we have the location, we have the date, and then we have the user. So we have all these fields, and now we need to export this schema as well. So we can have export default as a mongoose.model. So we can have the mongoose.model. So we are exporting as a model, and the model would be equals to the post. So that should be the post model, and in the MongoDB database, it should be stored as the posts, because MongoDB stores the model in the plural format. And then we can add here the schema as well for the post. So we have the post schema. So now that should be the schema for the post. And now we need to get the routes for the post as well. So we can just create a new file inside the routing. It can be the post routes.js. So that should be the file name. And then we need to first import the express. So we can just directly create the router variable. So const router, or we can just directly assign here the post router will be equals to a router from the express. So now we need to import just the router from the express. So we don't need to import the whole express library. So we have the router, and now we can just create the routes as well. So first route will be post router. So we can give the post router get. So we can just provide the get route to get all of the post. And then we need to provide the controller function as well. So we can just move on to the controllers, and then we can just define a new file inside the controllers. It can be the post-controller.js. So that will be the file name. And now we need to create the function to get all of the posts from the database. So we can create the function. So it should be the export const. It can be the get all posts, and it will be equals to an async function. And then we need to add the request and the response as the parameters as well. And now what we need to do next is, now we don't need any data from the URL or from the request.body. So we can just directly create the variable as the let posts. And then we can run a try catch block, and inside the try catch, we can fetch all of the posts from the database. So if we get an error in the try catch, we will just return the console.log that error. So we'll just return that error. So inside the try, we can just run and we can just fetch all of the post. So again, we can run here the post will be equals to await. It should be the, we can refer to the post collection. We can refer to the post model dot, we can run the function of the find. So it will find all of the records if we don't provide any query. So it will find all of the records. And after that, what we can do is, now we can just check a validation as well if something get wrong. So if we don't have the post, then what we can do is, now we can just return the response dot status will be equals to the 500, and dot json we can provide, and it should be the message. It should be the unexpected error occurred. So we'll have this message, and after that, if everything works fine, if we passed this validation check, then we can just return the data. We can return the response dot status as the 200, which is everything okay. Then we can send the JSON as well, which will contain the post directly. So we can just directly send the post with that. And now we can again move on to the post routes, and here what we can do is now we can just provide here the get all post function. So now we have this controller function which is pointed to this post router, and then we need to just export this router as well. So we need to export default as the post router. So now we'll have the post router, and now we need to move ahead to the app.js, and now we need to subscribe to this route as well. So we can again create a new middleware to subscribe to this route. We can have an app.use, it should be /post, it should be /posts, and then we can just provide here the router, it should be the post router. So we have the post router with that, with the app.use with the localhost 5000 /posts, and then the post router. And now we can just move on, and then we can just declare another tab inside it, and then we can just provide the URL as well. So we can get the URL from there, and then we can modify it here, and that should be the posts, and then that should be the get request. So if we now just click on the send, so now we should be able to see the status of the response should be 200. That is everything okay. So now you can see now we got the post array as well, and the status is also 200, which is okay. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next thing is, now we need to build a functionality in which we should be able to create the post and store it inside the database. So for that, again, we can move on to the post routes to create a post HTTP request. So we can have a post router dot post HTTP request, and that it should be again the slash. We don't need anything after that. And then we can just provide a controller function as well. So we can move on to the post controllers, and inside that we can just define that function. So it can be the export const, it can be the add post, and it will be equals to again an asynchronous function. We can have the request and the response as the parameters inside the function as well. And now here we need to get the data from the request.body as well from the front end. So for that, again, we can destructure some things from the request.body. So again, we can destructure from the request.body, and the things we want to destructure are so many things as of now. So here we want to destructure first the title of the post, then we need to destructure the description, then we need to destructure the location, then the date, then the image URL, that should be the image, and then we need to add the user as well. So these are the things that we need to destructure. If you are not sure about these things, you can just directly move on to the post, and then you can just provide all of the fields that you have defined inside this schema. So you have all of the fields as the required. So these fields are required as well. So the title, description, location, date, image, user. So these all are required. And now you can also check the validations as well. Like if you don't have the title, or if the title dot trim should be equals to an empty string. So you can do same for all of the other fields as well. So you can for the description. So here we have these validation checks. So we have the title if we don't have the title, and if the title dot trim is an empty string. Same for the description, same for the location, and we have provided the validation for the date, like if we don't have the date, and if we don't have the user, and if we don't have the image, and if the image dot trim is an empty value, then again we can just return the response dot status. It should be the 422, which is unprocessable entity, and then we can also send the JSON as well, which will contain the message, and the message would be equals to unprocessable or like invalid data. So the message would be the invalid data. And after that, if everything works fine, then we can just move ahead. So then we can just define a new post as well. So let post, and then by default value will be undefined, and then we can run the code inside the try catch block, and if we get an error, we will just return the console dot log that error inside the console window. And now inside the try, now we need to create a new post as well. So we can have the post will be equals to, so now we need to create the new instance of the post collection of the post model. So it will be equals to a new post, and then we need to provide the fields as well. So the fields would be the title, we need to provide the description, we need to provide the image, we need to provide the location, we need to provide the date as well. But for the date, what we need to do is, now we have provided the type as the date, so we need to convert the string inside the date. So for that, we can just have the date would be equals to the new date, and then we need to provide the date inside that. So we can just provide date inside the string. It should be equals to the date that we have converted. So the date would be equals to the new date, and then it will just give you the date inside that. And after that, we need to provide the user as well. So there will be the user. So we have the title, description, image, location, date, and the user. And after that, after creating the instance, then we need to save that as well. So the post will be equals to, so we'll add here the await. It should be the post dot save. So that should be the post dot save after that. And now we can just check any validations as well. So if we don't have the post, like if the post is a false value, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to, we can give the status of the 500, and then we can have the JSON again, like the unexpected. We can send the message. It should be the unexpected error occurred. So that should be the response message. And if everything works fine, then we can just return the response dot status should be the 201, which is created, and then we can again send the JSON as well, which will contain directly the post. So then we will only send here the post after that. And now we can just move on to the post routes, and here we can just point the function that we have just created. We have created the add post, so we'll point the function to that. And now we can just save everything, and now we can just move on to the postman, and now that should be equals to the post request now. And now we need to move ahead to the body. We need to send the raw JSON as well, so we can select the raw, and from the text we can select the JSON. And now we can just define here the fields. The first, that should be the title, would be equals to my new post, and then we can add a description as well. So the description would be my new post again. So these are the sample data, so I'm adding anything inside that. So that should be the date, and we need to provide the date inside the date format. So that should be equals to in the year 2022, and then we need to provide the month, like we can provide the month as the August. Then we can provide the date as well, like 23. So that should be the date. And then we need to provide the user as well. So we'll provide the user, and the user can be XYZ. And then the location, we can provide the location as well. And the location would be equals to, we can have the New Delhi. And then we can also provide here the image as well. So that should be the image URL. And the image URL will also be a sample URL. It can be just a sample. So that will be the data. So we have the title as the my new post. We have the description of the my new post again. We have the date, we have the user, we have the location, and then we have the image. So if we now just click on the send, and then you need to verify all of the fields as well before sending a new request to the database. So I've verified all of that. So if we now just click on the send, we should, so now you can see now we have the status of the 201, which is created. And then you can see now we have the new post as well. So we have the title, we have the description, we have the image, we have the location, we have the date as well. So now you can see now we have this format of the date. And then you can see now we have the user as well. And here we got the ID of the document as well, which is just created. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create the post as well inside the database. And now as a next step, what we can do is now we can just create a new get request in which we can just get a post from the ID as well. So now we can just create a new post as well as the my new post. It can be my second post, and then my second post again. And then we can just provide the same data. If we now just click on the send, so now you will see now we have two posts inside the database. So if we now just click on the get request, if we now just click on the send, so now you will see now we have the array of two values inside the post. And now what we want to do is now we need to create a functionality in which we need to get a post from that ID. So how can we do that? So again we need to provide the post router dot get request. But now inside the get request, now we need to provide the ID as well inside the router parameters. So for that we need to provide slash, and then we need to provide the ID parameter inside that. So from this we are declaring a variable inside the route as the ID, and then we need to get this variable as well from the request.params, because we have the request.body, we get the data, and this is the router params. So we get the request.params and that .id because it's an ID field inside that. And then we need to move on to the post controller, and then we need to just define this functionality as well. So we can have the export const, it can be the get post by ID. It will be equals to again an asynchronous function, and then we need to provide the request and the response as well. And then we can just provide that function. And now what we need to do first, so we need to get the ID as well. So as we have discussed, we can get the ID from the request.params, and the request.params is an object which is defined inside the URL. So if we provide the URL like this, if we provide a variable like this, like the colon dash variable, so we can get that ID from there. So how can we get the ID? So first we can define that variable const ID, and it will be equals to the request.params dot that variable name like ID. But if we provide here the user ID or like the PID with that, so here we needed to provide the PID. So that's why we are just providing only the ID, and then we are just getting the ID inside that. So with this, we will get the ID from that URL. And after that, we can just define the post as well for the let post. Here we don't need any data from the request.body. So again, we can run the try catch block. And with the catch, if we get an error, so we can just return console.log the error. And after that, inside the try, now we need to get a document by the ID. So how can we do that? So here we can just create a function in which we can get a document by the ID. So that should be equals to the post will be equals to, we can just run the await. And now we need to target the model. So the model again is the post. So we can just have the post dot get dot find by ID. So we have the function of the find by ID. And here it will find the first document with that ID. And with the find by ID, it will find the document by its ID. So here we need to provide the ID. So as we are getting the ID from the URL, we can provide same ID inside that. So this will find the record by its ID. And here again, we can run the validations. Like if we don't have the post, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to, we can give the 404 this time, and dot JSON, and with the message would be equals to no post found. So that should be the message. And now we can just have directly the post after we have passed this validation check. Then we can just return the response dot status should be equals to the 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON as well, which will contain directly the post. So here we will just add directly the post. And now we need to move on to the post routes. We need to point to this function as well again. So that should be the get post by ID. So that will be this request. So now if we now save, if we now just move on to the post function, if we now just move on to the postman, here we are into the postman. And now we can just grab any ID from there. Like if we want to get my second post, so we can just copy that ID. And now after that, after the post, now we need to provide the ID as well. So that will be the ID. And now here we want the get request as well. If we now just click on the send, so now we should be able to see that post. So now you will see, now we will get the post as well. So now you can see, now we have the status of the 200, which is okay. And then we got the post as well as the my second post. We have the my second post, and then we have this sample. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the data as well from a given ID as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. After that, now we need to move ahead, and now we need to create a functionality in which we can just update a post. So like if we have added the incorrect data inside the post, and if we have sent to the database, then we should be having a functionality in which we can just update the data of that post. So for that, we can just move ahead, and then we can just provide another type of request, which will be a put request. So the put request is used to update a record inside the database. So the put request is used to update something from that request. So we can use the post router dot put. So that will be a put request. And for the put as well, we need to provide the ID. So that should be the ID. So we can just provide the ID with that. And after that, we need to provide the controller function as well. So we can just move on to the post controllers. And here we can just define that function. So for the post, again, we need to get the data from the front end. So again, we can get all of the data from the front end as well. So we can have the export const. It can be the update post. And it will be equals to an asynchronous function. It will be request response. And then we need to provide that function. And here what we need to do is, now first we need to get the data from the front end as well, because we need to update several things from that post. So we need to get the data as well. So we can just get the data as we did in the add post. So we can just copy that data from there. So we can just copy these things from the add post. So we need these request.body data, and we need the validations as well. So we can just directly move on, and then we can just paste that here. And here we don't need the user part, so we can remove the user as well, because the user will be same for any post. And now we also need to remove the user from there as well. So that should be the user. And after that, we can again define the post. So that should be the let post, and it will be a undefined value. And after that, again, we can run the code inside the try catch blocks. So we want to communicate again. So that should be the return the console.log the error if we get an error. So inside the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error. So now to update the record, now what we need to do, so we have a function inside the Mongoose, which is a find by ID and update. So now we need to find a record by that ID, and then we need to provide the data. So what can we do again? So again, we can just get the ID from there. So we can have a const ID will be equals to the request.params.id. So as we are just defining the ID as well inside the post routes, so we need to get that ID as well from there. So we can move on to the post controller, and then we can just define that thing inside the try block. So we can have the post will be equals to await, And then again we need to refer to the post collection dot find by id and update, in which we can just find a record by its id and then we can just update that record. So we can use that function. And now inside the first parameter we need to provide the id. So as we got from the id from the url, we will provide the same id. And then what we need to do is now we need to update the records. So here we need to update the records. So we need to update all of the records as we got from there. So we can just provide the title, we can just provide here the description, we can provide the description, we can provide the image as well, we can provide here the date as well, and the date would be equals to again the new date. So we need to convert a new date first, so that should be inside the date. And after that what we need to do is now we need to provide the image as well, and then we need to provide the location as well. So that will be the things. I think we have already added the image here, so we need to remove the image. So we'll update the title, description, the date and the location with that. And now what we need to do next is now here we don't need to call the save function of the MongoDB, because it will automatically call the save function as well. So the find by id and update will automatically call that save function from that. So here we are providing the title, description, image, date and the location as the data. And now what we need to do is now we can just run the validation once again. So if we don't have the post, like if the post is a falsy value, then again we can just return the response dot status would be equals to, we can give the 500, which is internal server error. And then again we can send a JSON which will contain the message as the enable to update. And then if everything works fine, then we can just send the return. It should be the response dot status would be equals to, we can give the 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON message which will contain the message, or we can just directly send here that record, and the JSON will contain a message and it will be the updated successfully. So it should be the updated successfully. So that will be the message. So now we have this functionality. So first we are getting the id from the request.params object, then we are just providing that id inside the find by id and update function, and then we are providing the data inside the object as well. So now we can just move on to the post routes, and then we can just point to this function as well. So that should be the update post. So that should be this function. And now we can just move on, and now we can just provide that id as well. So here we are already getting this record from that id as my second post. And now we can just provide this request as a put request, and now instead of the my second post. So now inside that what we can do is first we can remove the user, because we don't need the user, and here we can just change this image URL with that. So we have the sample, so we can give the sample 2. So we have this image URL, and after that we can just change the description as well, my second post with update functionality. So that will be the description as the my second post with update functionality. And now we can just click on the send to see if everything works fine or not. We can just click on the send. So now you can see now we got the message as well as the updated successfully. It means everything is working perfectly fine. So now our record got updated as well. So now what we can do is now we can just get that record as well. So we can just provide the request as the get if we now just click on the send. So now you will see now we have the my second post and then my second post with update functionality. And there you can see now we have the sample2 as the image URL as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to update the post as well. So now the post update functionality is also completed. And now the last but not the least, we can divide the functionality in which we can just delete a post as well. So again, we can provide the post router. We can provide the post router.delete. So we have a delete HTTP request in which we can just provide the delete request. So in the delete as well, we need the ID as well. So we need again the ID. So that would be the ID. And after that, again, we need to provide the controller function. So again, we can move on to the post controller, and here we can just define a function at the export const. It can be a delete user. So it can be the delete. It should be the post. And then it should be an asynchronous function as well with the request and the response and the parameters. And after that, what we need to do is now first we need to again get the ID. So we can get the ID from the const ID would be equals to the request.params.id from the URL. And after that, here we don't need anything from the request.body. In the update and the get, we got the data, but here we only need the ID. And now again, we can just provide here the let post. And after that, we can just run the database code inside the try catch once again. So if we get an error, we will just return that error. So we'll just return console.log that error. And after that, what we can do is now again, we have a function inside the Mongos of the find by ID and remove. So we can just call that function to remove a record from the collection. So again, we can just run that code. So post will be equals to again So it should be the await, and then it should be the post dot find by id and remove. So we have this function with that. And now here we need to provide the id as well. So here we will provide the id, and it will automatically find that record and it will delete that record from the database. So we have this function with that. And now again we can just check validation, like if the post is a falsy value, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to the 500, and then we can send a JSON again. It should be the message. So the message would be unable to delete. That would be the message. And if everything works fine, then we can just send the return response dot status should be equals to the 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON again, which will contain the message again, and the message would be deleted successfully. So that will be the message. So we have defined the delete post function. So first we are getting the id from the URL, then we are running the try catch block, and then we are calling the function of the find by id and remove, which will find the document by its id and it will remove that document as well. So we have the catch, and we are running the console.log error, and if we don't have the post, if the post is a falsy value or if it doesn't delete, then we are sending a response.data as the 500, and we are sending a message as the unable to delete. And then if everything works fine, then we are sending a return response.status as 200. Then we are sending a JSON as well as the deleted successfully. And now we can just move on to the post routes, and here we can just define here that delete as well. So we can just provide the function of the delete post. We can point to that delete request, and now we can just move ahead, and then we can just click the request as the delete. So if you want to delete my second post request from there, so if you want to delete this post as my second post, if we want to just click on the send. So now you can see now we got the message as the deleted successfully as well. So it means everything is working perfectly fine. So if we now just click on the get request for this post, so if we now just click on the send, so now you can see now we got no post found. It means everything is working perfectly fine, and now the post is also deleted from the database, from the collection. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the functionality of the post and the user both. And now the final thing, or the last thing but not the least, which is remaining, is now we need to relate both of these collections together. So now we need to relate user with the post and the post with the user. Now we can just start building that functionality as well to complete this backend project. So now let's start working on the relations part. So now we need to move on inside the models. So we have the post model and the user model. So now we can go inside the user model first, and here we have just defined here the field as the post, which is an array. So now we need to just remove here the hardcoded type, which will be a string, into an object ID which will be related to the post. So here we will just give an ID of that post which will be linked inside that post array. So how can we do that? So we need to pass here the mongoose. So we have this inside the mongoose, so we can pass here the mongoose dot types. So we have the types namespace inside the mongoose, and then we can just refer to the object ID. So we have the object ID class of the mongoose. So what will it do? So it will just assign an object ID like a document ID to this post. Is first it will just refer to the type as the mongoose.types.object ID, and the object ID will give the reference of any object ID. But here we need to provide another thing, which is the ref. So ref is used to refer to a collection. So here we are telling the mongoose that we need to refer to the types.object ID, the object ID of a specific document, but it doesn't know that in which collection we need to refer. So here we need to provide the ref prop, and the ref prop would be equals to the post. So here we are referring to the post model that we have just exported. So now what we are doing inside the user, we are just defining the type as the mongoose.types.object ID to refer it to a object ID inside the post. So in the post we will just store here the IDs of that post, and here we are providing the reference which will be equals to a post with that. And now we need to do same with the post as well. So here we have just defined the user. So instead of the hardcoded type of the string, what we need to do, so we can just again pass here the mongoose.types. So we need to refer to the types namespace dot object ID class. So we have this class of the object ID. So again we need to refer to this, and here the referent would not be the post, here the referent would be of the user. So we have exported the model of the user. So here that will be the user inside that. So these are the relations between them. So now inside the user can have multiple posts, which can be an array of the posts, and then for the post, every post will have only single user. So these are the relations between both of the collection. And now we need to move ahead, and then we need to just modify the controller functions as well. So first we need to move on to the post controller, and here inside that what we are doing is, first when we are adding the post, now we need to do one more thing. So here we are providing the user. So now first we need to extract the user as well. So after the validations, what we can do is, now first we can just extract the user. So to extract the user, we can just define here the let user, or it can be the let existing user, and it will be equals to an undefined value. And after that, we can again run the try catch blocks. So we can have the try catch, and if we got an error, we will again return the console.log the error. So that will be the try catch block. And inside the try catch block, what we need to do, so we can have the existing user will be equals to the await. So first what we can do is now we can just find that user ID from there. So we can just have the user, we can import the user model dot find by ID. So first we will find a record from that user of the users. So we can just provide the user with that. So then if we will get this user, then only we need to proceed. So we can just have the validation check once again, like if we have the user. Like if we don't have the user, then we don't need to proceed further. So we can just check the validation, like if we don't have the existing user, then we don't need to proceed further. So here we can just return the response dot status should be equals to, we can give as the 404 and dot JSON again, which can contain a message. It will be like user not found. So we have this validation inside that. Is now once we are storing the post inside that, so before we are saving the post inside the post collection, now first we need to store that post inside the user's post array. So how can we do that? So we need to move on again into the post controller. So here, before we are storing the post.save, so now we need to create a session. So we will create a session, and in that session only, in just single session, we need to store that post inside the user post array, and same inside the post collection as well. So we need to create a session, and the session will create a transaction, and inside the one transaction only, we need to save the records in both of the collections. So that will be the approach. So now what we need to do is, now first we can just start the session. So to create the session inside the Mongoose, we can just directly refer to the mongoose.sessions. So we can just write the const, it can be the session, and it will be equals to the await, and because that session is a promise, so we can have await, it can be the mongoose. So it can be the mongoose dot start session. So we have a function of the start session inside that, and then this is a promise as well, so we need to await as well. So now this will start a session of the mongoose, and now what we need to do is, now we need to start a transaction of that session. So we can have here this session dot, we can have a start transaction. So we can just directly refer to the start transaction inside that. So that will be the session. And now what we need to do, so after starting the transaction, once we are just saving here the post equals to the await user dot save. So we have this, but before that what we need to do, so we have the existing user here inside that. So we will refer to the existing user object, and then we will refer to the existing user dot post dot push. So we will find here the push function with that. So we can just call it the push, and the push will end an item inside the user's post array. And now inside the push, now we need to send the post that we are creating. So we are just creating this post. So now we need to send this post only. So we have the existing user dot post array dot push a record. So we are pushing to the array of that user post array. So now what we need to do ahead. So now once we are just starting a transaction, so after we will push the record inside that array, now we need to save that user as well. So again, we can have the existing user dot save. So we can call it the save function. But now inside this save, what we need to do, we need to pass in this session. So as we've just created the session, so we need to pass the session as well. So we can just create the session as the session colon session, but with the ES6 we don't need to do this thing. And then we can do that for the post as well. So we can have the post equals to the await, it can be the post.save, but inside that session only. So here what we are doing, so first we are just defining a session, and then we are starting a transaction. So here first we are storing to the array of that user of the post. So we are storing a post inside the user posts array, and then we are just saving that user. So first we are saving that user record, and that should be the await as well because it's a database operation. And then we are just referring to the post, and post equals to the await post.save. Then we are just saving the post. And after that what we need to do, so after we have completed these two steps, so then we can just call here the session dot commit transaction. So after we have done all of these steps, then we will just commit the transaction. So here we are starting that transaction. Here we are just implementing some things. We are pushing to the array, we are saving the user, we are saving the post, then we are just committing that transaction. So that will be the thing inside that. So now what we need to do is, now we can just verify that code, and then we can just move on to the postman once again to create a record of that post. So first now we need to create another post inside that. So now what we need to do is, now we can just move on inside the users array. So we can just log in a user. So now we have this user inside that. So now this user is logged in, which has the user of the james@test.com, and then we have this ID of the James. So now we can just copy that ID and then we can just move on inside the post. And here what we need to do is now we need to just create a post. So now we need a real user as well. So for the user, we need to pass this ID of that user. So we are just sending this ID of that user, and then we can again send my second post. We can send here my third post inside that title. So if we now just click on this send again, so now you will see, so now the new record has been created. So now you can see now the post has a new record with a state of 211. And then you can see now we have the title, we have the description, we have the image, we have the location. And here in the field of the user, we got the ID of that specific user, which is just created. So here you can see now inside that array of that user, now we have this post as well. And now what we need to do is now we can just move on inside the user's get request, and then we can just click on the send. And then you can see for the user Nikhil, we don't have any post inside the post array. But if we will just move on to the James user, you will see now we have the post array as well. And inside that post array, now we have the post ID as well that is just created. So that means now our application is working perfectly fine. So now you can see now we have just created this post, which has the ID in the end of the A25. And here as well, we have the same post inside that, which is just created. So now which functionality we have achieved? So once we will just create a post, so we are just storing that post inside the user post array. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed first operation as the add operation with the user. So now our add operation is completed, and now we need to move ahead with the delete. So now once we will just delete a post from that collection, now we need to delete it from the user post array as well. So here we have the user post array. So for this user, we have created these 4 posts. So now we need to delete a post from that user post array. So how can we do that? So once we are just getting the post from that await, find by ID and remove. So here we need to change the logic. So again here we need to use the session, and for the same session we need to delete from the post collection as well and from the user post array as well. So first we need to find a post from that ID. So first we can just define the session. So we can have the const session will be equals to, we can have the await. It should be the mongoose again dot start session. So it will just start a brand new session, and then we need to just await for the session as well. And after that we need to just start a transaction as well. So we can have the mongoose, we can have the session dot start transaction with that. So now we are just starting a transaction, and now in this transaction only we need to delete it from the post collection as well and from the users array as well. And here we have the session dot start transaction, and here first we need to get a post from that ID, and then we need to get the user detail from that post as well. So how can we get the user's detail? So here inside the mongoose model, we have the function of the populate as well, which will just populate a record of the reference collection as well. Which will just populate the record of the reference collection as well. It will give you the object of that reference collection. So here we can have here the post will be equals to await. It can have here the post dot find by ID. So we will just find a post from that ID. So we'll pass the ID, and then we will just populate a record as well. So we'll populate a record from that field. So we have the field in this schema as the user. So we'll populate the record of the user inside that. So now it will give you the object of the user as well. So now in the post you have the object of the user, and now what you can do is now you can just directly refer to the post dot user object dot the collection dot the array of the posts. So we have the post array inside the user, and then we can just pull a record from there. So here inside the mongoose, so we have a function of the pull, which pulls an item from that array, which will pull that record from that array. So now we need to pull a post. So we can just directly refer to the post. So the pull means just deleting a record from that array. So we can just have the pull, and now we need to delete that post from there first. So first we need to delete it from the user post array. Then we need to just permanently delete from the post collection. So we have the post dot user dot posts array dot pull that post. And now we need to save that user as well. So we can have the await, we can have the post dot user dot save. So we need to save that user as well. But now for saving that user, we need to save for the same session that we have just created. So for just single session, now we need to save that post as well. So here we have the await post dot user dot save inside the session, and then we can have the post will be equals to the await. We can have the post find by ID and remove. After that, now we can just directly move on, and then we can just provide the session dot we can have the commit transaction. So now we need to commit the transaction. So now inside this session only, we are just finding here a post from that ID, and then we are populating the records of the user. Then we are having the post.user.post. We are referring to the user object.post.array dot pull that record, which is the post that we have just created, which will just delete that object ID post from there. And then we are saving that session as well. And then we have the post equals to the await post.find by ID and remove. We are just removing the post from that collection, and then we are just committing the transaction. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, and here we can just define another post. So it can be my test post. So we can just click on the send. So now you can see now test post has been created, and we have this ID inside that of the post. And now we can just move on inside the users array as well. So we have this ID inside that, which in the end contains 67A. So we can just copy that ID, and then we can just move on to the post request. And here what we need to do is now we need to change the request from the post delete, and here we need to provide the ID of the post to delete. So if we now just click on the send, if we now just test, so now you can see now we got the message as this successfully deleted. So now the post is deleted. So if we now just get this post again from the post collection, we can just change the request to the get. So now you will see now we got the no post found. And if we now just move on to the users array to see if the last post is available or not, if we now just click on the send, so now you can see the last post is also deleted. So now you can see the relations between the deletion is also completed. So now once we are deleting a post from that collection, so it is also deleted from the users array as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed our API as well. So now we have just completed the API with the Node, Express and the MongoDB. So our backend operations has been completed, and now we need to move ahead to the front end part where we need to create the React.js application, and then we need to visualize all of the things that we have created inside the backend. So we need to visualize all of these things inside the front end. So now let's start building the front end of our application. So here inside the root directory, now we need to create another folder. It can be the front end. And inside the front end folder, now we can just move on inside the front end folder. So we can change the directory from the CD to the front end, and then we can just create a brand new React.js application. So for that, we need to write the command of the npx. It would be the create-react, and then the name of the application, like in this case, it can be the my app. So that would be the name of our application. So after that, now we need to wait for a few moments. Till then, the React.js app would be then installed. So now our React app has been installed, and now we can just move on into the front end directory, and then we can just directly move on to the source and then the app.js. So here we have the sample React.js application, and now inside the app.js, now we don't need the header till the header, so we can just remove everything from there because we need the fresh React.js application. And then we don't need the class name as well of the apps, so we don't need that. And then we don't even need the app.css import and the logo imports as well. And now we can just move on directly inside the index.js, which is a root file where we render the root, which we create in the index.html inside the public directory in the index.html. So here we have this root, which has a div id equals to the root. And here inside the index.js, we are just creating a root to render the app component inside that root. And then here we are rendering the react tom.create root with the document.get element by id root, which is available inside the index.html, and there we are rendering the app component directly. And now we don't need the report web vitals here, so we can remove them up, and then we don't need the import from there as well. And now we can just move on inside the index.css. So here, if we add any element from the HTML, so it will take the margin of around 8 pixels from all of the sides. So we need to remove that. So we can just select all of the elements from the universal selector, and with that we can just provide the margin would be equals to, we can provide the 0, and then we can also provide the padding of the 0 as well. And now we can just move on inside the app.js, and here we can just render the hello inside that. So we can render the hello world. So now we can just run this application as well. So for running this application, we can just move on into the my app directory. So we can have cd into the my app, and then we can just start the application of the npm start command. So it will create the local development server on the port of the 3000 in our machine. So now the React app is now compiled, and now we can just move on into the browser. So now you can see now we have the localhost 3000, and then we are rendering the hello world inside that, and without any margin or any padding. So now we have created the fresh React.js application, and now we need to create the folder structure, and then we need to create the design of the front end. So for designing, first we can just move on into the paint, and then we can just define the designing of our application as well. So first we need to design a navigation bar on the top. So there would be a navigation bar, which will be a transparent color like the white color inside that, and there we will render the logo first onto the left of side. So there will be the logo, and then the middle space will be empty, and then at the right side we will just render some links. So after that we will render some links as well. So suppose like this is a link, so we will render these links after that, like there can be the diaries link, and there can be the login sign up links as well. So there would be links, and after that we need to render an image after that as well. So that would be a carousel type image. So we need to render that image inside that. So that image would contain something around this space. So the image will take around this space, and after that we need to render some content inside the footer as well. So that would be the footer. So in the footer we will just directly refer to some links, like we can share the travel diaries, and then we can just view all of the travel diaries that are available. So in the footer there would be 2 buttons as well. So we need to render 2 buttons here as well, like that could be the share button, and Another button that could be view all diaries that are available, or view all posts of that users as well. And then there would be some heading as well on the top. So that would be the design of the footer and all. So that would be the front page of our application. So first we need to build the navigation bar with the logo and then with some links, and then we need to render an image, and then we can also add some text on the images as well if we want. So we will add some text as well, and after that we will just render some text here inside that, and then we will have the two buttons of share and view all of the diaries. So now let's start building the application. So now we can just move on inside the source folder, and then we can just define a folder. It can be the header. So that would be the header. And now inside the header folder, the first thing that we want to do is now we need to define a file. It can be the header.js. So that would be the file. And now we need to create the basic setup of the React.js application with the RESTful command. So that would create the basic setup of the React.js application. So what it is doing, it is just creating a header component, and then it is just exporting the header component as default export. So that is just a component that the RESTful will create. And then we can just move on inside the app.js, and here inside this div we cannot directly render the hello world. So we can render here the header from the HTML, and inside this header we will just import our own header. So here we have own header. So now inside this header tag of the HTML, here we will use our own header inside that. So if we now just save, so now you can see now we have the header onto the application as well. So now let's start building that header of our application. So now we need to move on, and then we need to install the material UI as well to design the application, because we need the material UI for designing the front end. So we can just move on to the MUI.com, which is the material UI official site, and there you will see a link of the npm install. So we need to copy this link. So here is the link for the npm for the installation, but if you are on the yarn package manager, then you can just click on the get started, and then you can just install from that link. So here I am using the npm, so I will now directly copy this link, and I will now just create another terminal and paste this link here. So we can move on into the front end folder, and inside the front end we'll move on to the my app, and then we need to paste this command here. So the npm install MUI material emoticon/react, and the emoticon for the style components. So we have this material UI. And now for the header, what we need to do is now we need to create the app bar. So if we search for the app bar, so here you can see there would be the app bar component inside the material UI. So here you can see now we have the app bar API which we'll be using. So app bar is just an application bar which is available on the top of that application. So it will look like a header inside that. So now you can see this is also a header and it is looking good. So we have this app bar inside that. So we have the photos, we have some links as well. Like you can see, like this is what we need. We need a logo, and then we need some links as well, but on the right of side. So we need to create the app bar from the material UI to design the header of our application. So here the material UI is installed, and now we can just move on directly inside the header component, and now we can import something from the material UI. So we can import something from @MUI material, and that would be the app bar. So we need to import the app bar, and now we can just remove this div as well, and then we can just directly render here the app bar. So that would be the app bar. And inside that, if we now just save, if we now just render anything like hello inside that, so if we just now save, so the app bar is just a basic nav tag of the HTML, but with some predefined stylings, like it will give you the blue background color inside that. So this is just a nav tag of the HTML with some predefined stylings and predefined alignment. So if we now just save, and if we now just move on to the application to see if everything works fine or not. So our application has been compiled once again. So if we now just move on to the React app, so now you can see now we have the hello with that. So as we have discussed, the app bar is just a basic nav tag of the HTML, and then now we need to design the app bar so that it should look modern and responsive. So for that, so now instead of rendering the hello or everything inside that, so we need the toolbar. So here we have the toolbar component inside the material UI, which will just give a structure to the application bar. So this is the app bar, and then the toolbar will give you some structure of how the navigation bar looks, and it will align the items inside the flexbox as well, and it will increase the width and the height of the app bar as well. So this will give you the real look and feel of how the navigation bar works and looks inside the real world. So if we just now save, we just now move on to the application. So now you can see now we have the app bar and the toolbar, and now you can see the header is looking good. And now what we can do is now first we need to render the logo of that application. So for the logo, we can again move on to the material UI icons, or if you have any image of the logo, and you can just render that image only. So here I will now just search for the material UI icons for the logo. And here I will just search for any icon which will match our application, like Travel Diaries. So we can just have here the travel. So we can just search for any logo of the travels. So now this is looking good. So we can just get this icon from there. Or I think this will look good. So we can just get this icon from there, and then we can just copy that. And before using the Material UI icons, you need to install the package of the Material UI as well. So we have already installed the Material UI, but not the installation of the icons. So we need to install the Material UI icons before using that. So we can just copy that library name from here. So we have the MUI icons dash material. So we can just copy that name, and then we can just move on to the PowerShell. We can run the npm install and this command MUI icons dash material. So it will install the Material UI icons inside our application. So the Material UI icons are now installed, and now we can just get this icon from there. So we can just copy that icon from there. We can just click on that icon, and then you can see here's the link, and then we can just click to copy. And now we can just move on to the header, and then we can just add this link inside the top of the application. And here after that, inside the toolbar, the first thing would be we need to render this icon, so we can have the mode of travel icon with that. And if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application to see if everything compiles and if everything works fine. So here now you can see now we have this logo as well. So now we have the logo inside the application as well. And now what we need to do is now we need to just change this color of the navigation bar as well. So the color we need is the transparent color of the white color. So for that we can just move on to the app bar, and then we can just provide the SX prop for the custom CSS styling. So the SX prop will allow you to add some additional CSS styles for any component of the Material UI. So here we will provide here the BG color for the background color, and that would be the transparent. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see now the background is transparent, but now the icon is also gone because the by default color of that icon is white. So we can just change the color of that also. So we can have the color would be equals to the black. So if we now just save, so now you will see the color would be the black. So now you can see the color is looking good. So now after the logo, now we can just define some links as well on the top right corner of the web page. So for that we can just move on to the Material UI again, and then we can just search for the tabs inside the Material UI. So we can just click on the search, and then we can search for the tabs. So if we now just click on the tabs, so now you can see now we have the tabs page inside the Material UI, and then you can see these are the tabs. So now we need this type of links inside the header. So we can just click on any item, so that item should be highlighted as well. So we need that functionality in that as well. So we have the item 2, and then we have some customized tabs like this. So we can just use the tabs here. So what we can do is now after we are rendering the icons, so we can use the tabs as well. So here that can be the tabs component. So we can import the component of the tabs, but the tabs is a parent component. So for adding the every child element of that tab, like the child element would be the link, so we need the specific tab tag. So we have the tab with that. So the parent tabs element is the tabs element, which is a parent element, and the tab is a child element inside that. And now the parent element holds the value of the child element as well. So if we just give the value equals to the 0, then this tab would be highlighted. If we give the value equals to the 1, then the tab after this tag would be then highlighted. So it holds the value like an array. It starts from the position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and to the n number of positions with that. So it holds the values of all of the child tabs inside that. And now we can just enter here the tabs. So inside the tabs, what we need to do, so first we can just enter some links inside that. So inside the header, we need some links, like we need the links of the home, we need for the sign up and the login, and then we need another link for the diaries as well. So for that, what we need to do is now we can just create an array of the links as well, and then we will dynamically render the links inside that. So we can have the array of the links. So we can have the const, it's going to be a links array, and it would be equals to, we can just define an array of the strings. So first would be the home, so we need the home, and then the second it would be, we can give here the diaries. And then the third, it can be, we can give you the auth for the authentication of that application. So in the authentication, we will use the login and the sign up screens as well. So now inside the tabs, what we need to do, so we need to render here the links conditionally. So we can just pass here the expressions, and then we will just render links dynamically. So we can have the links array. So we have the links array, and then we can just run the map to map through all of the list elements. And then what we need to do is now we need to define a callback parameter as well to get the value. So we can give the value with the link, and after that we need to render the child tab component as well. So we can use the tab, but the tab will have the label. So we need the label for the tab as well, but the label would be equals to the link that we are defining inside the callback variable. And after that, the React needs a key as well for rendering the list. So we can just provide the key, and the key would be equals to the link itself. So that would be the key. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the links inside this navigation bar. So we have the home, we have the diaries, and then we have the auth. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now we got the links as well inside the header of our application. So now we need to move these links onto the right corner. So for that, what we can do, so inside the tabs component, we can just provide the SX prop. And with the SX, we can provide the margin from the left. For the margin, we have the shortcut like the ML to define the margin from the left, and that would be equals to the auto. With that, it will align the margin automatically from the left. So if we just now save, so now you can see, so now the links are on the right side of the web page. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And now the links are also being rendered, and now we can just define some stylings for the links as well. So for that, what we need to do, so in the tabs, as we have defined the SX, so we can provide the text decoration would be equals to the none. So the functionality after that which we need is once we will just hover over any tab, so then the tab should be then reflected, or it will show the underline effect with that. So for that, what we can do, so we can just move on to the tab component, and then we can provide the SX prop. So the text decoration initially would be the none, and then once we will just hover over this, so once we will just provide the hover inside that, so then you can see now we have the hover state, and in the hover we need to provide an object. So in the hover we need the text decoration to the underline. So we have the text decoration to the underline only once we will hover, and then we also need the offset as well for that. So we can have the text underline. So it can be the text underline offset, and then we can give it to the 7 pixels with that. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application, so now you can see once we will just hover over any link, so now you can see we have the home, and then you can see now we have the underline effect as well. Once we will just move on to the diaries, so we have the underline effect, and once we will just move on to the auth, once we will just hover over all 3 elements, so now you can see now we have a little nice hover effect as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the next functionality that we need is once we will just click on any tab, so then the tab should be then highlighted permanently. So the tabs component is the parent component, and it holds the value of every child element with that. So what we need to do is now we need to just provide the value inside that. So if we just provided the value equals to the 0, so then you will see this tab would be then highlighted permanently. So now you can see this tab would be then highlighted, but once we will change the value equals to the 1, then this tab would be then highlighted because it runs on the index basis from the 0 to n number of items. So for that, what we need to do is now we can handle here the state. So we can use the use state to handle that. So now we have the use state, and now inside the use state we can just define the value. So we can have the value and then the set value, and by default value would be undefined. And after that, what we need to do, so inside the tabs we can move on inside the tabs, and now the value would be equals to the value that we are getting from the state. But we can also define a function which is the onChange. So the onChange function is called whenever we will change the tab, like if we click on the home, the tab would be changed, and then the onChange function would be then called. It gives us an event as the parameter, and it gives us a value as well with that which tab is highlighted. So it gives the value inside the numeric basis, it gives the value inside the index basis, like this tab is highlighted, the second tab is highlighted, the third tab is highlighted. So we'll get that value, and after that we will use the set value to update that state. So we will update that state with the set value with the actual value that we will get. So here we can just define here the VAL because there would be the naming conventions issues. Then we'll have the VAL as well. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again, so now you can see once I will hover over the home, so now you can see the home is highlighted. Once we will just move on to the diaries, so now you can see the diaries is highlighted, and once we will just move on to the auth, so now you can see the auth is highlighted. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now our tabs is also looking perfectly good, and I think we can increase the offset as well of the underlines. So what we can do is instead of the 7 we can give something around 20, or we can give something around 18. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again, so now you can see once we will hover over it, now you can see now we have the little nice hover effect, and once we will just click over it, so now you can see this tab is highlighted. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just built the header of that application. The header of the application is completed, and now we need to add the routing functionality as well inside the header. So once we will just click on the home, so then we should be on the home route, and once we will just click on the diaries, so the route should change to the diaries, and once we will just click on the auth, the route should change to the auth. So what we need to do is now we can just move on, and we can just install the React Router DOM. So we can just search for the React Router DOM inside that. So React Router DOM will allow us to navigate between different links of that application. So that will be a helpful approach. So then you can see now we have this installation command as the npm install React Router DOM. So we can just copy that command, and then we can just paste that command here. So we have this command with that. So if we just now hit enter, so the React Router DOM will be then installed within very few moments. Now the React Router is now installed, and now we can just move on inside the main index.js, because now we need to subscribe for the route as well. So now we need to subscribe these routes for the app components. So we need to render the browser router component from the React Router DOM to the app component inside that. So first we need to import the browser router. So we can have the import, something again from the React router DOM, and then that would be the browser router. So that would be the browser router. And now what we need to do is now we need to wrap the app component with the browser router to allow the routing functionality to the app component. So now inside the app.js, now we need to render here some routes and the links, and then we need to render that element components inside that. So the header would be available throughout the application, so we don't need to add the routes for the header. So after that, we will just create the section tab. So that would be the section, and inside that now we need to render here the routes. So first we need to import something from the React router DOM, that would be the routes, and the routes is also a parent component, and then we need to render here the specific route for a specific component. So we can just have the route, and with the route, now what we need to do is now we need to define the path. So for which path, which element we need to render. So for the path slash, so the element would be equals to the home. So we can have the element. So for the element, now we need to render the home element as well. So inside the source, we can just define another folder. It can be the home, and inside the home folder, we can have the home.js. And then we can run the RESTful command to add the default setup of the React application. So we can have the RESTful with that. So now we have the home component with that, and then we can also create another folder inside the source, and that would be the auth component. So we can have the auth, and inside the auth we will have the file of the auth.js. So we have the auth.js with that, and then again we can have the RESTful command to add the default setup of the React application. And now what we need to do is now we need to move on to the app component once again. So with the path slash, which will be the home route, so we need to render the element of the home. So here we need to import the home component from there, and then we need to render the element of the home. And after that, we can just copy that route, and then we can just add another route. And now for this route, and this route would be the diaries. And for this route, now what we need to do, and now for the diaries routes, what we need to do is now we again need to create a new folder again in the source, and that would be the diaries. And then we can just create another file as of now, and that can be the diaries. So that would be the file name as of now, and then we can run the RESTful to add the default setup of the React application. And now we can move on to the app.js, and for the path equals to the diaries, then we need to render here the diaries component instead of the home. So that would be the diaries with that. So we can have the diaries component with that inside that. So now we can just create another route component as well. It would be for the auth. So we can render here the auth, and then we need to render the auth component with that. So now we need to import the auth as well. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again, and now you can see now we are into the home route, and then you can see now we have the home inside that. But once we will move on into the auth, so now you can see now we are into the auth. So here we are rendering the auth, and once we will move on to the diaries, so then you will see then there will be the diaries. So now you can see now the routing functionality is working perfectly fine. And now you can see the content is there because we have just not defined the position of the app bar. So the app bar position is fixed. So we need to fix the position of the app bar as well. So we can have the position. It would be equals to the sticky. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again. So now you can see now we have the diaries. And then once we will just move on inside the auth. So we'll have here the auth, and once we will just move on to the home. So now you can see now we have the home inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now we need to just create a functionality in which once we will just create a home, then we should be redirected to the home. And once we will just click on the diaries, we should be redirected to the diaries. And once we will just click on the auth, so then we should be redirected to the auth. As we have given the dynamic values to the tabs, so here we have the home. So we can just change the name to the smaller case. We have the home, and then same for the diaries, and then same for the auth. So we can have the lowercase letters with that. And now what we need to do, so inside the tab component, we can just refer a different link component for the tab component. So we can have here the link component. And for the link component, we need to provide the link component of the link from the React router DOM. So here we need to provide the link from the React router DOM. So we need to import that link. So we have the link of the React router DOM. So now what we are doing here is now we are providing the link component equals to the link. Now the design would be of the tab, but the actual component would be the link. And after that, we can just pass the props of the to as well. So with the link prop, we need to pass the to prop, and the to prop would be equals to, we can just define any prop as well. Like that would be the prop of slash. Then it would be the actual link that we are just rendering inside the callback parameter. So that would be slash a link. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again. So now you can see once we will just click on the home. So now you can see now we are into the home page as well. Once we will just click on the diaries. So now you can see now we are into the diaries page. And once we are just clicking on the auth, so now you can see now we are into the auth page as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So here we are getting an error. So once we are just clicking on the home, so now you can see now we are rendering the home component with that, but we don't have any route subscribed to that home. So what we need to do, so in the link we can just define a condition like when the link would be equals to the home, then what we need to do, so we don't need to render anything, so that would be an empty string, but after that then we can just render here directly the link. So if we just now save, if we just now refresh the application, so now you can see once we will just click on the home, so now you can see now we are into the home component. Once we will just click on the diaries, so now we are into the diaries, and once we will just click on the auth, so now we are into the auth component as well. So everything is working perfectly fine inside the header of our application. And now we need to define the different pages of that application. So we need to design the home page first, then we will define the diaries page, and then the auth page of that application. So now let's start with the home page. So now we need to move on inside the home.js, which is the home component, and here we need to define some stylings. But before that we can just move on into the paint, and then we can just define the home page here. So that is a header. So header, we have already built that header, and after that what we need to do, so here we will just define here an image. So that will be an image of any journey, of any road or anything. So there will be an image, and after that we will just add some text onto the image as well. So on the top of that image we will add some text as well, like this will be the text on that image. And after that, inside the footer content of the page, so inside the footer we will just create a footer like content, but not exactly the footer, so that will be something like footer. So we will just define a footer, and the footer will contain some text, like we will just define a text. So the text would contain like share your content or share anything with that. And after that what we need to do is now we need to define some buttons as well. So after the text of the footer we will just define the button of the share, and then we will just define the button of view all of the diaries of all of the users. So that will be the design of the home page. So first there will be an image, and then we will draw some text onto the image, and then we will start designing the footer. The footer will contain some text, and then we need to define some buttons like share now and view all of the diaries. Let's start building that content. So first of all we need to move on inside the home page, inside the home.js component, and here we can just remove this div. So now we don't need this div as of now, so we can just remove this div, and then we can import the box from the material UI. So now the box is imported, and now what we need to do is now we need to define the stylings for the box as well, because that's a container of the home page. So we can just define the width of something around 100% of the available screen, and then we need to define the height as well, which should also be the 100%. So we can give the height of the 90 viewport height, and the 10 viewport height will contain by the header, and then we will define the viewport height as the 90. And after that we can just define some styling. So first we can just define an image. So there will be an image, and for the image you will find the image attached to this video. So there's a link inside that video, and then you will find that image as the road.jpg. So that will be an image. So we will just add this image. So we have this slash road.jpg. So that will be an image, and then we can just define the alt as well. So that should be a road with that. And then we need to define stylings for the image. So it will contain the width of around 100% of the parent. And then we need to define the height as well. So it will take the height of something around 70% of the parent. So this image will take the 100% of the parent, and then the height of the 70%. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see that is the image, and now this is looking good. And now what after that, now we need to design the text as well onto the image. So we can just add some text. So we're adding the text onto the image, so that's not easy, but for that we have an approach. So the approach would be, first we can just define the styling of the box. So box will contain the position equals to the relative. So we need to define the position as the relative of the container, and after that, after the image, then we will just define here a div. So it will contain the div, and for this div we can just define the style tag to define custom CSS styling. And instead of the div, then we can just directly use the typography as well. So we can have the typography instead of this div. So we have this typography, and then instead of the style we can just provide the SX prop. And for the SX, now we need to just define some styling, like it will contain the position, it will be the absolute. So now first there will be the position of the relative for the container, and for this div or this typography the position would be the absolute. So after defining the position of the as the absolute, then we can just define some top as well. So for the top it will contain something around 0 pixels, because we need the text onto the top. And then for the left or right, I think we don't need to design that. So now we can add some text as well. So for the text, now we can just add any travel keywords with that. So we can add a keyword like dare to live the life you have always wanted. So that will be the text with that. So we can add this text inside that. So that would be this text as the dare to live the life you have always wanted. So that would be the text. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see we can refresh the page, and there you can see now we have this text. So now what we need to do is now we need to just increase the size of the text. So we can just define the variant of the typography. So the variant, I think we can just define any h element. So for the h element, we can just define the variant of the h3. So it will take the h3, and after that we can have the text align as well into the center. So we can give the text line into the center, and then we need to just increase the width of the typography as well. So we can give the width of the 100%. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have the text into the center of the screen. And after that, I think the font is not looking good inside that image, so we can just change the font as well. So for the font, we can just move on to the Google Fonts. So you can just search for the Google Fonts, and here you can see this is a home page of the Google Fonts, and there we can just select any font that we want. So if you want any font, then you can select any font from there. So there are the list of available fonts, so you can select any font which you want. So we can search for the font. So I've selected a font as a dancing script. So we can just search for that font. So here you can see now this is the font that we want. So now we will just add this font inside that. So we can just select any font from there, like we will select here the medium of the 500. So we can just select this font, and then we can just move on, and then we can just remove the previous imports of the Google Fonts as well. So now we can just click on the import, and then we can just directly import this font. So we need to just copy this import URL from there, and then we can just move on inside the index.css file, which is the root CSS file. So here's the index.css, and then we can just add the import statement at the top of this file. So we have this import statement inside that, and now we can just move on inside the home component, and here we can just define that font as well. So we can have the font family, and we can just get the font family as well, like the dancing script and the cursive. So we can have here the dancing, we can have the script, and then we can have the cursive. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so if we now just refresh the page, so now you can see now we have this font, and now you can see the font is also looking good. So everything is working perfectly fine. So this font is also looking good at the top. And now what we need to do is now we can just have here the font weight of the bold, because we need the bolder text here. So we can have here the font weight should be equals to the bolder. So that would be the bold. So if we now just save, so now you can see the font is now the bold font, and it is looking very good. And we can just define the custom color as well. So we can move on to the SX prop, and then we can just provide the color as well. So I've selected a color for this font. So that would be hash. That would be a 111 5DE. So that would be a color. So if we now just save, so now you will see the color will be changed of the font. So if we now just refresh the page, so now you can see now we have different color into that font as well. And after that, we can just add some background as well for the fonts. So we can just move on inside the SX prop once again, and then we can just directly assign a background. So we can just have here the background for this font. So the background would be, we can just define any color, like we can have here the hash. It should be, I think we can define the color of the B2. It should be the C8DF. So that would be the color of the background. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the background color as well. So this color is also looking good. So we have just defined the image, and then we have also designed the text on that image as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the image part is completed, and now we need to define the footer part as well. So for the footer part, again we can just move on after this box. So after the typography, then we can just add some footer content as well. So for the footer content, now we can just add some box inside that. So that will be a container of that footer. So with this box, now we can just define the width of again into the 100%, but for the height, so we can just define different height for this. Like here, we have just defined the height of the 70%, and the remaining 30% we can assign to this box. So that would contain the 30% of the remaining height. So we have the height and the width inside the box, and then we can align the display as well. So the display would be the flex, because here we need the flex box to add the items and the buttons inside that. And the flex direction would be the column. So we have the flex direction, and that would be equals to the column with that. And after that, what we need to do, again we can just assign some contexts as well. So we can just assign some elements as well inside that. So first there will be the typography. So we can add typography, and the typography will contain again the text align into the center of the web page. So we need to align the text into the center, and then that will contain the variant. Should be equals to, we can define the variant of something around h element. So that would be h4 will be okay. And then we can also define the padding as well for the typography. So the padding would be something around 3 or 4. So I will define the 4. So that would be the padding inside that. And now what we need to do again, So we can just add any text as well, like share your travel diaries with us. Now you can see now we have the share your travel diaries with us. So we have this text with that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have this text as well as the share your travel diaries with us. And now what we need to do, so I think this font is also not looking good. So we can just move on inside the Google fonts, and then we can just select the different font for this as well. So we can just search for the quicksand. So here you can see now we have the quicksand as well. So we can just select any style for the quicksand that you want. So you can select any style that you want. So I will select the regular with the 400. So we can just click on that, and then you can see the import statement would be updated. So we can just copy that updated import statement from there, and then we can just paste that statement here. Now you can see now we have the quicksand as well inside that font, and now we can move on into the home page, and then we can just define the font family. So the font family would be equals to, we can just define the quicksand. So that would be the quicksand. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see now the font is updated as well. So now this font is also looking good, and after this font, now we need to align 2 buttons as well. So for 2 buttons, so after that we can just have the box, because if we add the 2 buttons directly, then the buttons would be available on the top of each other. So for that, what we need to do, we will assign here the box, and this box will contain as an item after the typography. So the buttons would be aligned inside the row basis. So we can add the buttons as well. So for the button, we can provide the margin equals to the auto. So we can just define here the margin as the auto to be automatically aligned into the center of that web page. And after that, we can just define here the buttons. So first we have this button. So we can just copy that button as well again, and then we can add same button here inside that. So we have the button as well. And for the first button, we can have the variant. We can have the variant of the outline to add the outline button inside that. And then we can also add here the SX prop to add some margins as well from the right. So we can have the margin right from the MR would be equals to the 2. So we have this margin right from there. And after that, we can just have here the button, and then we can add here the share your story. And then after that, we can just define another button as well. So that would be the story. And after that, we have another button as well. So we have the variant. So that button would be equals to the contained. So first button would be the outline button, and the second button is a contained color, which is contained with the colors. And then we can add the SX prop again, which will contain the margin from the left. Again, it will take the margin from the left as it 2. And inside the text of the button, we can have the view diaries. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have the share your story, and then we have the button of the view diaries. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just defined the home page of the application as well. So the home page is also looking good. So after that, we can just add here the functionality that once we will just click on share your story or any of the view diaries, so once we will just click any button, so we should be redirected to the different route. So for that, what we need to do, so we can just move on to the button again, and then we can just assign here a new component as the button. So as we did in the tabs, so we can just assign here the new button, and that should be the link component. So we can have the link component for the button as well. So the link component would be equals to the link from the React router DOM. So we need to give the link of the React router DOM. So that component would be then reacted inside that. And then we need to just assign the props of the React router DOM to this button. So once we will just click on the view diaries, so we should be redirected to the diaries page. So we can have the diaries. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, we can refresh as well to be on the safer side. So if we now just click on the view diaries, so now you can see now we are into the diaries page. So everything is working perfectly fine. And then once we will just click on the share your story, so we will just create the add page as well after the authentication. That will be moved on to the share your story inside that. So that will be added later after we will implement the authentication and the states of the authentication with the Redux and so many things. So now the header and the homepage designs are completed, and now we need to design the view diaries page inside that. So once we will just move on into a diaries page, so now it is empty, and now we need to design this page. And then what we will do is we will just design the component with these cards. So we will just add some cards inside that from the material UI. So if you don't know about the cards, then you can just move on into the MUI.com, and then you can search for the cards component from the material UI. Then you will find the card. So then you can see these are the cards like this. This card is looking good, and then we can add this card as well. We can add this card as well. So we have predefined cards available in the material UI that we can use. And now I think this card design is looking good. So we can just get this card design. So inside our application, what we need to do, so here we have the diaries.js, which will be a parent application of the diaries. And now inside the diaries, now we will just loop through an array. So first we will just fetch the data from the backend to get all of the diaries from there. And then we will just run that loop. And then for every list item, for the every diary item, we will just create a diary item component. So for that we can just create another file here. It should be the diary item.js. So that would be the file. And now after that, now what we need to do is now we need to add the RESTful to add the default setup of the component. And after that, what we need to do, so this card is looking good, so we can just get the code of this card. So we can just click on the view code inside that. So that is the option of the show the source code, and then we can just get all of the code from there. So we need to just get the return statement from there. So we need to get from the card till the card. So we will just copy the card from there, and then we will just paste there. So instead of this div, we will just enter here the card inside that. So we'll have this card. And after the card, now we don't need that like button and the share button from there, and we don't even need the collapse as well, because that's a collapse, so we don't need that as well. So for that, what we need to do, so we can just remove the collapse component from there. So we can just remove that from there, and after that we don't need the card actions as well, so we can just remove the card action from there as well. So we don't need that. So now after that, what we need to do, so we can just import all of these statements first. So first we need to import the card, then we need to import the card header, then we need to import the avatar from there, and then we can import here the icon button as well. So we can import that, and I think this icon button will not be available, so we can just remove this as of now, or we can just comment it as of now. And after that, what we need to do, so we can import the card media as well, so we can import the card content as well. So we need to import the typography as well, so we can import that. So I think everything is imported, and now we can just save. And now we need to just run this diary item.js inside the diaries page. So we can just add the box from there, from the parent. So we can add the box, and then inside the box, now we can just render here the diary item.js. So as of now, we will just render a single diary item inside that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application to see if everything works fine or not. So I think the box is not defined, so we need to define the box as well inside the diaries page. So here the box is imported, and now we can just move on into the diaries. And I think the color red is not there, so I think this color is not there, so we can just directly assign the color of the red. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have this card, and this card is also looking good. So now we have this card as well. So now what we need to do is first we will just design this card only, and then we will just get the array of the list items which will contain the dynamic data. So let's start the static design of this card. So for that, first we need to get the image from there. So we can just search for an image from the Google, and then we can just get the URL. So I've got the URL of that image, and I will paste that URL inside the card media. So I don't think we need the card media from there, so we can just directly use the image tag from that HTML. And now we don't need the component as well from there, and now we don't need the image as a static image, so we will just use the URL with that. So we'll add this URL inside that. So we will just add this URL. So I have this URL inside that, and now instead of the image, we need to add the source, because that will be a source of that image. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have this image inside that, and this image is also looking good. So now we have this image, and now what we need to do is now we need to just align this card into the center. So we need to just define some styling for the parent first. So we can just move on into the diaries.js page. We need to define some styling for the parent component. So the box will contain the display, so we will use the flex box to align the items. So display will be equals to the flex, and then we need to just define here the flex direction as well. So that would be the flex direction will be equals to the column. So we need items on the bottom of each other, and after that we can just define the padding as well for this parent. So the padding will contain around 3. So the padding will be something around 3 for the parent, and then we need to just add a justify content into the center of that web page. So the justify content will be into the center, and then we can add the align items as well to align the items horizontally. So that will contain the center again. And then what we need to do, so we can just save for now, and then we can just run through an array here. So we can just add the sample array here as of now. So we can just define an expression, and inside the expression we can have the array of 1 2 3 4 5 elements, and then we can just run through the map with that. So with the map, we will let the callback variable as the item, and then we will just loop through every item with that, with the diary item. So we'll have the diary item component with that inside the map. So that's a static code as of now, but we will create a dynamic once we will just design this code. So now you can see now this cards are looking good. So now we have 5 cards around inside that. And now what we need to do, so we can just move on into the diary item. So first we can just define the key as the item is with that, because the React needs a key for rendering the list items. And now we can just move on into the diary item, and now we need to just define some stylings for the card and other components as well. So for that, let's start with the card, which is the parent first. So we can just move on into the diary item.js page, which is the parent page. So inside that we have the xx equal to the max width, so we need to just remove the max width. So we will just give the width in the percentages, so that should be responsive. So we can have here the width of something around 50% of the available screen, so we can give the 50% of the screen. And then we need to just define the height as well, so the height will also be the 50% again, so that would be the 50%. And then after that, what we need to do, so we can have the margin as well from the one from all of the sides, and then we need to define the padding as well as the one from all of the sides. And then the display would be the flex, because we need the flex box inside that card, so the display would be equals to the flex. And then we also need the flex direction into the column, because all items will be on the bottom of each other, so we'll have the flex direction into the column with that. And then we can also define here some shadows as well from the box, so we can have the box shadow would be something around, we can give the box shadow of 5 pixels and the 5 pixels vertically and the 10 pixels of the blur, and the color of the shadow would be #CCC, which is a little gray color. So after that we can just save, and then we can just move on inside the component. So I think we have an error, so we have just defined the flex direction with the equals to, but that would be column. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and then you can see now we have these cards, and now you can see these cards are looking good. So we have these cards, so that is a card as of now. And now we need to just change some things, like the first, there will be the location of that user, and then we need to add the icon as well for the location, and then there would be the date, and after that there would be an image. So there is an image, but before the description there will be the title of that content as well. So we need to add the title of the travel diary first, and then we will add here the description inside that. So now what we need to do is, first we need to just increase the height of that card as well. So for the height would be something around, we need to give of this 60 viewport height, so that will be okay. And after that, I think inside the card error, once we will just add the location, so we'll just able to add the location icon as well. So we can just move on into the MERN.com to get the icon of the location first. So we can just search for the icons, and then we can search for the location icons inside that. So we can just search for the location. So here we have this location icon, so we can just get this location icon from there, and then we can just copy that, and then we can just move on, and then we have the icon button, and inside that we are rendering the empty string. So here we will just render the location icon, so we need to import the location icon, edit location icon. So we will just add that location icon here, so we'll have the edit location icon with that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the location icon as well inside that. So we have the location icon. So first there would be the location, then the date, then there would be an image, and then we will add the title, and then there would be a description. So for the title, so after that inside the card content, first we will have another typography, so we can just copy and paste the typography once again. So we can just copy and paste, and I think we can just remove the text as well, because the title would be a very short, so we can just keep the title for around 3 words. And after that we can change the variant as well, so that should not be the body 2, so we can give the variant of the h element for the 6 element, that would be h6, and then we can just change the color. So I think the color would be okay. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the title, and then we have the description as well. And after that what we need to do is, now we need to just add the horizontal row as well inside that. So horizontal row will look good. So after that we can just have the HR tag with that. So we can add the HR tag to add the horizontal row. So now you can see this row is looking good, and we can just increase the padding of that as well. So we can have the padding from the bottom would be something around 1. So if we now just save, so now you can see now this is looking perfectly good, and now we can just add the padding from the top for this. So we can have the padding from the top would be something around 1 again. So that is looking perfectly good. So we have the title, and then we have the description inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that, the final step, now we can add the name as well inside the description. So as we see inside the Instagram, so the Twitter, so first we have the name, and then we have the description. So we can add the name as well. So here what we need to do, so after the HR, then we can just add the box to add the items inside the flex basis. So we can just add the box, and then we can just move this typography inside the box as well. So we have the typography inside this box. So first there will be a typography again. So this typography will contain the name. So I will give the name as the Nikhil Thadane as my name as of now, and then it will contain the font weight of the bold. So we can have the font weight, it should be the bold, we can give the font weight as the bold, and after that we can just have the variant as well. So variant would be something around, we can give the variant of the div. So if we now just save, so now you can see now first we have the Nikhil Thadani as the name, and then we have this text inside that. So now we have this typography inside that. So now we have the name as well, and then we have the description as well. And now we need to move these items onto the flex box, because we need the items inside the row basis. So for that, here we have the box, and then we can just provide the display would be equals to, we can give the display of the flex, and then after that we can have the justify content. So we can have the justify content, it should be the space between, so we can have here the space, we can have the space between with that. So if we now save, and I think we can provide the padding onto this div only, so that would be padding from the top. We can give the padding prop from the one, and I think we can remove the padding top from here as well. So we can give the padding from the parent. So if we now just save, so now you can see, now first we have the name, and then we have the description as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that, what we need to do is, I think we can remove the justify content from there. So we can remove that, and after that we can just provide the variant equals to the caption instead of the div. And after that we need to provide the width as well for this Nikhil Thadani. So for this name of that user, we need to give the width of something around 170 pixels. So that would be enough. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see, now first we have the name of that user, and then we have the text of the description. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed the cards inside that. So everything is looking good and perfectly fine. So first we have the location, then we have the date, we have the avatar icon of the user, and then we have the location icon as well, and then we have the title, and then we have the description as well. So everything is working perfectly fine inside our application. So now the designing of the card has been completed, and now the next step is, now we need to add the edit and the delete buttons for the card. So if the user is logged in, so we need to enable the edit and the delete buttons for that user. So for that, what we need to do is, now we can just move on into the code, and here inside the card, so we can add a footer of the card. So to add the footer, so we have a card actions inside the card. So we can add the card actions inside that. So we can have here the card actions which we can import, and these actions are always available at the bottom of that card. So they will be available at the bottom. So we can just directly add some buttons inside that, like in the card actions. First there will be the button of that edit, so we can have the button for the edit. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so here you can see now we have the edit button inside that, and we can do same for the delete button as well. We can just copy that button, we can just paste, we can change it to the delete. So now you can see inside the card actions, so now we have the edit and the delete buttons at the bottom of that card. So now what we need to do is, I think we can just move these buttons onto the right. So for that we can move on to the card actions, and then we can provide the SX prop, and we can provide the margin from the left. We need to align this card onto the right, so we can have the margin left as the auto. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, here you can see now we have the edit and the delete buttons. So now I think the buttons will not look good inside that, so we can just directly render the icons inside that. So we can move on to the material UI icons, mui.com, and then search for the icons inside the material UI. And here you will see now we have the icons. And then we can search for the icons here, like we can search for the edit icon first. So that icon will look good, so we can just copy that icon from there, and then we can just paste there. So now we have first icon, and then we can add the delete icon as well. So we can just search for the delete. So here you can see now this delete icon is looking good, so we can get this delete icon as well, and then we can just paste here. So now we have two icons inside that. And now what we need to do, so instead of the button, so we can render here the icon button. So the icon button is used to add the icons, to add the button effect inside the icons. So we can have the icon button here as well, and here as well. So we can add the icon button. And then we don't need the edit and delete text as well, so we need to remove that. And inside that icon button, so we can just directly render the icon, like edit icon, like it can be the edit outlined icon, it can be the mode edit outline icon. So we can use that icon, and then we can just move on ahead, and then we can just provide the delete icon as well. So we have the delete for our icon which is imported. So we can just save, and then we can move on to the application, and then we can move on to the application. So here you can see now we have the edit and delete buttons inside that. So these buttons are looking very good. So now we have this approach of adding the buttons inside that. And now what we can do, and now for the icon button, and now for the edit icon button, we can provide the color would be equals to, we can provide the color of the warning. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have different color, and for the delete we can provide different color, we can provide color equals to the error. So the color would be equals to the error inside that. So we have the error color with that. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the orange icon, and now we have the orange color for the edit, and then we have the red color for the delete. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed our card inside our application. So now the design of the card is completed, and now the next step is, now we need to render the original data from that backend inside these cards. As of now, if we now move on to into the diaries.js, so now you can see now we are just directly rendering the static data inside that. So we have the static array of 5 elements, and then we are rendering all of the data inside that. So now what we need to do is now we need to make a request to the backend, and then we need to get all of the posts from that backend, and then we need to render the post one by one here inside these cards. So before that, I would suggest you that you can add some actual data inside that. So as of now, we were sending the dummy data, but now before using that inside the front end, you need to send the actual data inside the backend. So now let's start. So what we need to do to make a request. So first thing is now we need to install a package of the Axios inside the front end, which is used to make a request to the APIs. So the Axios is a promise-based HTTP library, which is used to make the request for any backend server or any server. So we can also use the JavaScript fetch method, but the Axios is a more handy approach which we can use. So we can just use here the npm install as the Axios to make a request to the backend, and after that you need to open the server of that backend as well. So you can just move on, and then you can just open the backend server as well. So now you can see I have opened the backend server here as well. So now our Axios has been installed, everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we need to do to make a request, so inside the diaries.js we can run the use effect code. So the use effect will run after the component is being rendered. So after that we will fetch all of the details from the backend, and then we will render the original data of all of the list items inside that. So we can send here the Axios request. So I think what we can do is now we can just declare a new folder inside the source. It can be API helpers, it can be API-helpers, and inside that API helpers we can just create a new file as well. It should be the helpers.js. So in this helpers.js we will create the functions which will be useful inside any of the component. Like here we can just define a function of getting all of the posts from that backend, so we can use that reusable function in any of that component. So all of the API helpers code, so all of the API calls will be done inside the helpers.js in a different functions. So first function would be getting all of that records, so we can have export const, it can be the get all post from that backend, and it will be equals to an asynchronous function because we need to call here the async await as well because it's a promise based library. So we have the async function, and then what we need to do, then we need to make a request to the backend. So for making a request, first we need to import the Axios from that Axios. So we can import the Axios from that Axios. So now the Axios is imported, and now what we need to do is first we need to make a request to the backend. So we can call the get function from that Axios. So we can have Axios dot get because we need to send here the get function. So we have Axios dot get, so that would be a get request, and after that we need to specify here URL. So the URL will be http:/localhost, the port of the 5000, and then we have the /post inside that. So we have this URL inside that, and after that what we need to do, so the Axios.get returns a response but inside a promise. So we need to get that response as well. So what we can do is now we can just define a variable as the const response will be equals to the await. It should be Axios.get the response from that Axios.get function, and after that the response will give you the status of the request as well. If everything is passed, then we get the status of the 200. Then we can just check that status here as well. So we can send if the response dot status is not equals to, we can send the 200. So if the status is not 200, then we can just return, we can just have the console dot log that some error occurred. So it can be some error occurred. So after that what we need to do, so after the response dot status is 200, then we can just extract data from that response as well. So for extracting the data in the response, we will get the data as well. So if we just extract the data like const data will be equals to, we will get the data from the response. So we get the response dot data inside that. So if you get the response, so now you can see you get all of the results from the response variable. So you get the status text, you get the request, you get the headers, you get the data, you get the config as well. So here we only needed data. So now we will get the data inside that, and now what we need to do is now we need to return the data as well. So we need to return the data inside that. So that will be a function of the get all post. And now we need to call this function inside the diaries.js. So here what we need to do, so we can run here the use effect code. So we can run here the use effect, which will run after the component is being rendered. So the use effect will run once or twice inside the development after the component is being rendered. And here we need to provide the callback. And now the second parameter, we need to add the array of the dependencies. So here we will add the empty dependency array because we don't need to run the component after any state is being changed or not. So we only need to run this once. So that's why we have given the empty array of dependencies. So here what we need to do, so here we need to call that function. So we need to call get all posts. we'll call this function, and this will return some promised data, so we can accept that data as well inside the then. So we'll get the then, and then we will get the data inside that. So what will you do? So we will just log that data as of now. So we will just have the console dot log the data as of now, and after that what we need to do, so we need to run the catch block as well, because that's a database operation and it can probably fail as well. So we can run the catch, and then what we can do, so we can just have the error as well. So we can just have console dot log the error. So that will be the use effect code. And now what we need to do is, now we need to just save, and then we need to move on to the application. We can refresh the page, we can move on into the inspect, and then we can move on into the console, and then we can just refresh the page as well. So we can click on the refresh, and then we can just move on into the network tab to see if everything works fine or not. So now you can see, now inside the post, now we got an error, which is the course error. So now this is the error of the cross origin resource sharing, which comes when the one server doesn't have the access of the second server. So in the backend server, we don't have any access, like any different server can connect or can send a response to the backend server. So this course error is not an error, but it's a security feature for every server. So every server doesn't allow any different server to make a request to that server application. So for that, what we need to do, so we need to allow that request inside the backend. So here we can just move on into the backend folder, into the Travel Diaries, and then into the app.js, and here we need to allow the request from any different server. So what we can do, so first we can install a new package. We can stop the terminal of the backend. So we need to install a new package, which is a course. So we can have npm install as the course to fix that error. So now the course has been installed, and now we can just refresh the server as well. We can run the npm run dev. So after installing the course, then we can just import the course package from there. So we can import the course from the course. So we can import it from the course. So here inside the first middleware function, before any middleware, we can just call here the course. So we can have an app.use, it should be the course. So here we need to call the course function inside that, which will just allow the access from any server into this backend server. So for that, now if everything is saved, if we now just move on to the front end again, if we now just click on the refresh, so now you can see, now we got the post which has the status of the 200. You can see we have the status of the 200 inside that, which is okay. And then we can move on to the console as well. You can see now we got the array as well. So now we have only 2 records inside that array, because I have removed the dummy data and I've added the real data inside that. So we have the date, we have the description, we have the location, we have the user as well, we have the ID. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the posts as well inside that database, inside the front end. And now what we need to do is, now we need to just modify the function of the diaries. So here we have the component, and now what we need to do is, now we need to store the data somewhere. So we can just use the state to store the data. So we can have the use state, the snippet of the use state. So we can have the data, or we can just have here the posts and the set post, and by default value will be undefined value. And then we need to import the use state as well. And so we are getting the value inside the data. So we are getting the data.post, because that's a post key inside that data. So we can just set the data as this data.post inside that. So we can have the set post. So we can just update this data as the set post. It should be the data.post inside that. So that should be the data.post, and we can add the question mark as well as the optional data. So we have the data.post with this set post. And now what we need to do, so when we have the post, then only we need to render these things. So now what we need to do, so first we have here the post array inside that. So we have the array of the post. So we need to just remove the static data from there. So we need to remove this array, and then we need to render the post.map. So now we can just add the post.map instead of the dummy data. And here what we need to do, so we can just run another validation check. So when we will have the post, then only we need to run this code. So we can just run this validation, because when we will have the post, and then only we need to run the post.map, then only we need to render the array.map, and then we need to add item for every specific array. And now you can see, now if we now just refresh the page, so now you can see, now we only have 2 objects inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we got the 2 values inside the array, and here as well we only have the 2 values inside that array. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we need to do is, now we need to just modify the diary item.js. So now instead of rendering the dummy data like avatar URL, it's like the avatar, it has the R letter, and then we have the static title, we have the static description. So what we need to do is, now we need to accept some props. So we can just destructure directly from the props array. So here we will get the title, we will get the description, and then we will get the image URL as well, and then we'll get the location as well, we will get the date as well. So these are the things which we'll get, and then we will get the ID as well. So we will get these things inside that. And now what we need to do is now we need to just move on into diaries.js. And now after accepting that props, then we can just move on and we can change the data. So first there will be the title. So we need to add different title as of now. So that would be the title which we get from the props. And there we have the header as well as the new daily. So that would be the location inside of the header. So it should be the location. And then here we need to add the date as well. So the date, we can just add here the new date that we got there. So we have the date inside that. And now what we need to do, so here we got the image as well. We got the source equals to this source. And now what we need to do, so we can remove this source from there. And then we can add the actual image from there. So we can have the image source from the database. And then we can also change the alt text as well. So for the alt text, it would be the title. And now I think if everything works fine or not. So now we have this title again. So here as well we have the title, so we need to just remove this and then we need to render the title here. So we have the title and here we have the name of that user. So as of now we can just keep that static. And now what we need to do is now we need to change the description. So we'll change the description, so that would be the description. So now we have the description and now what we need to do is now I think everything is done. So now we need to just move on into diaries.js and now we need to send all of the props there. So now we can have here the item and then we can also have here the index as well to render the different keys. So now the keys would be equals to the index and not the item. And now for the diary item, now we need to send the props. So first that would be the date. So we can just send the new date. So now we need to convert that date into the local date as well. So we can have the new date and then we need to just convert that date inside that. So we need to provide the date. So that date would be equals to the item dot date. Now we need to call here the to local date string as well to convert it into the local date string. So now we'll have this function. So now we have provided the date and now we need to provide other entities as well. We need to provide other props as well. So then we can just send a description and that should be the item dot description. And then we need to send the image as well. So we have the image would be equals to we have the item dot image. And then we also need to send the ID as well. So that should be the item dot underscore ID. And then we need to send the location as well. So we'll have here the item dot location. And then we need to send here the last field, which is the title. So we can add the title, which should be equals to the item dot title. So these are the fields which we need to send. So we have sent all of the props elements inside that array. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see if we now refresh the page, so now we have the data inside that. So now we have the first post which has the tracking at Kathmandu, and then we have the title as well, and then we have the description as well, and look deep into the nature, and then we have the second post as well which have the title of the spend your time here, and then we have the description as well. So I think we added the wrong thing here, so that should be the location. So we can just move on into the diary item, and then we need to just provide the location instead of the title, so that should be equals to the location. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we're getting the locations as well. So first we got the location of the Kathmandu and the Nepal, we got the date as well, and then you can see now we got all of this data as well. We got the tracking at Kathmandu and then we got the description as well. And for the second as well, we got the McLeodganj, India, and then we got the location icon here. And then you can see now we got the title as you spend your time here, and then we got the description as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the real data inside the cards as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now our application is working perfectly fine. So now we have designed the home page of the application, then we have designed the diaries page, and now the last step is now we need to define the authentication page for this screen as well. So now we need to work on the authentication page. So what we can do is now we can just move on directly into the auth.js, which is the main component of the authentication, and here we can just define the authentication code. So here we have the authentication component, and now we can just define the authentication. So first thing is what we need to do. So again we can remove this div, and then we can just directly render the box from the material UI. So we have this box, and I think we need to import the box as well. So import something from @MUI material. So this will help us to import anything from there, and then we can just control space, then we will just import the box. And now this box will be the parent container. So here we need to define some stylings, like we need to define the width. So we can give the width of around 50 or around 40% of the available screen, and then we can also give it the border radius for this div as well. Like this should have the border radius of something around 10, because we need to add the box shadow as well. And after that we will add the box shadow, which will be equals to something around, we can give the 5 pixels, and again the 5 pixels vertically, and again the 10 pixels of the blur, and then we can give the shadow color as the hash CCC. So that would be the box shadow. And after that we need to align this div inside the center, so we can have the margin will be equals to the auto. and then we can also give here the margin from the top because we need some margin from the top as well. So that should be equals to something around 10. So now we have just defined the parent div inside that. So now we have this div, but here we have the empty div. And now what we need to do, so first we can just move on into the paint and we can just design that login screen as well. So now we have this screen inside that, and now what we need to do, so first we will have some text of the login. So here suppose this is the login text, and now what we need to do, we need to define some text fields from the material UI like the input tags. So they have to be the input tag, and again they have to input tag, and again we will add one more input tag, and there we will just define the button for the login, and there will be another button for change to sign up or change to login. So we will handle the both authentication states of the login and the sign up in just auth component. So we will handle the states accordingly. So now we can just define some stylings for that. So what we can do first, so we can just have here the form component inside that from the HTML. So we have the form, and now inside that form, now what we can do, so we can have another box which will have some functionality of the display as the flex. So we can give the display equals to the flex, and then we can also give the flex direction should be equals to the column. So we need the flex direction of the column instead of the row, because now we need items on the bottom of each other. So we have the flex direction equals to the column, and then for this box we can give the width equals to the 60% of that box. So now we have the width of the 60% of the parent container, and then we can also provide the padding as well, which should be equals to the, we can give the padding which will be equals to the 5, and then we can also provide the margin equals to the auto because we need to align the content into the center. So we have the margin equals to the auto. So now we have this box inside that, and now we can render all of the typographies inside that. So first we can have the typography, and that should be the heading. So we can give the variant as well. So variant would be something around, we can give any h element. So we can give the variant of something around h4, and then what we can do is now we can just provide the text align should be equals to inside the centers. So we need the text into the center of that web page. So we have the text align equals to the center, and then for now we can give the static text of the login. So we have this login inside that. So now we have the login. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the login inside that. And now what we need to do is now we need to define some text fields and labels inside that. So after the typography, now we'll have some label, like here we have the form label. So we need to add the label as the form label. So first label will be the name, and then what we need to do is now we need to add the reference text field as well. So that should be the text field from the material UI which refers to an input element as per the HTML. So inside the text field, now what we need to do, so we need to provide a margin as well. So the margin would be equals to the normal. So we need normal margin for all of the text field from there. So now we can just copy these two things as the label and the text field two more times. So we have this for the email, this for the password. So we can have this for the email, and we can have this for the password. So we have these three text fields as of now. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the login inside that, then we have the name, then we have the email, and then we have the password. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now we can also define the buttons as well. So after the text field, then we can provide the button, and the button which will have the type equals to the submit, because whenever we will enter, we will just submit the form. And then we can also provide some text to the button as well, like this would have, like this would contain the text. We can give the text of the login, and then this will have the variant will be equals to the content. So now we have the variant of the content, and now we will have another button after that. So we can have another button, so we can just copy and paste. So we have this button, but this button will have the text of change. So we have the change to sign up or login. So after that, then we will render the states as well to handle all of these things, and this will contain the variant of the outline. So we have the variant of the outline with that. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the text fields as the name, email, and the password, and then we have the buttons of the change to sign up as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So I think we can provide some more stylings to the button. We can provide some margins. So we can have the ASIC prop, which will contain the margin from the top as the 2, and then we need to do same for the second button as well. We'll have the margin from the top equals to the 2. And then if you want the corners to be rounded, so what you can do is you can provide the border radius as well. So you can have the border radius would be something around, you can give something around 10. So if you now save, so now you can see now we have the change to sign up, and then you can see this border radius is also looking good. And now what we need to do again, so we need to just copy that border radius from there, and then we can just paste for the login as well. So we have this border radius for the login. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the login and this sign up, everything is working perfectly fine. So the designing is also looking good. So I think we can also provide some padding for the heading as well, because the distance between the heading and for the text field is very less. So what we can do, so we can provide the padding, so it should contain the padding. of something around 1 or 2. So if we now save, so now you will see now we'll have some paddings as well, but the 2 is very much, so we can give the padding as the 1. So now this is looking good. So now everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we need to do as the next step, so we can just define a state. So when we will have the sign up screen, then only we need to render the name, because for the login we only need the email and the password. So when we will have the sign up, then we should see the name, email and the password, and then we will have the text of the sign up, and here we will have the change to login. So we need to render the states to handle all of that. So what we can do, at the top we can define the states. So we have the use state. With that we can use the use state. We can define the snippet of the use state as well. So first there would be is sign up, and then set is sign up, and by default value will be equals to the false. So by default the sign up will be false. And now what we need to do, so we can just wrap this text field from there. We can just wrap this text field and label inside the expression. So we'll have, when we will have the is sign up equals to the true, then only we need to render this thing. So we'll have this condition, when the is sign up is equals to the true, then only we need to render this. And then we can also provide the container, because as per the rules of the JSX. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we only have the login. And here as well we can do the changes, like when we will have the sign up, then we need to change the text of the login to the sign up. So here we will have the condition, like when the is sign up is true, then we will have the text of the sign up, or else we will have the text of the login. And on the second button as well we can have here this condition, like change to sign up, like when the is sign up is true, then what we need to do, so we need to add the login, because when the is sign up is already true, then we need to switch to the login. And then if the is sign up is false, then we can provide this sign up. So now you can see once we have the sign up equals to the false, so everything is rendered correctly. And once the state will be updated, once the sign up will be equals to the true, then we will see the changes. Like now you can see now we have the sign up, and then we have the text of the change to login. And here as well we can perform the changes. We can move on to the typography, and here we can render the thing same, like if the sign up is equals to the true, like if the sign up is true, then we need to render the sign up, or else we need to render the login. So we'll have this text. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the sign up. And now the next thing is, now we want to just define a condition inside this button. So once we will just press this button, the state to the revert of the previous state. So now what we need to do, so now we can just move on into the change to sign up button, and then we can also provide the on click as well. So we'll have the on click function, and the on click function will handle that state. Like once we will just press this button, so now the state should be changed to the login or sign up. So it should be changed to the reverse value of the current value. So now we can provide this condition, like set is sign up. So we can have the set is sign up would be equals to, we can have the reverse value of the is sign up. So we'll have the reverse value. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see once we will just click on the change to login, so I think the state was being refreshed. So what we can do is, now we can just move on into the form, and then we can also provide the on submit prop to the form to handle the on submit, and then we can provide a submit as well as the handle submit inside that. The form is being submitted, so what we can do, so we can just provide the function of the handle submit. So we can have a const, we can have the handle submit would be equals to a function which will contain the event as a parameter. And now what we need to do, so now we need to call the event.prevent default. So that should be the prevent default, to prevent the default behavior of the forms inside the HTML, like it refreshes the page and it adds the data inside the URL. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application, so now you can see once we will just click on the change to login, so now we enter the login and the state and the page is not refreshing. And once we will just click on the change to sign up, so now you can see now we have the text of the sign up, and now you can see again the page is not refreshed and we are in the same state as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the form designing part is completed, and now the next step is, now we want to get the data of that form. So we want to get the data of that form, and then we want to make a request to the backend of the login or a sign up, and then we want to log in the user. So for that what we need to do, so first we can just define here some state to handle the data of that form. So first we can have the use state to define that state. So we'll have the snippet, and then we will have the object of the inputs, and then the set inputs, and the by default value will be an object which will contain all of these fields like the name, email and the password. So we'll have the name field which will contain an empty string. We'll have the email as well which will also be an empty string, and then we'll have the same for the password which will be an empty string. So now we have these three things inside that. And now as the next step what we need to do, so we need to provide the values of these fields inside their text fields. So what we need to do, so we can move on into the text field, and then we can provide the value as well. So the value would be equals to the inputs object. So we have the input objects inside the state, then we can just provide the value like the name. So we have the value equals to the input.name, and there we want to provide an identifier as well. So we can just provide an identifier of the name should be equals to the same identifier that we are giving the value as the property key name. So we need to give the identifier name same as the key name. So we'll have the name equals to this name, because we will handle these states dynamically. So we need the dynamic state handling. So that's why we are giving these values as the name should be equals to this name. And then we need to do same for the email as well. We will have the value which will be equals to the value.email, inputs.email, and then the name would be equal to same email. And then we need to do same for the passwords as well. So we can move on into the password field, and then we need to do same for the password. So we have the value equals to the inputs.password. We'll have the name equals to the inputs.password. So we have the name equals to the password. And now if we now just save, you will see nothing inside the application. So now you can see if you enter anything inside any of the text field, you will get nothing, because now we have just given the value of that empty string. So now we want to manually handle these states of all of these text fields. So for that, what we can do, so we can run the onChange prop for every text field. So the onChange will be called whenever any text field will change, and it will dynamically update the state for only that text field. So we can just provide the onChange. So we can do the onChange inside that. So for the first text field, we can provide the onChange function, which will be called on every change. So we'll have the onChange, and then we want to provide the function inside the onChange. So here what we can do is now we can just provide a dynamic function here, which can be the handle change. So we can be the const handle change would be equals to a function which will contain event as the parameter. So we will just directly assign the onChange equals to the handle change. So we'll provide the onChange as the handle change. The handle change when you get the event as well, and then we will just dynamically update this state. We will just dynamically update the value of that input with that event value, because the event will give us the target name as well. So we will just update only the name value once we will just get anything inside the onChange. So then we need to do same for the email as well. So we'll provide the onChange for the email, and the function will be same, because in the email we will get the identifier of the email, and then the same for the password, because in the password as well we will get the identifier of the password. And now what we need to do, so inside the handle change, we will get the event. So what we will do, so now we need to update the state. So for updating the state, first is we need to run the set inputs to update the state, but we need to just get the previous state as well. So once you will enter anything inside any of the text field, like if we enter anything into the text field like the name, so only the name will get updated and the previous state will get lost. So we need to update the previous state as well. So for that, we need to provide the callback function with a callback parameter of the previous state. So we have the previous state, and then what we need to do, so we need to return an object. So here we will just return an object. The object will first contain the previous state inside that. So first there will be the previous state with the spread operator. So it will just get all of the previous values like the previous state. And then what we need to do, so then we need to just target the property name. So for which text field has fired this event, so we need to get the event name or like the identifier name of that text field. So we can have the identifier from the event dot target dot name. So we'll get the identifier from the event dot target dot name, and then we can get the values as well from the event dot target dot value. So we'll provide the event dot target dot value. So what we are doing here, so we have the set inputs. First we are just not losing the previous state, so first we are running the previous state, and then we will just target the event dot target dot name. So it will just help us that which text field has fired this event. So we'll get the name, and then we will just dynamically update their value. And after that, what we can do is now we can just save, and then we can refresh the application. So once we will enter anything inside that, like now you can see now we have the name, we can have the email, we can have the password. So every fields are now updating. So now we can just move on into the onSubmit function, which is the handle submit. So here, once the form is submitted, then we need to log the values. So then we will log the values of the input subject. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so we can move on into the inspect panel as well. So if we now just click on the sign up, so now you can see now we are getting the values as well, like we got the name as well, we got the email as well, we got the password as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the values as well. So now we are getting the data of that form. So now the next step is now what we can do. So we can make a request to the backend as well. So once we will just log in or the sign up with this form, so we want to make a request to the backend as well to update the state of that application. So what we can do is now we can just move on into the helpers.js file, which is the API helpers, and here we can just define a function which will be responsible for both authentication, like for the both login and the sign up. So we can just define that function here. So we can have export const, it can be the send, it can be the auth request. So that will be the send auth request, and this function will be responsible for both sign up and the login. So we can have the parameter as the sign up. So when the sign up will be true, then we'll make a URL as the sign up, or then we will make a URL of the login. So we have the sign up in the URL as the first parameter. Then we need the data as well, which we need to send along with the request. So as we did in the Postman, we want to send the data as well inside the request.body. We will attach that data inside the body for a backend to accept the data inside the backend server. So here we can just define here the request for that Axios. So here we can just define a request, like it can be const response, because we need to get the response from the Axios as well. So the const response will be equals to, we can have here the await, because that's a database operation. So we can again have here the Axios dot post. So now this will be a post request and not a get request. So then we need to add here the URL. So we cannot add directly http localhost 5000 again and again for every request. So there's a shortcut that we can do. So we can just copy that URL from there. We can just copy that URL and then we can just move on into the app.js or into the index.js. So we can just directly move on into the index.js there. And here what we can do is, here we can just define here a base URL for the Axios for every incoming request. So for every outgoing request for the Axios, we will just define a base URL, which will be followed by this URL after there. So here we need the base URL of the http localhost 5000, and then we will just provide the URL of /post. So now that will be the URL, and here we will just define the URL of the http localhost 5000 as the base URL. So we'll have here the Axios dot defaults. So we have the defaults object inside the Axios, which have the base URL object as well, which will be equals to a string value, and this value will be equals to the http. It should be equals to the localhost, the port of the 5000, and this. So that will be the URL of the base URL of that application. So we want to make a request to the localhost 5000. So that will be the base URL. And after that, what we can do, so inside the API helpers, so that should be /post, like API helpers, like localhost 5000 /post. And here we can do the same thing. So here we need the condition as well inside that. So we'll have the slash, and then we will have the condition, like when the sign up is equals to the true, then we'll have the sign up, or else there will be the login. So we'll have this request inside that. So then there will be the login request. So there we will have this request. When the sign up is true, then we want to add sign up, or else we want to add the login. And after that, what we need to do as a post step, so now we need to add the second parameter as well. So inside the post request, we need to add the second parameter as well, which will contain the data. So here we need to provide the data as well. So here you can see now we have the data key as well. So now we need to provide the data inside the second parameter. So we need to add the data inside an object, which will be the data, exact data that we want to send. So as we did in the Postman, we send here the name as the name property. So we will send here the name as the data dot name, as we will receive the data properties inside that. So we'll send the data dot name, and then the same for the email. So we'll have the email, then it should be the data dot email field, and then the same for the password as well. So that should be the data dot password. So we need to send these things from the data. So we will send the data inside this function as well. So that would be the function as of now. So here await is showing error because we didn't add here the async. So we need to add the async as well. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now that's a database request, and it can fail as well. So we can just add the catch as well. So if we get an error, then we will just log that error as of now. Then we will just log that error as of now. So we'll have this request, and after that we can just check the response status as well. Like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, or the response.status is not equals to the 201, then what we need to do, so we can just return. So we can just return the console.log, and that should be like unexpected, or like that should be the unable to authenticate. So that will be the console message after the response.status is not the 200 or the 201. So after that, what we need to do, so after we'll pass this validation check, then we want to extract the data from the response as well. So we'll have the const, it can be the response data will be equals to, we can have the await, because that is also a database obsession. So we can have the await, and then it should be the response.data. So we'll have this data, and then we will just return the data as well. We will just return the response data that we will get. So that's all for this function. So we'll have the authentication request, we will have the sign up in the URL as well. So we need to send the data as well. So as a final validation check or the fix, so we can have this condition as well. So when we have the data.name, then what we will do, so we will send the data dot name exact with that, or else we want to send the empty string, because we don't want it to be impacted inside the login request. So when they have a login request, the data will not find the name property, and it will give the catch error, and it will give the error inside the catch block. So we want to add this condition inside that. And now what we need to do, so now we can just move on directly into the auth.js. So once we will just log in, so once we will just click on the login or the sign up, so we can just check the validation as well. So once the is sign up is equals to the true, is sign up is equals to the true, then what we need to do, so now we want to make a authentication request. So we will send auth request, and then we will have here the sign up as the true, and then we need to add the data as well. So for the data, we will directly add the input subject with that. So we'll have the input subject with that inside the data. And now we want to add the then statement as well, because that's a promise, and then we need to just add the then and the catch statements as well. So we can have the then, and then we will get the response data from there. So we'll get the data, and then we will just log that data as of now. So we'll have the console.log that data, and after that, that's our database operation, and it can fail as well. So we'll run the catch block. If we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll just have the console.log. So now when the is sign up is not equals to the true, so then we will have here the else case as well. So we'll have here the send authentication request once again. So we have the send auth request, and this time the sign up will be the false, and then we need to add the data as well. So the data would be the inputs, and then again we will run the then catch as well. So we'll have the data, then we will just log the data as of now. So we'll have the console.log the data, and then once we will get an error, so we will just run the catch block again. So once we will get an error, we will just log that error as of now. So we'll have this error code with that. So that's all for this authentication as of now. So that should be the else. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now we can just move on into the inspect panel as well to see if everything works fine or not. So here we can move on into the console as well. So now what we need to do as the next step is, now we want to just add some data. So we can add some data as well inside that. So we can remove everything from there. So for the name, we can just provide the name as the James, and then that should be equals to the James at test.com. And then we can provide any password as well, like 123456, like 123456. So if we now just click on the sign up, so now we should be able to see the message from the backend as well. If we now just click on the sign up, so now you can see now we got an error as well, like the Axios error, like the bad request failed with the status code of the 404. So I think there is an error. I think this error is that the URL is not found for that request. So what we can do is now we can just move on into the helpers. So I think we can just recheck the URL. So I think we didn't add there the /user because that's a user request. So we need to add the /user as well. So if we just save again, if we just move on to the application once again, so if we now just remove everything from there, if we now just click on the sign up once again, so now you can see again we got a new error. So I think there is one more error with that. So we have just misspelled the name of the sign up inside that. So if we just move on to the network, so now you can see now we have misspelled the name of the sign up. We have the SINGUP. So now what we can do is now we can move on to the helpers file, and there we can just provide the correct spelling of the sign up. So that should be SIGNUP. So if we now just click on the save, if we now just make a request again to the backend. So if we now just test again, so what we can do, we can move on into the console once again. So if we now just click on the sign up once again, so now we should be able to see the request. So now you can see now we got the message of the unable to authenticate. So I think we got an error, and then inside the auth.js as well, we got this error inside that. So now we got the message of the unable to authenticate, but we are getting the undefined as well. But if we just move on into the network tab, so now you can see if we just open the sign up request, so now you can see now the user is being created, and the payload as well, it is working perfectly fine. And then you can see the header as well, it is responded with the status of the 201 which is created. So everything is working perfectly fine. So I think we have just created the wrong logic of checking the validation check of the response.status. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we need to fix this code from there. So now we need to fix this code from there as well. So but everything is working perfectly fine. So we are getting the exact thing from the backend as well as we are just sending. So you can just check the response as well. So in the response, you will get the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So what we can do to fix this logic, so instead of this O request, so we can just write here the end request with that. So we'll have the end request. So if the response.status is not the 200 and it is not even the 201, then we want to make a request. So if we now just click on the sign up once again, so if we just create a sign up record, like the user can be Manish, and then the email would be the Manish@test.com. So it should be @test.com. And if we just make a sign up request once again, so now you can see now we got the user as well. So we got the user from the backend, and we are getting the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we can do, so we can just log in with the user as well. So we can just switch to change to login, and then once you will just click on the login, so now you can see again we got the ID of that user as well as the login at the successful. So we got the ID as well, and then we got the message as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to make the request to the backend as well. So now the authentication part of the application is completed. And now after the authentication, there will be some changes throughout this application. So the first change will be, we need to change the links inside the navigation bar. So first, initially when the user is not logged in, we need to show the links of the home, then the diaries, then the authentication for the authentication. But after the authentication, then we need to allow the user to add a post to the database and to have a profile page as well inside this application. So there will be some changes throughout this application. The first change, there will be the different links inside the navigation bar. So we will implement a state management functionality in which we will use a state management library like the Redux to implement the application-wide state management for this application. So we will have a state when the user is not logged in. We need to show the links like these links like home, diaries, and the authentication. And when the user is logged in, then we can show different links like the profile page of the user, and then there will be a add page of the user as well, where user can add a post to the database as well. So that is the first change. And the second change, we need to subscribe for the different routes, and that is also linked to the navigation bar. So we need to subscribe for the different routes, like for the profile page, like for the add page, and all of that. So now let's start building that functionality. So first, we need to implement a state for having a state like when the user is not logged in or logged in. So we need to have a state for it. So what we can do is now we can just use the Redux. So the Redux is an application-wide state management that we can use, and it is perfectly suitable for the React.js. So we can just click on the get started, and then this is the Redux toolkit package. So we can use the Redux toolkit and not the official package of the Redux, and it allows us to mutate the state as well. In the original Redux package, there are some complex functionalities that we don't need to use. So with the Redux toolkit here, this is very simple. So you just need to install the Redux toolkit from here. So you can just copy that command, and then you can just move on into the application, and then you can just open a new terminal as well. So you can just move on into the front end and cd into the my app, and then you can just paste this command. And after the Redux toolkit, then we need to install another library as well, which is a React Redux. So it will be React-Redux. So the Redux toolkit is used to create some reducers and the slices, and then the React Redux is used to provide the Redux state throughout this application. So now we need to hit enter, and then we need to wait till it completes the installation of the Redux in our application. Now the Redux is installed, and now the next step is, now we want to create a store for our application. So the store is just a container which contains the application state. So we need to add the store. So inside the source folder, now what we can do is now we can just declare another folder, and it can be the store. So now this store is just a single Redux store, which is the central data store of this application. So this store contains the application state. So in this application, there will be only single state of the authentication. So we need to create that state. So in the store, we can just create a new file. It can be the index.js. So that will be the Redux file. And now the first thing is, now what we want to do is, now we want to build a functionality of the authentication. So the functionality will be of the authentication, and now for that we need to create some slices. So the slices are just an object which contains so many things like the reducers. So if you don't know about the reducers, then you can just watch my dedicated tutorial on the YouTube as well about the Redux. Reducers handle the state inside the Redux. So that are the reducers. So in the Redux toolkit, what we can do, so here we have an option of the slice. So a slice is an object which contains so many things like the initial state of the application, and then the reducer functions, then some action functions, like we need to call the action functions here and not just the sample strings of the action. So now we can just create the slices from the Redux toolkit. So first thing is, what we can do is we need to import something from the Redux. So we can import something from the @Redux.js toolkit, and that would be a function of the create slice. So that would be a create slice. And from this hook, now what we can do is, now we can just create a new slice for our application. So now we have the authentication. So we only need the authentication throughout this Redux. So we can just have the const. It can be the auth slice, and it will be equals to, it can be the create slice. So that will be a hook of the create slice. And this is the custom hook built by the Redux.js toolkit. So we can use that. And after that, we need to add this inside an object. So this contains an object inside that, and inside that object, what we can do first, we have the initial state. So we can just add the initial state. So the initial state will be an object. So we can have the object, and this will contain a property as well. Like we can have a property of is logged in. So it can be is logged in, and then the by default value will be the false. So initially the user will not be logged in, so we need to add the is logged in equals to the false. And after that, what we need to do is we need to add the reducers. So the reducers are just function which will just manage this state. So there will be the reducer functions, like this will also be an object, and here we can just declare the functions, like first function which can be the login, and these are the actions as well. So inside the normal Redux package, we need to create the reducers, and then we need to just dispatch some actions, and then we need to call the action creators. But from here, we need to just call these functions. So these functions are the action functions from the reducers. So now we have the first function of the login, and this will contain the first parameter of the state. So we can add the state inside the first parameter, and with the state parameter inside that, it will refer to the actual initial state. So that state is the initial state, and then you can just access the property of the isLoggedIn as well. So you can have the state.isLoggedIn as well to get this property. Like you in here, you can see we have the isLoggedIn property. So in the login, what we want to do is now we want to mutate the state. So we can have the state.isLoggedIn equals to the reverse value of the isLoggedIn like true. So when we will call the login from the front end from the React, so the logged in property will be equals to the true, and then we need to add the another function as well. It can be the logout. So there will be the logout function, and there as well we need to accept the state inside the parameters. So we have the state, and now what we need to do, so we need to just call the state.isLoggedIn will be equals to the false. So here these two are the reducer functions, the login and the logout. So we will call these functions whenever we want to implement the functionalities. So now we have these things inside the auth slice, and the first thing inside the auth slice we have missed, that is the name. So we need to add the name of the auth slice as well. We have missed that. So the name is very important. So we need to provide the unique name for the slices that we want to generate. So this is an authentication slice, so we can just provide the auth inside the name. So now with that, now our slice has been completed. So in our slice, the first thing is the name, and then we have the initial state of that slice, and then we have the reducer functions which contains the action functions as well, which we can call. So now this is the slice, and now what we want to do is now we need to just export these action functions as well. So we can just export this from the export const. We can just have the auth actions, and it will be equals to, we can just directly refer to the auth slice dot actions. So we can have auth slice dot actions, so we can just directly refer to the property of the actions, and this will just give you the actions of these functions like the login and the logout. So with the auth actions you will get these actions, and after that what we want to do, so now we have just created that slice as well, and now we need to just implement a store as well. So now a slice is completed, and now we want to implement a store in which we want to export all of the functionalities and all of the slices of the Redux. So here we have a function inside the Redux toolkit which is a configure store. So we can import that function as well, which is a configure store, which will just create and configure a store for this Redux. So the Redux has only single store. So here that would be only single store, like const, it can be the store, and it will be equals to the configure store, and it will contain an object inside that, and it will contain all of the reducers. So we can just provide the reducer, and for the reducer we can just provide an object as well, but here we only have the single reducer of the authentication. So we can just provide the reducer will be equals to, we can have the auth slice dot reducer. So we can just directly refer to the property of the auth slice reducers. So now in the store what we are doing, so we are just exporting these stores like the reducer. So we only have two reducers of the stores that we are exporting, so login and the logout. So these are the functionality of the Redux, and now we need to export the store as well, because to use it and to implement the state functionality throughout this application. So now this will be a final code for the index.js store, and you can see now we are handling the complex state management within this file only. So we will call the functions of the login and the logout from the React application, and then it will dynamically update the states from the Redux. And now what we need to do is now we need to just move on into the index.js file, which is a root file of the application, and here we need to just wrap the app component with the Redux. So how can we do that? So with that, as we have installed the second package of the React Redux, so we can just use a component of the provider. So we have here the provider which we can use. So first we can import the provider as well. So we can have the import. We can import something from the React Redux. So we can have the React Redux, and that would be the provider. And here we need to just wrap the app component with the provider, and the provider is just like it provides a state to any component. Like here we have the root component of the app.js, which is the app component. So we provide a state functionality with this provider. So we have here the provider, and the provider will just wrap. We will wrap the app component. And now inside the provider, now we want to just pass here the prop as well. So the prop will be the store. So now we want to refer to the store as well, and then we can just directly refer to the store that we have just created from the Redux. So now we have just created the store from the folder store and the index.js. So here we have imported the store, and then we have provided the functionality of the Redux to the app component. And now we can just move on into the app component to test if we are getting the state from the Redux. So to get the state, we have this hook inside the React Redux, which is use selector. So the use selector just grabs some state from the Redux. So we can use here the const. we can just grab the property name like the is logged in, and it will be equals to the use selector hook. So we can have the use selector, and it will be imported from the React Redux. So here we have the imported from the React Redux, and the use selector grabs a state inside the callback parameter. So it grabs a state, and then what we can do is now we can just return that state. So we can just return that state property as well. Like we can just return the state dot the property name of the state like is logged in. So with that, we will just get the property name of the is logged in and then the value of that as well. So now we can just log that value of the is logged in as well. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, we can move on into the home, and then we can refresh the page. And now what we can do is now we can just move on into the inspect to check if we are getting the value or not. So now you can see inside the console window, now we are getting the false. So here you can see now we are getting the value of the false of the Redux. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we can do is now we can just move on into the index.js as well. And if we now just change the value of the is logged in to the true. So if we now save, so now you can see after the page is refreshed, and now you can see now we are getting the value of the true as well. So now we are just getting the values as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have implemented the functionality of the Redux. So that is very simple. So now after implementing the Redux functionality, now what we can do, so after we will just log in, so after we'll make a request to the send auth request, then what we can do is now we can just call that function from the Redux. So we can just call this function of the login or the logout. So we can just import the actions from the Redux to call this function. So inside the auth.js, whenever we'll just make a request from the send auth request, so we can just have here the then. So after we are having the then we can just add another then statement here, and then we can just call that function here. So now what we want to do is now we need to just dispatch an action to the Redux. So we have the actions here. So first what we can do is now to dispatch an action to the Redux. So we have a hook inside the React Redux, which is the use dispatch. So we can use that hook. So we can have a const, it can have a dispatch will be equals to the use dispatch. So we can just import that hook from there. So the use dispatch will allow us to dispatch an action. So now what we want to do is now we need to import the actions from the Redux as well. So we can have the auth actions. So now the auth actions is also imported, and now what we want to do is now we can just move on into the then. So after the user is sign up, so after the sign up request, then we can just have the dispatch function. So we need to dispatch an action, and the action will be the actions, it will be the auth actions dot the function name like the login or the logout. So after the sign up is completed, then we can just call the auth actions dot login to log in the user, and then we can just copy that again. And then we can just use that same from the login as well. So we can have the after we are logging the value, then we want to just dispatch an action of the login as well. So if we now just save, if we now just move on into the auth, so now you can see if we now move on to the console, so initially we have the value of the false, and now I will remove everything. So if we now just click on the change to login, if we now just click on the login, I think we have an error inside the auth.js. So if we now just move on into the auth, I think we are just having the submit function on both of the buttons, so we need to remove that from there. So inside the change button, so now we need to remove the submit type equals to submit. So because it was submitting the value of that form. So now we can just refresh the page again. We can just refresh the auth, and now what we can do, so initially what we can see is we have the status of the false from the Redux. And if we now just click on the change to login, and if we now just make a login request to the backend, so if we just click on the login, I will remove everything from there. If we now just click on the login, so now you can see now we got the updated state from the Redux, which is true. So now the state is updated whenever we are logging inside our application. So whenever we are logging on inside this application, the state is updating. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just achieved that functionality inside this application, that once we will log in, the state is being updated through the application. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now after this functionality, now the next step is now we want to just store the ID of that user somewhere. Like which user is logged in, we need to identify that user as well. So for that, once the user is logged in, so we are just getting the ID of that user as well, and even in the sign up we are getting the ID. So we need to store the ID of that user somewhere. So if we now just store the ID inside the Redux or inside any variable inside the application, so if we refresh the page, so that variable will be gone because these are stored inside the memory, and the memory will be gone once we will refresh the page. So we need to store the ID of that user somewhere, that once we will refresh the page, the ID will stay there, like the ID will not be removed. So we can just store that ID inside the local storage of the browser. So the local storage is the best approach, which never deletes. So the local storage is type of a permanent storage, like even if you close the browser, even if you reopen the browser, then you will still see that ID there. So now we need to use that approach. So now what we will do, so once we will log in, so we will just store the ID of that user inside the local storage, because we need the ID of that user later. like when we will add a request to the database, like when we will send the add request of the post, then we need that ID, because then we don't ask the user for that ID. So we will store that ID, and even when we'll make a logout request, then again we need the ID of that user. So for that we need to store the ID. So what we can do, so once we are just getting the console.log value after we are logged in, so then we are just logging the data. So what we can do is now we can just store the ID. So like now you can see, if we now move on to the console, like here, once we are logged in, so we are getting the ID of that user. So what we can do is now we can just store the ID. So we have the then console.log data. So instead of the console.log, now we can have the local storage dot, we can have the set item. So we can just directly access the local storage, because that's a global variable inside the JavaScript, and it is available in the Chrome's local storage. So if we just move on to the sources, we can just click on the more, and then here you can see now we have the application, and inside that we have the storage. So here we have the local storage. Inside that you can see now we have the local storage. So we can just store that variables here. So we can have the local storage dot, we have the function of the set item. So it will just set a new item inside the local storage. So we can just provide a new key, like it can be the user ID, and then we need to provide the value as well. So for the value, what we can do, so we can just directly refer to the data dot ID for the value. So that will be for the login. So if we now just save, if we now just refresh the page once again, and if we now just click on the change to login, and if we now just click on the login, so now you can see now inside the user ID, now we got an value. So we got the value of that actual user ID which is logged in. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we need to just change for the sign up as well. So now what we can do is now we can move on to the change to sign up. Then we can just change the email like Nikhil1, and then we can just provide it Nikhil, and then we can just provide the same password. We can move on to the console, and then we can just click on the sign up. So in the sign up, now you can see we are getting the value in the user object dot the ID of that user. So what we can do inside the send auth request, so like here we are logging the value, so we can just have here the local storage dot set item, and that will be equals to the user ID once again. So the key should be same inside both the login and the sign up. So that's an important. So we have the user ID, and then the value would be, then we have the data dot user field dot underscore ID of that user. So that will be the thing. And now what we can do is now we can just test that again. So we can have that Nikhil1, and then we can have the nikh1 test, and then it test.com. So if we just click on the sign up, and now we can move on to the local storage as well. We can move on to the application, and there you can see now we have this ID. So if we now just click on the sign up, so now you can see the ID has been changed. So now we are just storing the IDs of the user as well inside the local storage. So everything is sorted out and everything is working perfectly fine. So now the authentication and the redux functionalities are completed, and now the next step is, now as we have discussed that once we will log in or the sign up, so the functionality of that application will change. So here we have the home, that is in the authentication. So once we are logged in, so now we need to change the links from that navigation bar. So we can just move on into the header.js inside the header file. So we have the header.js, and inside that what we can do, so here first we can just grab the state from the redux. So as we did inside the app.js, so we can move on to the app.js, and then we can just copy that state from there, it's logged in, and then we can move on to the header, and then we can just paste that state here. So here we will get the state from the redux whenever the state will be updated. So we will get the updated state from there. And after that, now we have the links array from there. So we have the links array when the user is not logged in. So what we can do is now we can just declare another array which will contain the links when the user is logged in. So we can have the const, we can have the logged in links, and it will be equals to an array of the strings once again. So it will contain the home, it will contain the diaries as well. So the first two will be same. And then what we need to do, so it will contain the add as well, because now we need to add a post to the database as well. So we need to create the post as well. And then there will be another tab of the profile. So there will be the profile tab as well. So now as of now there will be these links, and now what we need to do is now we can just move on whenever we are rendering these links. So here we have the tab, and inside that tab we are just wrapping the links array, and then we are just mapping through the array, and then we are just having the tabs. And now what we need to do, so now we need to wrap this inside a condition. So we can have the condition here. So when the is logged in property will be the true, then we want to render different content, or else we want to render this links array. So when the is logged in property will be true, then what we want to do is now we can just copy that links array once again. So we can just copy that part, and then what we can do is now we can just copy that from here, and then we can just paste that here. So here there will be the links array once again, but here we need to change from the links array here. So we have the logged in links. So when the is logged in property will be true, then we want to render the logged in links dot map the link as well. Like there will be the links of the home and then profile and other things. And then when the is logged in property is false, then we want to render these links. And now what we want to do is now we need to just add their components as well. And now we need to subscribe for the routes as well. So we have the home diaries we have already done. And for the add and profile, we need to add the profiles and the add page as well. And then we need to subscribe for the routes as well inside the app.js. So now what we can do is, so inside the source, so with the diaries. And then what we can do is, so inside the diaries, now we can just provide the add page here as well. Here only, so we have the add.js. And then we can run the refce command to add the default setup. So we have the refce, and then we can just declare another folder inside the source. It can be the profile, and inside the profile we can just declare a new file. It can be the profile.js. So we can have the profile.js, and inside that we can just run the refce once again. So we have this command, and now what we need to do is now we need to move on to the app.js. And here what we want to do is now we need to subscribe for more routes. So we can have the route path equals to the add. So then we need to render different content, like we need to render the add. So we need to import the add from there. And now we need to add another route. We can just copy and then we can just paste for the profile. So we can have a const. So we can have the profile, and here for the element we need to render the profile component here. So we can have the profile. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, I think we got an error like the use selector is not defined. So we need to import the use selector inside the header. So we can just move on into the header page, and then here we need to import the use selector hook. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, and then we can just click on never, and now you can see now we enter the console. So initially now you can see now we have the state of the true of the Redux, and here you can see now we got different links. We got the home, we got the diaries, we got the add, and then we got the profile. Now we are subscribed to all of the routes, and then we are changing the links whenever we are logged in as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the authentication part is completed, and now we need to just design the add and the profile pages inside our application as well. So now let's start with the add. So now what we need to do is now we need to move on into the add.js. So we can just search for the add, and here we have the add, and here we need to just design a form in which after submitting the form, then we need to make a request to the backend to submit that post to the backend to add that post into the database. So now let's start working on that functionality. So first what we can do is now we need to just define here the box from the material UI instead of this div. So we can have this box from the material UI. So that would be the container, and we can just define some stylings as well. So that would contain the display equals to the flex, and then we need the flex direction into the column because we need the items onto the bottom of each other. And then we can just define some more stylings, like we can define the width as well to the 100% of the available screen, and then we can just provide the height as well to take the 100% of the available screen. So that would be a parent container that we have defined. And now we need to just design the form as well. So the form inside this application will be very simple. So we need to just add some text fields and the labels on the form, but first we will add the typography, and then inside that we will add a text like add your post, like something with that. So now what we need to do, so first we can just add the typography with that. So the typography would contain the variant, should be something around, we can give the variant of any h element, like it can be the h4 will be okay for the variant of the typography. And then we need to provide the different font family. So we can have the font family should be equals to, we can give the font family of the dancing script that we have just imported from the Google font. So that would be a font family, and then we need to just define some text as well inside that. So text can be add your travel diary. So that would be the content, and after that now we can just render an icon as well. So after the travel diary, then we can just add an icon. So for the icon we can just move on into the materialui.com to add an icon. So we can just use the same logo as well for the travel icon. So we can just move on into the icons page. So here we have the icons, and now inside the icons page, now we can just search for any icon, like that should be the travel. So we can just click on the travel, and then we can just search for any travel related icon. So here that icon will look good, so we can just copy that icon, and then what we can do is now we can just move on into the application, and here we can paste this icon, and then we can just add that icon after the typography. So what we can do is now we can just add another box which will have the display of the flex. So we can have the display will be equals to the flex, and then we'll provide the margin of the auto as well to align that into the center. So the margin would be equals to the auto, and then what we can do is now we can just define the padding as well from all of the sides that would contain the 2, and after the typography then we can just render this icon as well. So that would be the travel explore icon that we want to use. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application to see if everything works fine or not. So now you can see now we have the add your travel diary. I think we have an error, so we can just check there. So I think we have not wrapped all of the content into this box, so we need to wrap this content. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, so here you can see now we have the add your travel diary, and then we have this logo icon as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the icon designing is not looking good, so what we can do is now we can just increase the width of the icon. So we can just increase the size of the icon, and then we can just align some padding as well from the left of the side. So what we can do, so we can just move on into the travel icon, and here we can just provide the SX prop once again, so we can have the font size. So we can increase the font size to something around 40 pixels, and then what we can do is now we can just have the padding from the left. So padding left would be something around, we can give the 1, and then we can also provide the color as well. So we can have the color of any light gray color, so we can have the light coral color, that will look good. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the add your travel diary, and then you can see now we have this icon as well. And now we can just make this text bolder as well, so we can just move on to the typography. We can have the font weight should be equals to the bold, so we need the bolder font. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the add your travel diary, and then we have this icon as well. And after that now we can just render the form as well below that. So what we can do, so inside the parent div container, inside the parent box that have the display of the column, then we can just render the form. So we can just provide the form tag directly from the HTML. So we have this form, and then inside this form what we can do, so we can just provide the box for styling of all of the input elements. So we have the box, and inside this box now again we need to just define some stylings as well, I think. So we can just provide the box, we can just define the padding of something around 3 from all of these sides. Then we can also provide the display again of the flex, so we can have the display equals to the flex because we need the text fields on the bottom of each other. And then we can just have here the margin as well from the auto to align it into the center, margin as the auto. And I think the flex direction would be the column, so we have the flex direction would be equals to the column. And inside this container now we need to add the text fields. So first we can just have the label of the form, so we can have the form label once again, and after the form label that would contain the title first, so that would be the title of that post. And then we can just add the text field as well after that, so we can have here the text field, so that would contain the text field, so that would be a title and the text field. And now we can just copy these two things, and then we can just paste it few more times. Like we have the title, we have the description, we have the location, we have the image, and then we have the date as well. So we can just add some text fields with that. Now we can just provide the respective elements. So we have the title, we can have the description, and then we can have here the image, URL of that image. And after the image then we need to have here the location as well, so we can have the location, and then we need to add the date as well, so that should be equals to the date. So I think we are done with it. And now what we need to do, so we need to just select all of the text fields as well. So we can just select this text field, and then we can press the Ctrl and F2 to select all of them. And then we need to provide the margin as well, so the margin would be the normal from all of the sides. So we can have the margin of the normal, so it will give you some margin from the top and the bottom of the sides, and it will give you some margin of around 10 to 15 pixels. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the title, description, we have the image URL, we have the location, and then we have the date. So everything is working perfectly fine. And I think the width is too much for this container, so what we can do, so we can just decrease the width a little bit for this container. So width would be something around the 80% of the parent. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the width of the 80% of the parent width, which is the 100%. And then the variant of these text fields are not looking good. So what we can do, so we can again select all of the text fields from there. So we can just select these text fields, we can press Ctrl and F2, and then we need to provide the variant. We can provide any different variant, like we have 3 variants. We can just select the variant of the standard. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see these variants are looking good. So we have the title, description, image URL, location, and the date. So these variants are looking good. So now after the text field, now we need to just design the form labels as well. So we can just provide different font for the form labels. So what we can do again, so again we can select all of the form labels from there. We can just press Ctrl and F2 again, and then we can just provide the SX prop. We can provide the font family. So the font family would be the quicksand that we have just imported from the Google font. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now this font family is looking perfectly good. So you have the title, description, image, URL, location, and the date. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that, after the end of the form, then we can just add the button as well to submit. So we can just import the button again from the material UI. and then we can just provide the variant should be equals to, we can give the variant of the content, or we can just have the post. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the button of the post as well, and then we can just provide some styling for the buttons. So the color is not looking good, so we can just provide different color, like the color of something around warning will look good for this button. And then we need to provide the SX prop, which will contain the margin from the top. We can give the margin from the top as the 2. And then what we can do is, now the full width button is not looking good inside that, so we can just decrease the button's width. So what we can do, so we can just provide the width of the 50% for the button, so we can have the width of the 50% of the parent. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now the width is 50%, and then we need to align this into the center as well. So we can again have the margin should be equals to the auto. So the margin would be equals to the auto with that. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application once again, so now you can see now the button is in the center of the screen, and then we need to just provide here the border radius as well. So we can have the border radius should be something around, we can give the border radius of something around 7. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now this button is looking perfectly good. I think we can increase the margin from the top, so we need to align the margin after the margin auto. So after that we can just have the margin top from the 2. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application once again, so now you can see now everything is looking perfectly fine. So now the designing part of the form is completed, and now we need to just handle the form data again. So now we can just have the same approach as we did inside the auth component. So we need to just define a state with all of the objects inside that, like the title key, description, image, URL, location, and the date. And then we need to just handle all of the text fields dynamically from just single function. We can just target their property names, and then we can just target their values from the event. So what we can do is, first we need to just define the state. So here we can have the use state from the React. So we can just import the use state. I'm using the snippet of the use state, and then we need to add the objects of the inputs, then the set inputs, and then we need to add the object. So the object will contain the properties, like we have the title, description, image, URL, location, and the date. So we can have the title will be an empty string as of now. Same will be description, will also be an empty string, and then we need to add location as well. So that will be location will be an empty string. The same will be the image URL, would also be an empty string, and then we need to add the date as well. Date would also be an empty string. So now these are the fields that we need, and now we need to just assign the values for the text field as well. Like for the name, like for the title, we need to just define the value would be equals to the inputs dot title. So we can have the title, and same we need to provide the identifier as well. So the name would be equals to the title as well, and then we need to just provide the onChange function as well. So whenever the input will be changed, we need to call the onChange function as we did inside the auth.js component. So we can just have the onChange. So the onChange will be called whenever we will enter anything, whenever we will just enter this text field. So the onChange function will be then called. So we can just provide the function of the handle change. So we can have the handle change. So we will point to the handle change function, and it will get the event as well from the onChange. So onChange will give you the any event. Then event will have all of the properties like the name, their identifiers, their values, their variant, and all of the things with that. So then we need to just copy these 3 things, and then we need to just move on to description as well. So we have the description, we have the name equals to the description, and then we have the value of the inputs.description for the state. So we have the inputs.description, and then we can just copy these 3 things once again, and then we need to move on into the image URL. So we can have the text field. So we have the name equals to the image URL, and then we need to add the inputs.image URL again, and then we need to just move on for this text field as well for the location, and then the same for the date as well. So the text field, we have the date, we have the name equals to a description, we have the value equals to the input dot, we can have the date, the name will be equals to the date again, and then the function would be the handle change, and then this text field will have the type of the date as well, because we need to add the type of the date. And then what we need to do is, now we can just move on and define the handle change function as well. So we can have the const, we can have the handle change, which will equals to a function which will get the event as the parameter. And then what we need to do is, now we need to just provide updated state inputs with that. So as of now we will just save, and then we will just check with these inputs. So now you can see now we cannot enter anything inside that, because as of now we have the hard-coded empty string. Now we need to just dynamically and manually handle the state. So first we will call here the set inputs to update the state. So first we need to grab the previous state as well. So we can have the previous state, and then with the previous state, now what we need to do So with the previous state, first we need to just return here the previous state. So we will just return an object which will contain the previous state first. And after that, we need to just render the actual content. Then we would target the property name. So in the JavaScript, we target the property name from the square brackets. So we can the event.target dot name. So we will target the name, and then we will just get the values as well from the event.target dot value. So for any specific identifier, for any specific text field, we need to just get the value as well from that specific text field. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see we can enter anything into the title, we can add anything into the description, image, location, and the date as well. And now what we need to do, so once we will just submit the form, then we need to log the data again. So what we can do, so we can just provide the onSubmit function to the form as well. So we can have the onSubmit prop to this form, and it will also be a handle submit. So we can have the handle submit, and then we need to just define this function as well. We have the const, we can have the handle submit function would be equals to a function which have the event as the parameter, and then we need to just log the value. So we can just log the value of the inputs, and before logging the value of the inputs, so we need to just prevent the default behavior of the HTML, like it sends the data to the URL and it refreshes the page. So we can call the event.prevent default to prevent the default behavior of the website. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, now we can just move on to the console window to see if we are getting the values or not. We can move on into the console. So we can just log the value. So if we just click on the post, so we didn't get anything because we haven't added the button as the type equals to the submit. So the button will have the type equals to the submit. So we need to add the type will be equals to the submit because we need to submit the form. So if we now save, if we now just check again, we can just click on the post. So now you can see now we got the values as well. We got values of all of the text field that we have rendered. So we can just check the date as well. So we can just click on the post. So now you can see now we got the date as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are just getting the values of the form as well. And now the next step is now we want to make a request to the backend for adding that post to the database. So for that, what we can do is now we can just move on to the API helpers. We have the helpers.js, and here we can just define another function. So that would be the export. We can have the const add post. So that would be equals to the function, and this will be async function as well. And this will contain the data as well inside the parameters. So we need to add the data. And now what we need to do is now we need to again make a request to the backend. So as we have added the default URL and the base URLs, so we need to just add the URL here. So we can just call here the axios dot post request. So that would be the post, and then the URL would be slash post. So the URL will be slash post, and then that would be the same URL. And after that, we need to add the data as well. So the data would be inside an object. So inside the object, we need to add the data, like we need to add the title. So the title would be equals to the data dot title. And then the same for the description. We need to add the data dot description, and then we need to add the location as well. So we can have the location. Location would be equals to the data dot location, and then we need the image URL as well. So that should be the image URL. So I think we need to just check what we have added inside the image. So we can just move on into the post. So that would be only the image. So we need to add the image inside that. So that would be the image, and that would be the data dot image URL. So that would be the image URL. And after that, now what we need to do is now we need to add the date as well. So we have the date, and the date would be equals to, then we need to add the date as well. We can have the data dot date, and then what we need to do is now we need to add the user as well. So for the user, as we did inside the backend, we need to send the object ID of that user, and we are already storing the object ID inside the local storage. So we can just check that again. We can move on into the application part inside the Chrome, and then we need to just check the user ID. So here we have the user ID. So we need to add this post for this user ID. So what we can do, so we need to just add the user from the local storage dot get item. So to get an item, we need to add the get item, and then we need to pass here the key of the user ID. So that should be the key. So that should be the Axios post request, and then this will also be an async task. So we need to await for it, and then we need to get the response as well from this. So we need to add the const response. And after that, this is a database operation, and it can fail as well. So we can just add the catch. So if we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. So we'll just console.log that error. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just check the validations as well. Like if the response.status is not equals to the 201 which is created, then there might be something wrong. Then we can just return the console.log again, like error occurred. And then what we need to do, so if the status is 201, then what we can do is now we can destructure everything from the request. So we can have the const, we can have the response data, would be equals to the response dot data. So we'll get the data from that response, and then we need to just return the data as well. So we need to return the response data, and the response dot data is also an async task, so we need to await for this. So that would be await response dot data, and then we need to return that data. And now that will be a add post request. So first we are just making a post request for the post, and then we need to just add the data as well inside that. So we are just getting the user from the local storage, then we are just catching if we get an error, then we have validation, and then if everything works fine, then we are just sending this response. And now what we can do inside the add.js, so here once we are just submitting the form data, after that now what we can do, so we need to just call this function. So we can have the add post function with that, and then we need to pass here the data. So we can just directly pass here the data as the inputs. So that would be the inputs inside that inputs object, and then that would be a promise. So we need to wait for this task as well, and we will get the response from there, and then we will just log that response as of now. So we'll just console.log that response. So we'll get the response, and after that that would be a database operation. So we need to wait, and then we need to catch for this as well. So we can have the catch error. We will just log that error as of now. So we'll have the console.log that respective error. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application to see if everything works fine, we can just add the brand new post for the travel diary. So you can just add the data inside the post, and I will also add the data from somewhere, and then we will just click on the submit. So I'm getting the data from somewhere. So I added this data. So we have the trip to Manali, and then Manali in the symbol is like heaven, and then I added the image URL as well, and then we have the location, and then we have the date. So if we now just click on the post, so now we should see the successful request to the backend. So if we just click on the post, so now you can see now we got the updated post from the backend. So here we have the post, so we got the title, we got the ID and the v fields as well. So it means that everything is working perfectly fine. So the post is already added to the database, so everything is working perfectly fine. So if we just click on the diary, so now we should be able to see the post as well. So now you can see now at the end, now we can see now we got the post. So we have the trip to Manali, and then we have the name as well. We have the name of the user as of now, Nikhil Tadani, but that's a hard-coded value. But here we have the Manali in December is like an heaven. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to make the request to the backend as well for adding the post. So the post add functionality is also completed. So now the add operation is completed, and now we need to work on the edit and the delete operations as well. So what we will do, so once we will just click on the edit, then we should be moved on to the different URL route that should contain the ID of that post as well, and then we will fetch the details of that post from that ID, and then we will update that information inside the form. So we'll use the same form as per in the add.js. So we'll use this form inside that, so everything would be same. And now what we need to do before that, so before that we need to fix one thing. Like here we are getting the edit and the delete buttons for every other user's post as well. So what we need to do here, so we need to just enable for only those posts which is just added by the current user which is just logged in. So what we can do, so we can just move on into the diaries.js page, and there we are getting the details of all of the things from that diary. So for every diary we are just getting a detail, and here we are getting the user as well. So we can just give here the prop of the user, that should be the item.user, and there inside the diary item.js, and there we need to just accept the prop of the user as well. So we'll just accept the prop of the user inside that. So that would be the approach. And now after that what we need to do, so here we need to do one thing. So if this user ID is equals to the current logged in user's ID, then only we need to enable the edit and the delete buttons for that post. So here what we need to do, so we can just define here a function. We can have the const, it can be the is logged in user, and it will be equals to a function. And then what we need to do inside the function, so we'll return a boolean value true or false. Like we will check if the local storage dot get item, we will just get the item from the local storage of the user ID. So if the user ID is equals to the user ID that we are getting from the specific post, and then only, and for that post only we need to enable the edit and the delete buttons. So then we will just return the true. So we'll just return the true, or else we will just return here the false inside that. We will just return the false. So that should be the case. And now what we need to do as the next step, so here we are rendering the cart action buttons. So we need to wrap this inside a condition. So we only need to add this once the is logged in is true. So if we now just save, so now you can see for every different user's post, now you can see now we don't have the edit and the delete button, and now for only the logged in user's post we have the edit and the delete buttons. So everything is working perfectly fine. Now we have just fixed this functionality, and now the next step is, now once we will just click on the edit, then we should be redirected to the different URL route. So we can just move on into the icon button of the edit. So that is the edit button. So we can just provide the component of the link as we did inside the header. So we can have the link component. So the link component, we can define the link from the React router DOM. So as we did inside the navigation bar, so we can use the link from the React router DOM. So that would be equals to the link, and then we can just provide the props of this link as well. So now what will it do? So now we have the functionality of this link, and then we have the design of this icon button. So we can just pass the to prop as well. So in the to, what we need to do, so we can just pass the slash post slash that ID of that post. So we can just pass the ID inside the expression. So we are getting the ID of that post inside the props as well. So we have the ID. So now we need to update the post from this. So we can just pass the slash post slash ID. After that, now we need to just define a new file as well, and then we need to just subscribe for this route as well. So we can just define the new file inside the diaries. That should be the diary update.js. So that should be the file, and then we can add the REFC for the initial setup, and then we will just move on into the app.js to subscribe for this route. So we can just copy existing one, and then we can just paste that here. We can have the path will be equals to, we can give the path of the slash post slash that ID. So as we did inside the backend, so we need to add the parameter inside the URL. So the parameter would be the ID, and then we can just get the ID from that component. Like we have the use param sook from the React router DOM, so we can just get the ID field from that use param sook, because that gives you the key value pairs of that objects inside the parameter. So we have the ID, so we'll get the value of slash ID. And now we need to render different component, that should be the diary update. So if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, so now you can see once we will just click on this edit button, so now you can see now we enter the diary update page, and then you can see now we have the URL as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we can just move on into the diary update. So what we need to do, so first we need to just get the details of this post. So we can just make a request to the backend to get all of the details from this post. So what we can do, so we can just render the use effect code. So we can have here the use effect. So how can we get the ID? So as we have discussed earlier, so we have a hook inside the React router, which is the use params, which gives you the key value pairs of all of the objects inside the parameters. So we can have the const, we can have the ID, that should be equals to the use params hook. So we can have the use params from the React router DOM, and then we have the field of the ID. So we have the field of the ID inside the app.js. So here we have the ID field. So we are getting the ID from there. And now we can just log the value of that ID as well. So we can just log the value. So if we now save, and then we can just move on into the inspect to check if we are getting the value. So now you can see now we are getting the exact value of that ID that is in the URL. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now what we need to do, so now we can just move on into the helpers.js, and then we can just define another function to fetch a record from that ID. So we can move on into the helpers, and here we can just define another function that should be export const. It can be the get post details, and that should be equals to an asynchronous function again, because it's an asynchronous task. So we need to await for this as well, and then inside the parameters we need to get the ID from that front end. And now what we need to do, so here we again can call here the axios.get, because that's a get request, axios.get, and then the URL will be slash posts slash I think the ID of that post. So we can use the template literals instead of normal strings, and then we can have here the ID inside that we are getting from the parameters. And here that's a get request, and that's a database operations. So we can run here the catch block as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. And after that, what we need to do, so the axios.get will return a response. So we need to get the response as well. So we can have the const response will be equals to the await, that should be equals to the axios.get. And now what we need to do next, so we need to check the validations as well. So if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we can just return the console.log. It should be equals to unable to fetch the diary. That should be the message of the console. And after that, if everything works fine, then we can just retrieve the data from that response. So we can have the const, we can have the response data will be equals to the await. Again, that should be equals to the response.data. So we'll get the data from that response, and then we will just return the response data from there. So we have this function for the get post details. And now what we need to do, so we need to call this function inside the use effect. So here we need to call this function of the get post details. So we can have the get post details, and then we will pass here the ID from that URL. And here we can run the then as well, because that's a promise, and then we will get the data inside the response. Then we will just log that data as of now. So we'll have the console.log of the data, and then we need to run the catch as well, because that's a database operation. So again we can run the console.log the error. So if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, so now you can see once we are refreshing the page, we are getting the details of that post as well. So we are getting the exact detail of the post. So we are making a request to the backend, and the backend is responding with a successful data. So we have the response, like we have the trip to Manali. So we have this request inside that. So what we can do, so we can just move on into the add.js. So we have the add.js inside that, and then we can just get all of the things from there. So we can just copy from there till the return statement, and then we can just paste it inside the diary update.js. So we can just paste this here. So we can have this thing here. So what are the things that we have? So we have the handle submit function, we have the handle change function, we have the set inputs, we have updating the state, and that should be on the top. So we can just cut that from here, and then we can just paste it here on the top. And now what we need to do, so we need to import everything from there, like the box. We need to import the box, we need to import the typography, we need to import, I think, the text fields from there, we need to import the form labels from there, and then we can also import the buttons as well from there. So the button would be imported. So if we now just save, I think we have an error, like the use effect hook has a missing dependency of the ID. So we need to pass the ID inside the use effect as well. So we can move on to the use effect, that should be equals to the ID. I think we have one more error, like the travel export icon is not defined. So we can just move on into the app.js, into the add.js, and then we can just import that from there as well. So we can just import the travel icon from there, and now we can just paste that here. So we have this thing inside that. And now what we can do, so inside the handle submit, we don't need the add post. So now I will remove that. And now what we will do, I think the use state is also not defined, so we need to define the use state as well. And now what we need to do, so once we are just getting the post details, then we can just make another state inside this component. So that should be equal to the post. So we need to just update the details from there. So we can have the post state, so we can have the use state again, that should be equal to the post, and then the set post, and by default value will be an undefined. And now what we need to do, so once we are just getting the post details, then we can just run the post as well. So that should be equal to the set post, that should be equal to the data.post. And now I think we need to update the inputs fields as well, because once we are just getting the data, so we need to just update the input fields as well. So what we will do, so after the then statement, then we will just write a function, then we have the set post of the data.post, and after that we need to just update the inputs as well. So we can have the set inputs, and we need to update the input fields manually. So we can have the title, we can have here the data.post.title, and then the same for the description as well, and then same for the other fields as well. So you can just pause the video, and then you can just add that manually. So these are the fields that we need. So we need to update the title, we need to update the description, we need to update the image URL, and then we need to update the location. And I think we don't need to update the date, because the date cannot be modified after the post is created. So we can just remove the date from there and from this input field as well. So we don't need the date inside that. And now what we need to do, so I think if everything works fine, so we can just save, and then we can just verify that. And I think there is one more step, like we need to only render the form when we have the data. So when we have the inputs, like when we will have here the post, then only we need to update the form inside that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so if we now just click on the diaries once again, if we just click on the edit, so now you can see once we are just getting into the diary space, so we are just getting the form inside that. So we are getting all of the details from there. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the form details are being rendered inside the form as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that we can just modify the details, like we have the trip to Manali, we can have the trip to Manali 2, and then we can just click on the post. So now you can see now we are getting all of the details again here. And now what we need to do as the next step, so we need to just create another function inside the helpers.js. So we can have here the update function, we can make an update request to the backend to update that post. So again we can have the export, we can have the const, we can have the update post, or we can have the post update, and that should be equals to asynchronous function again, that should be async. And then we need to add the data as well, we need to add the data, and then we need to add the ID as well from there. So we have the ID. And now what we need to do, so again we need to make a request. So we can have the axios dot, it should be the put request, so that should be a put request, we need to update that record, so that is a put request. And then we can just get the URL from there as well inside the backend. So we can just go into the travel diaries, into the routing, into the post routes. So we have this route, and then for the put we have this /post/id. So we can just move on to the helpers, and then we need to just add these things inside that. So we can have slash posts, slash that ID of that post, slash that ID. And now we need to add the data as well. So now inside the second parameter, we need to add the data. So the data will contain the title. We need to add the title of the data dot title, and then we need to add here the description. That should be equals to the data dot description. And then we need to add here the location as well. That should be equals to the data dot location. And then the image as well. So we need to update the image. That should be equals to the data dot image URL. So these are the things that we need. And now there's a database operation, so we can just add the catch as well. If we just get an error, we will just log that error as of now. And now the xeos.put is a asynchronous task, so we need to await for this as well. And then we need to get the response as well. So we need to get const response will be equals to the await the xeos.post. And now what we need to do, so we need to just check the validation, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we can just return the console.log. That should be equals to console.log that enable to update. We'll just send this message inside that. And now what we need to do, so once we are just passing all of the validation checks, then we can just retrieve the data from that response. So we can have the const, we can have the response data will be equals to the await, and that should be equals to the response.data. And now we need to just return the data as well. So we need to return the response data with that. So inside the handle submit, then we can just call that function. So we can have the post update function, we have the post update, and then we need to pass here the data as well. So for the data, we'll just directly pass here the inputs, and then we need to pass the ID as well. So we'll pass the ID, and then that's a database operation. So we can run the catch and then statements as well. We can have the console.log the error. We can add another then statements, so that should contain the data. And then what we will do, so we will just log that message as of now. So we'll have the console.log the message of the updated successfully, I think. So we'll get the data inside that. So if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, now you can see now we have the trip to Manali, and Manali in December is like heaven. So that should be the updated post. So if we now just click on the post once again, so I think we are getting the error of the value date is required inside that. So we can just move on into the backend folder, and then we can just move on into the controllers function of that post. And here we can just check the update post here. So here we are just getting the date from there as well. So we can just remove the date from there, and then we can also remove here the date. And then because we don't need to update the date once we are just making a request to the update. So now we have just removed the date from that controller functions. So now we don't have the date inside that. And now what we can do is now we can just move on, and then we can just try again with that. So we can just click on that post once again. So if we just click on the post, and then you can see now we got the message of the updated successfully. So now you can see now it is updated successfully. So if we just click on the add, and if we just click on the diaries once again, so now you can see we have the Manali in December is like heaven, and then we'll visit once again. So now we are able to update the post as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the add operation, the update operation, and the read operation is working perfectly fine. And now we need to work on the delete operation as well. So now we can just work on the delete operation as well. So what we will do inside the delete, so once we will just click on the delete button, so now we will just call a function of the delete, and then that post would be deleted. So for the delete, we will add here the notification as well from the material UI. So we can just move on into the MERN.com to get the notification component for the delete functionality. So we can just get here the snack bar component. So the snack bar is used for the notifications. So here we have the snack bar. So what we can do, so we can just copy any of those snack bars. Like now you can see now we have the success snack bar. So what we will do, so we will just grab that snack bar from there. So we can just copy that snack bar from that success. And then what we can do is now we can just move on into the diary item.js page, and then we will render here the snack bar as well. So after the card actions, so we'll paste the snack bar component here before the cards. So now we have the snack bar, and then we can just import the snack bar as well. We need to import the alert as well. And then now you can see now we have the states inside the snack bar. We have the open. So when the open will be true, then the snack bar would be open. And then we have the auto hide duration, and then we have the on close. So the on close defines a state whenever we want to close the snack bar. So it will just update the state inside that, which will just have this open will be equals to the false. And the auto hide duration means that how many seconds after how many milliseconds the on close should be called. So for the on close, we will just update the state of the open to the false. So that is the snack bar component, and then we have the alert as well. And now what we need to do, so first we need to just define the state for it as well. So we can have the state of the use state. and then we can use the snippets. So that should be the open state and the set open, and by default value will be equals to the false. So that should be equals to the false. And now what we need to do inside the snack bar, so we can have the open equals to the open value. We have the auto head duration of 6, and then inside the onClose we can just render directly the function here. So we can have here the set open would be equals to the false. So after 6 seconds the set open will be then called, the onClose function would be then called, and here as well we can run the handle close function. So we can just run this set open will be equals to the false inside that. And now what we need to do, so once we will just make a request to the backend inside the delete, then we need to show this message of the snack bar. So for now we can just make it a static request. So on the icon button of the delete we can just render the onClick function. So once we will just click on the delete button, we will just have the set open will be equals to the true. So if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, so if we now just click on the delete, so now you can see now we have the success message, and after 6 seconds it will be closed automatically. So you need to wait 6 seconds again, and then you can see now this auto duration is completed, and now the set open is now set it to the false. You can also close this from the close button as well. So once you will just click on the close button, so if we just now click on this, so once we will just click on this, so now you can see it will be closed. So now once we will just on click, so what we will do, so now we need to make a request to the backend to delete that post. So how can we do that? So again we can just move on into the helpers.js file. So here what we need to do, so we can just define another function that should be the export. It can be the post delete, and it will be a async function again, so that should be async, and then we need to get the ID only. So for the delete we only need to get the ID. So again we can just define the const, we can have the response will be equals to the await, that should be equals to the axios dot delete request. So that should be the delete HTTP request. So we need to add the delete, and then we need to add the URL as well. So that should be /post /that ID. We can have /ID, and then we can also run the catch as well, because that's a database operation, and then it can fail as well. So in the error, if we get an error, we will just log that error. And now what we need to do, so we need to just check the validation once again, like if the response dot status is not equals to 200, then what we need to do, so we need to return the console.log like the enable to delete. And now what we need to do as the next step, now what we need to do, so now we need to just send the response data as well. So we can get the response data, we can have the const response data will be equals to, we can have the await, that should be equals to the response.data. And now we need to just return the data as well, we need to return the response data. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application once again, we can move on into the diary update page, into the diary item page, and there what we need to do, so once we will just click on this icon button, then this should be deleted. So in the on click what we will do, so we will just call here a function, like it can be handle delete, so it can be the const, it can be the handle delete, should be equals to a function. And now what we need to do, so we need to make a post delete request, so we can have the post delete, and then inside that we need to just add here the ID of that post, and then that's a database operation. Then we need to run the then as well, we will get the data from there. We will just log the data as of now, we will have the console dot log the data as of now, and then we need to run the catch block as well. So if we get an error, we will just log that error as of now, so we'll just log that error. So now what we need to do, so now we need to just call this function, and the set open will be true for the notification component. And now what we need to do, so we can just move on, and then inside the on click, then we can just directly point to the handle delete function. We can have the pointed to the handle delete function with that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and then you can see now we have this request. So once we will just click on the delete, so now you can see, now we can see the success message, but this post will not be deleted from the parent container. So what we need to do, so we need to just refresh the page to see if everything works fine or not. So now you can see now we don't have that post. So now you can see everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed the CRUD functionality of the post as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the post can be deleted, the post can be added, the post can be viewed, and the post can be updated as well. So everything in that application is working perfectly fine. And now we have almost completed everything throughout this project, and now the last step is now we want to work on the profile page as well. So we have completed the home, we have completed the diaries, we have completed the add page, we have completed the authentication page, and now let's work on the profile page as well. So for the profile page, what we need to do, so we don't have any route inside the backend in which we can get a user from that ID, so we want to create the route as well. So what we can do is now we can just directly move on into the users, into the user routes, and here we can just define another get route for the user. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste again and modify. So we can have a get, and then we can pose the ID as well. We need to pass a variable of the ID, and then we need to pass a function as well inside this controller files. So here we can just define another function. It can be export const, it can be the get user by ID. So with the get user by ID, this will also be asynchronous tasks. So we need to write async, and then that would be a request response inside the parameters. And now what we need to do inside that is first we need to get the ID from that URL. So again, we can get the ID from the backend as we did in the backend from the request.params. So the request.params will give you the parameters objects inside that object. So you can get the request.params.id field from there. So with this you will get the ID. So now let's define the user. So we can have the let user, and then now we have the user, and then we can run the code inside the try catch once again. So we can have the try catch block. If we get an error, we will just return that error. We will just return the console.log that error. So that would be the return statement. And now what we need to do inside the try is we want to fetch a user's detail from that ID. So as we did in the other routes as well. So the user will be equals to the await. It should be equals to the user model dot find by ID. And with the find by ID, we can just pass a ID inside the argument. So we can just pass the ID, and it will give you the records of that user ID. And now inside the profile page, we also need to show the post of the user as well. So we need to show all of the posts of the user. So what we need to do is now we want to just populate the post object as well inside this. So we want to just populate here. We can run the populate function, and then we can just pass the key of that post. So that should be equal to the post. So we have the array of the post with that. So we can have the posts. And now what we need to do, so we have the try catch block, and after the try catch we can again run the validation. Like if we don't have the user, then what we can do, so we can just return, we can run the response dot status, that should be equals to the 404 that no user found, and then we can add the JSON, and we can add the message as well, like no user found. So that would be the message, and if everything works fine, then we can just return the response dot status should be equals to the 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON as well, which will contain all of the user, inside that. So now we have the JSON with that, and now we can just move on into the user routes. And here what we need to do, so we want to just remove this function, and then it should be the get user by ID. So this should be this route. And now what we need to do, so again we can move on into the front end. So as we have just defined the profile.js, so we can move on into this page, and then we can just again run the use effect code here. So we can have the use effect. So the effect will be called after the component is being rendered. And now what we need to do, so inside the use effect we need to run a function. We again need to define a function inside the API helpers, because we have defined all of those functions inside that. So here we need to call that function. So again we can move on into the API helpers, and here we can call that a function that we have just created. So we can have the export, so we can have the get user details, so we can have get user details, and it will be again equals to asynchronous function. And again inside the parameter we need to get the ID, or we can get the ID from the local storage as well. So we can remove that ID from there. And now what we need to do here inside that is now again we can run the get request from that Axios. So we can have the Axios, we can have dot get, so that would be a get request, and again we need to pass the URL as well. So it would be /user / that ID of that user. So for the ID, what we can do, so we can get the ID from the local storage. So either we can just declare a variable here. So we can have the const ID will be equals to, we can have the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the user ID. So we'll get the user ID from there, and then in the axios.get we can change the strings to the template literals, and then we can just provide the ID inside the expression. So we can have the ID, and now the axios.get will return the promise. So we need to wait for this task as well. So we can run the catch block as well. So if we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. We'll just return console.log that error. And now what we need to do, so we need to get the response as well from this request. So we can get the response, we can have the const response, and it is an asynchronous, so we need to wait for this. So that should be equals to response equals to the await. We have the axios.get function, we need to get the details of that user. And now what we need to do, so after that we need to run a validation, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we can just again return the console.log. We can have a console.log that error, like no user found. So we can have this detail from there. We can have the no user found, and after that if everything works fine, then we need to get the data from that response. So again we can get the data from the const, we can have the response data, and that should be equals to the response dot data. So we get the data from that response dot data, and this is also asynchronous, so we need to await for this. And after that we will get everything from that response, then we will just return the data from here. So we'll return the response data. And now what we need to do, so again we can move on into the profile page, and here we need to just run this function. So we can have the get user details, and then this is also asynchronous, so we need to await for this. We need to run the then, and then in the then we receive the data, so we will just log the data as of now. So we'll just console.log the data that we receive, and after that this is also a promise, so we need to wait for this, and then we need to run the catch block as well. So if we get an error, so again we can just log that error. So that should be equals to the console.log as the error. So if we now just save, if we again now move on to the application, so now you can see now we enter the profile. If we just move on into the inspect panel to see if everything works fine or not, and here you can see inside the console from the profile.js we got an object, so the object contains, we can see that. So now you can see now we have the details of that user. So we have the details, we have the nikhil@test.com, we have this user, we have the password, and then we have the post array as well. So now we don't have anything inside this user, so that's why we are getting an empty array of the post, and then you can see now we got the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. Now we are getting the details of every user inside that, and now what we need to do is the next step. So what we can do is now we can just provide here the design for the profile page. So for the design we can just run the paint again for the design part. So for the design part what we will do, so first there will be we can provide here a typography which will contain the profile details, like it will contain the details of that profile, like the profile details. And after that what we can do, so we can just provide here some text like the username of the user, like the email of the user, then the name of the user. It will contain these things. And after that what we will do, so we will just show all of the posts of that user. So as we have just got all of the posts from that user inside the array of the posts, and then we will just show all of the posts from the diary item component. So we will just render all of the post here from this component. So let's start working on that. So now what we can do here is first we can just move on, and then we can just remove here the div, and then inside of the div we can render the box from the material UI. So we can have here the box, and this box will have the display as the flex, I think. So we need to provide the display equals to the flex, and all of the items will be on the bottom of each other. So we need to add the flex direction should be equals to the column. So we need to add this thing because that's a parent container. And now what we need to do, so we can add the first typography here, so that will contain the typography. So we have this typography, and this typography will have some things as well, like it will contain the text align is equals to, we need to align the text into the center, and then we can provide the variant as well. So it should contain the variant. So the variant will be equals to the h3 as of now, and then we can provide the font family as well. So we can have the font family should be equals to, we can have the quicksand. And then what we need to do is now we need to just provide the padding as well, because we need some padding from the top and the bottom, because that's a heading part. So we can give the padding of the 2, and inside this typography we can just enter the text of the user profile. So we can have the user profile. So if we just now save, if we just now move on to the application, so now you can see now we got the text of the user profile. After the user profile, then we can just show all of the details of the user, like the name of the user, email of the user, password. I think we don't need to show the password. And after that we need to provide here the all of the post of that user inside that. So now let's start working on that. So first what we can do, so we can just define another typography here. So after this typography there will be another typography. We will render all of the things on the left of the side. We'll have the typography which will contain, I think we need to provide the font family again. So font family would also be equals to again the quicksand. And then what we need to do, so we need to provide the padding as well. So it should contain the padding should be equals to the 2, and we need to align the text align. So the text align should be equals to the left, and then we can just provide the name of that user as well. So I think we need to just store all of the details inside the state. So as of now we will just provide the dummy data, like we will provide the name as the Nikhil, like we can have the name should be equals to, we can have the Nikhil, and then we can just copy the typography once more, and then we can just paste that for the email. So we can have the typography for the email as well. So that should be the email, and then we can have the email, we can have the nikhil@test.com. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we got the details, we got the name, we got the email, and I think the padding can be decreased, so we can just give the padding of the 1, so that will look good. So if we now save, so now you can see now everything is looking perfectly fine. So now before the post, now what we need to do, so we need to just run here the use effect code, and then we need to just get all of these posts from that user. So we need to store the data inside the state. So we can provide the use state as well. So we can have the use state object with that. So it will contain the user details, like the user, set user, and then we need to provide here the details of that user. So initially we need to just provide an undefined value, And after that, when we will receive the data inside that, we will just pause here the data. So we'll have the set user, that should be equals to the data dot user. So then we'll get the user inside that. And now what we need to do here is, now once we will just get the user details, then we need to just render all of the things. So first we can just work on the diary items, like we need to render all of the post here of the user. So we can just run here the box. So we can just provide a container of that post. So we can have the box which will contain the display equals to the flex, and then we need to provide the just flex direction as well. So the flex direction would be equals to the column, and then we need to provide a justify content should be equals to again into the center of that screen. And then what we need to do, so we need to align the items as well. We can have the align items should be equals to again into the center. So after that, we can run an expression which would contain, we will map all of the records from that user. So we'll have the user dot, we can have here the post object dot map. So we'll map through all of the post of the user, and it will contain a callback. It will contain the post, and then we need to provide the index as well of the post. And after that, we need to render here the diary item page. So we can have the diary item component, and then we need to pass all of the props here. So we need to pass all of the props, like we need to pass here the title of the diary. So we need to pass the title. The title would be equals to the post dot title, and then the date as well. So we need to provide here the date. So the date should be equals to, we can have here the dot date, and then we need to provide description as well. So that should be equals to the description. Description would be equals to again the post dot description, and then we need to provide other things as well, like we need to provide here the ID. So ID would be equals to, we can give the post dot ID, and then we need to provide here the image as well. So that should be equals to the post dot image, and then we need to provide the user as well, like the location as well. So we can have the location of the post dot location, and then we need to provide here the user as well. So can be user. So for the user, what we will do, so we'll just move on directly to the user dot ID of that user. So we'll provide directly the ID of that user. So now what we are doing here, so we are just providing all of the details of that user. So now we have the user.post.map, and it is working perfectly fine. And now as a last step, we need to provide the key as well, because the React needs a key for rendering the list. So key would be equals to the index. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, so now I think we don't have any record inside the user post. So that's why we are seeing an empty space here. So again, to verify that, we can just create another post for the travel diary. So you can add all of the details of the post as well, and you can come back later. So now I've added the details of the post. I've added the title, we have added the description, we have the image URL, we have the location, and then we have the date. So if we just click on the post, and then we should be able to see all of the post here. So now you can see, now we have the post here as well. And if we now just move on to the profile, so I think we don't have anything inside the profile. So if we just check an error, that what is the error? I think cannot read properties undefined of reading post, and I think the use effect is being ran after the component is being rendered. So what we can do, so we can just provide here the condition, like when we will have the use state, when we'll have the date of that state, then only we need to render all the things. So what we can do is, now we can just wrap everything from there. So what we can do, so we can just wrap everything. So we can just get these details from there. And now what we need to do inside that, so we can just provide here when we'll have the user, then only we need to render all of the things, and then we need to provide the container as well for all of the elements. So we can provide the parent container, and here we need to provide that container here. So we need to close that container here. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see, now we got all of the details. We got the user profile, we got the name Nikhil, and then we got the trip as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the user profile page is also working perfectly fine. And now what we need to do is, as the next step, so we need to just provide the names as well, like name should be equals to the user.name. So what we can do, so we can just provide the user.name. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see, now we got the actual name, which is the Nikhil, and then we can just provide the email as well. So that should contain the user.email. So it will dynamically have here the email of the user. So we have the email as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just defined the user profile page as well, and almost everything of the application is completed. And now we need to just provide some optimization and the fixes as well. So now let's start with the optimizations. So now our application is almost complete, but now we need to provide some optimizations to make it to the production level. So the optimizations can be, first, we don't have the logout functionality as well inside this application. So if the user can log in, so he or she should be able to log out as well. So what we can do, so we can just implement the functionality of the logout as well. So for the logout, what we can do, so after we have just provided the name and the email, so we can just align the logout button here as well. So we can just provide the button for the logout. So that should be the button. And then in the button, we can just provide the text of the logout. So that should contain the text. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the logout button onto the center, but now we want to make it into the left. So what we can do, so we can just provide some custom CSS stylings again. So we can just provide the SX, we can provide the margin from the right, it should contain the auto. So now it will automatically align to the left of the page. And now we need to just provide here some more things, like we can provide the color as well for the button. So the color would be equals to the warning. And I think the button variant is not looking good, so we can just provide different variant. So we can have the variant as well, that should be equals to the contain. So these are the things that we need. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the logout button, and now we can just increase the width as well for the button. So we can have the width of something, and now we can give the 15% of the available screen. So now the width would be increased for the logout, and now this is looking good as well. And now what we need to do, so once we will just click on the logout, so now we should be logged out of the screen. So for logging the user out, what we can do is first we need to just update the state inside the Redux. So as we are just handling all of the things from the Redux state, so we need to update the state from the Redux. And second, we need to remove the user ID from the local storage as well, because we are just storing the user IDs as well inside the local storage. So after we will log out, we will remove the Redux state, and then we will remove the ID as well from the local storage. So for that, we can just provide the onClick function to this button. So we can have the onClick should be equals to a function, we can give the handle click function. So now it will be pointed out this function, and now we can just define this function as well. So we can have a const, we can have the handle click, that should be equals to a function. So first we need to just dispatch an action to the Redux to update the state inside the Redux to make the is logged in property to the false. So first we can just use the dispatch function from the Redux. So we can have the const, we can the dispatch would be equals to use dispatch hook from the Redux. So we can have the use dispatch. I think we need to import that. So we can import from the React Redux package. So that should be equals to the use dispatch, and then we need to just import the actions from the Redux as well. So we can have the import, we can have something from it should be equals to the root level directory, and then we need to just provide the store, and then we need to provide the auth actions as well to import that. So we can have the auth actions. So now we need to just create the hook of the use dispatch. So now we need to just give the reference for the use dispatch, and that's a custom hook. And now what we need to do, so inside the handle click, first we can just provide the dispatch. So we need to dispatch an action to the Redux, and the action would be the auth actions dot logout. So now we will just have the logout function with that. And now what we need to do after the logout, then we need to remove the ID from the local storage as well. So we can just provide the local storage dot, then we have a function of the remove item. So we can have the remove item, and that should be equals to the user ID. So now after we are logged out, then we need to just move out from the profile page as well. So what we can do for that, so we have a hook inside the React router, which is the custom hook of the use navigate. We can just use the navigate function. So the navigate just forcefully changes the URL of the application. So it will just forcefully change the URL, and then we should be moved out to the different page with that. So first to import that, what we need to do, so we need to just import the use navigate from the React router. So we can have something from it should be the React router. So we can have the React router DOM, and that should be equals to the use navigate. So we have this function, and now what we need to do with that, so after that, first we need to provide the reference for the variable, because we cannot use the hooks directly inside the function as per the rules of the JSX. So we can have the const, we can have here the navigate, that should be equals to, we can give the use navigate, and the use navigate would be available. And now what we need to do, so after we have just removed the ID from the local storage, then we can just call it the navigate, then we can just move on into the slash route. So we have the first parameter of the true to a different URLs. So we have the navigate to the slash route of this application. So now I think everything is completed. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have some things inside this application. So once we will just click on the logged out, so now you can see now we are logged out from this application, and now you can see now the navigation bar links has been changed, and now everything is working perfectly fine. Now after the logout, now we can just provide the next optimization for this application as well. So the next optimization can be once we are just clicking on the logout. So now you can see now we are just changing the URL of the application as well. So within the application we are just changing the URL, and then we are just making out to the different component. And now what we need to do, so we can just do same for the other pages as well, like for the add and for the auth. So once we are just clicking on the auth, and if we are just logging in, then you can see now we are still on the same page, and now we need to just redirect to the different page as well. So what we can do, so we can just move on into the auth.js, and then after we are just making a request of the sign up or the login, then we should be changing the URL as well with the use navigate hook. So now you can see, before moving on, now you can see now this code is messed up and it is not the readable code. So what we can do, so we can just provide another function, and after that we will just point to that function to update the local storage and to dispatch the action for the login, because these two are the same for this request. So what we can do, so we can just provide the function. So we can have the const, we can have the on response received. That should be equals to, we can just provide the function which will contain some parameters as well, like it will contain the data. So we can just provide the data, and now what we need to do inside that, so inside this data we will just receive the actual data as well. So what we will do, so we will just check that as well, like if the sign up was true, like if the is sign up was true, then we need to just have here the local storage, then we can have the set item that should be equals to the user ID, and then we need to just provide the data of the data dot we need to provide the user dot underscore ID. So that would be the local storage dot set item for the user ID. And else what we need to do here, so in the else case, that should be equals to, we need to provide the local storage dot set item, that should be again equals to the user ID, and then we need to provide here the data dot ID. So that would be the on response received. And now after that we need to just pass here the login actions as well for the Redux. So we need to dispatch an action for the Redux as well. So we can dispatch, that should be equals to the auth actions dot login. So that should be this function of the login inside that. So with this function we're just making a request to the reducer function of the login. So now you can see only from this function now we will handle both of the requests, like if sign up is true, then we can just provide this function as well. So after we are just having the send auth request, so instead of this then inside that, what we can do, so in the then we need to just point to this function. So we can just point to the on response received. So we can have the on response received with that. And now we need to just do same for the sign up as well. So we can remove everything from there inside the then, and then we need to just point to the on response received again. So we can have this function with that. So now you can see now the code is now fully readable, and now we have the only function for the login and the sign up for getting all of the things and for doing all of the things. So we have the sign up and then we have the login as well. So everything should work perfectly fine. So if we just now save, if we just now refresh the page once again, if we just now log in, and now you can see once we will just click on the login, now you can see now we are into the profile page, and now the actions are working perfectly fine for the Redux. And after that, after we are just dispatching the actions to Redux, then we can just move on to a different URL once again. So again, we can just provide the use navigate. So you can have the const navigate, that should be equals to the use navigate from the React router. And after the login action has been received inside the Redux, then we can have the navigate to the different URL, like navigate to the /diaries. So that should be equals to the page of the diary. So if we now just save, if we again now refresh the page, and if we again now move on to the change to login, once we will just click on the login. So now you can see after the login, now we are into the diaries page inside that. So everything again is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed the second optimization of this application. So we can do same for the add route as well. So we can just move on into the add. So we need to just move on into the add.js. So we need to provide same optimization for the add. So after we are just having the handle submit, then we can just post here, then we can just move on to a different URL. So again we can just have the use navigate, we can have the navigate, that should be equals to the use navigate hook, and inside that what we need to do, so we need to call that function. So again you can see now this code is not readable. So what we can do, so again we can have the const, we can have the on response received, that should be equals to the function which will contain the data inside the parameter. So from there we can just call it the navigate as well. So we can just navigate to /diaries again. So we can have the diaries inside that. And now what we need to do, so as we are just doing the log as well, so we can also do the log here as well. So we can just log the data. So we can just log the data as well here. So now after that what we need to do, so again we need to point to this function. So inside this then now we don't need the response and then the console.log data. So we can just directly refer to the on response received. So that should be equals to this function. And now what we'll do, so if we now just click on this save, and then it will work perfectly fine. So this optimization is also completed. So now the next optimization would be, now if we now just refresh the page, and now you can see the state is being restored, and now we don't have any state of the login inside that. So after that what we need to do, so here you can see now we have the paths of the add and the profile and for the post. So if we just move on to the localhost 3000/add, so now you can see now we are still into the add your travel diary page. And now that's not a good approach because that's a security threat and that would break our application as well. So what we need to do, so we need to make these routes as the protected routes. So once we are logging, then only we need to access these routes. So we need to make these routes as the protected routes, that once the user is logged in, then only he or she will be able to access these routes. So what we can do, so we can just have this inside the condition. So we can just provide all of these three things inside this condition as well. So once the is logged in property will be equals to the true, so once the is logged in state is true, then only the user should be able to access these routes. So we can just have the parent container as well inside that. So we can have this container, and that will contain the whole routes component inside that. So now you can see, now we have this route. So now you can see, once we are just refreshing the page, and now you can see inside the ad, now we don't have anything inside that. So once we will just move on into the ad once again, now you can see, now we don't have anything inside that. Once we will just move on into the profile, then you can see still now we don't have anything inside that. So if we just move on into the inspect, then you will see there will be nothing inside that, and then you will see a warning as well, like no routes matched to the location of the profile. So everything is working perfectly fine once again. So this optimization is also completed. So now as the final step of the optimization, what we can do, so once we are just logging in, and if we are just refreshing the page even once, then the state is being lost. So we are losing the state because the state is in the memory. And now what we need to do, so fix that. So as we are just storing the IDs inside the local storage, because that's a permanent type of storage. So inside the app component, once the app is being loaded, so once this application will load, then we will just call here the use effect code, which will be run after the component is being run. So the use effect will be called after the component is being loaded, and then we will just check, like if we have the IDs inside the local storage, then we will just have the login action inside the Redux. So then we will just dispatch an action of the login to the Redux. So and with that approach, the user will not be able to lose the state. So what we can do, so after the app component is being loaded, then we can run the use effect code here. So we can have the use effect, and inside that what we will do, so we will just call it this use effect after the component is being loaded. So we have the empty array of dependencies as of now, but now we can just call this function like if when we have the local storage, so when we have the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the user ID. So if we have the user ID inside the local storage, then what we need to do, so we need to dispatch an action to the Redux that the user is still logged in. So we can just provide the const, we can have the dispatch again, should be equals to the use dispatch hook again. And now we need to dispatch an action, so we can have the dispatch that should be equals to the, we can just provide the auth actions, that should be equals to the auth actions dot login. So we will just call this function inside that, and I think that should be enough. And now what we can do inside the array of dependencies, so we can just run the local storage as well. So whenever the local storage will be done changed, then the use effect will be rerun, then the application will reload. So if we now just refresh the page, now you can see, so now once we are refreshing the page, now you can see now we are still logged in. Now you can see if we just move on to the profile page, now you can see this user is still logged in, and then we can just check the IDs as well inside the local storage. So if we just move on to the application, now still we have the IDs inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine once again. And now you can see once we will just log out once again. So if we will log out, now you can see the application will reload, and then you can see if we just reload once again, now we are not able to update the state inside the Redux because now we don't have anything inside the local storage. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the last but not the least, the final optimization can be, we can just move on to the diaries page, and I think we can just increase the height of these cards as well because the height doesn't look good. So what we can do, so we can just move on into the diary item.js page, and then we can just provide here the height, I think. So as we see that, so we are just providing the height of the 60 viewport height. So I think we can just do it for the 70. So that should be enough. So if we now just save, so now you can see now we have the height of the 70 viewport height for every post inside that, and that will look perfectly good. So if we now just click on the authentication, if we will just log in, then you can see now we enter the diaries page, and then you can see now we can see the edit and the delete buttons as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine inside that. And now you can see once we will just move on to the profile as well, now you can see this card is looking perfectly good. So now the application is almost completed, but here we need to fix one more thing. Like now you can see inside the post, we are just rendering the R letter inside every avatar URL. So what we need to do, so we need to fix this thing. Like now you can see now we have the name of the Nikhil Sadani, and here as well we have the static name. So what we need to do, so we need to render here the first letter of that name inside the avatar. So what we can do, so first we need to get the details of the user as well. So if we just move on into the diary item, now you can see now inside the user we are just only getting the IDs of that user as of now. So now to check that if we are getting the details of the user, we can just move on into the inspect panel. We can just move on into the network tab to see what are the details that we are getting. We can refresh the page once again. So now you can see now we are getting the post. So we are making a request to the post, and then you can see now we are getting the arrays of the post, and there you can see now we are getting the details of that post, like the date, description and everything. But there you can see now we are getting the user. So we are just only getting the IDs of that user that we know. So now what we need to do, so we need to just move on into the backend and we need to just modify the controller function of the post, and then we need to send along the user detail as well for every post. So what we can do, so we can just directly move on into the post controller files inside that, and here you can see now we have the function of the get all post. So here we need to modify this function. So what we can do, so we have the post.find, it will find all of the records with the given query. Then we can just send the populate method to populate the reference collection record, like we have the reference collection of the user. So we need to provide the key name as well for the schema. So we have the key name of the user inside the schema, so we'll populate the records of the user. And now what we need to do, so if we now just refresh the page, if we again now move on to the application inside the post, now you can see if we just open the post array, now you can see inside the object, now you can see now we are getting the all of the details of that user as well. So now we have the details of that user. And now what we need to do, so now we need to just move on again into the diaries.js page, which is the container of whole post array. So we can just move on into the diaries, sending here the user ID, so we can just refer to the user.id inside that. So we don't need to just modify the previous functions. So we have the user._id for this field. And now what we can do, so we can just send along the name of that user as well. So we can have here the name should be equals to, then it should be containing the item dot user field dot name of that user. So we have the name of the item dot user dot name. And now what we need to do, so again we need to move on to the diary item, and then you can see now we need to accept the name prop as well. So we have the user, then we need to get the name as well. We are getting the name. And now what we need to do, so here instead of the name icon, now what we can do, so we can just render the first letter of that name. So we can have the name dot, we can have here the character at, we can have the char at, and then we can just define the position at the 0. So with that we will get here the name. And now what we need to do, so now inside the name, like now you can see now we are just defining the static name here, so we can just remove that, and then we can just provide the name field with that. So if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, so now you can see now everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the end record for every post because we have just given the name of the static name as the Nikhil. So that's why we are getting the details. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So the application is completed. So I hope you have learned a lot through this application, because we have implemented a lot of things together with the MERN stack, like the MongoDB, Express.js, Node.js, the bcrypt for encryption, and then so many things onto the backend, and then into the front end as well, like the React.js, the Redux, and then the Material UI, and then so many things like responsive design and so much. So I hope you have learned a lot from this course as well. And now let's see the summary part of what we have done throughout this course. So now let's see the summary of what we have done throughout this application. So first we have just created the backend application. We have just created the backend with the help of the Node, Express, the MongoDB, the encryption, and so many things. And we have done the ES6 way of approach doing the JavaScript code. And then we have just made the REST API from the front end. And then we have the multiple collections of the MongoDB inside this application, like the users and the posts. And both of the applications are connected together. And then after that, we have just created the front end. We have just created the modern UI UX interface with the React and with the Material UI, and with the help of state management library like the Redux. So we have implemented so many things all together. And then with help of all of that, we have just completed the advanced travel block project with this course. So that's all for this course. So I hope you have learned a lot from this course as well.